If you're constantly battling low energy, cravings, weight control, watching your health slip away, listen up. There's a simple daily protocol they don't want you to know about that's helping people ditch their meds and reclaim their health. Up to 88% of Americans potentially suffer from some degree of insulin resistance. The Feel Great protocol is a simple two-step daily system designed to help your body work with you, not against you. Step 1. Unimate, a powerful yerba mate extract clinically shown to boost mood, increase mental clarity, and support fat burning. Step 2. A patented fiber matrix called Balance. Taken before meals, it helps regulate blood sugar, curb cravings, and support healthy insulin response. That's it. No crazy diets, no meds, just science-backed support your body actually understands. Feel Great is perfect for you if you have low energy, weight control, high blood pressure, high cholesterol, poor sleep, diabetes, snacking, sugar cravings, gut health, systemic inflammation. This isn't a trend, it's a transformation. Start today to reclaim your health with the Feel Great protocol.
We are not going to take this and have not taken this laying down. We did already indict former Director Comey, and that's going through the judicial process. But we also, at this FBI, even though we uncovered what we uncovered back in the House Intel days, I had to come in here and find rooms that they hid from the world. I had to come in here and find access on our computer systems in restricted and prohibited case files that they purposely put in places for no one to see and find. We have found all this information. We are working with our Department of Justice partners, and I am never going to let this go, because they not only have personally attacked the presidency of the United States and President Trump, but they tried to thwart our elections and rig the entire system. And that is not something that is going to stop. That is not something I'm going to allow on my watch. But you just have to remember, they built this disease temple over 20 and 30 years. We've got all the evidence. I can announce on your show that we've got all the information we need. We're working with our prosecutors at the Department of Justice and their Attorney General Todd Blanche, and we are going to be making arrests, and it's coming, and I promise you, it's coming soon.
Well, Cash, hold on, because when you started this interview, you said, Maria, you and I have been working together for a long time, and this is exactly what you were referring to. You were on my show repeatedly talking about the Russia collusion story, and our audience wants to know why there's never any accountability. But specifically, the question that I asked you was about election integrity and whether or not you have any information to verify what President Trump says all the time, which is the election was rigged. That's what I asked you, Cash.
I'm sorry, Maria, I misheard. Yes, so what we are doing is folding that into our entire conspiracy case, and we will let the prosecution speak for him. But we have the information that backs President Trump's claim. But because it's an ongoing prosecution investigation, I can't get ahead of the DOJ and the president. But President Trump speaks truthfully when he says that, and that's what I've been telling you about. When we find terabytes of data on computers from the last 10 years that we were supposed to find 10 years ago, that's what it took. It took his re-election. It took this FBI to go in there and find it. And it takes a long time to get through that material. But I would say stay tuned this week. You might see a thing or two.
Whoa. You might pay attention this week. You might see a thing of two. And we've been hearing some of that stuff for a very, very long time for those of you who have been in the mix for a minute or two. So there's actually a few things we got to unpack in this video here. But before we get too much more into it, let's bring my brother, Mr. Matrix, in there. Brother, how you doing this morning? How was the weekend so far?
Oh, the weekend was pretty wild, actually. By the way, I didn't get to see you on Thursday. I went through a little bit of a random bit of sickness for like 24 hours straight, so I missed you on Thursday. But outside of that Thursday into Friday situation, yeah, other than that, everything's been great. I did have a few days off the news, though. I didn't mention that before the show, but like Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, I basically had no news in any way, shape, or form. So I'm kind of a little bit behind, but I've tried doing a little bit of catch up here and there. So just to give you that heads up, everybody, I am a little off on the news. So
all good. I mean, dude, the way the news is going nowadays, though, everything is moving so quickly, and things are changing so quickly that we're just getting a new narrative like all the time. But yeah, it's getting pretty wild. So all right, so let's get it out of the way. My one fun thing, I get to see one very clean knockout. I know a lot of people aren't fight fans in the crowd, but I put this one out. I thought this was an interesting post to put. So those of you, I'm going to spend a whole 5 seconds showing you guys very pretty knockout. This is why I enjoy the pugilist arts. And so this guy here on the right didn't keep his right hand up, and they're all going through the motions, and this is why the guys hit pads and do their things. But they're told, just like this guy here has his hand to his temple, or you keep your hand to your chin and block that, and you'll see the guy in the yellow connects on this guy so pretty and clean because he didn't have his right hand up during this exchange here. So here we go. I'll show you probably 2 times quick. Keep those hands up.
So fast.
Yeah, these guys, I mean, the funny thing is these guys are like 135 pounds, and I got close to 100 pounds on them, and I wouldn't mess with these guys because we just they just have to block a few punches from us, and we get tired in like 30 seconds, and it would be a wrap. It would be absolutely a wrap.
Your only hope really to get a hold of them and fall on top of them and try and hold them down, which they'll probably get out of that too. So
yeah, and those guys are like Brazilian jiu-jitsu black belts, and you'll find yourself unconscious in about 30 seconds or less.
Yeah, I know, and I know that for a fact because I had a buddy who did jiu-jitsu, and he had me come over one time so he could, I guess, mess with me. And yeah, he beat the living shit out of me. I'm like, bro, I hate you. He's like, well, I had to show you. And he only has one hand, by the way. He had his hand blown off in Iraq. So he had one hand. He whipped my ass like I was like a toothpick. It was terrible.
Yeah, what's with Joe Rogan? And we do have a clip or two of Joe Rogan today, but he likens it to like a helpless person. He's like, somebody that knows jiu-jitsu and stuff on the ground versus a regular person that doesn't. You're like a helpless person. They could do pretty much whatever they want with you, like put you unconscious in a second, break your arm, break your neck, whatever they want to do. But yeah, so that's why I enjoy some of those things. I don't like the leg breaks and stuff like that. And one of these guys caught a flying knee to the temple one time, and it literally caved his skull in. Like, yeah, on the top of his skull, he had a big-ass knee dent. That was Cyborg, Chris Cyborg's ex-husband. Horrible. But, dude, this, I'm super psyched at this, and maybe I'll pull up you guys the x-ray later for the thing because it's so nasty. But, dude, there was, like, at least 2 or 3 things I heard within this that I was just like, some of it just doesn't make sense. And let me see if I can get this.
In restricted and prohibited case files that they purposely put in places for no one to see and find. We have found all this information. We are working with.
All right, so this one right off the bat, dude. Like, your thoughts on all of that, okay? And let me just set the table for you. Like, meaning like burn bags, and I just find personally the whole burn bag situation to be one of the most weirdest things about all of this, because wait, you put all this information aside and we got to destroy it, and wait, 4 years later it's still in a burn bag just sitting there. So who told who to put these pieces of documents in burn bags? and then who actually put them in the said room, and then who decided to not burn them, or did people hide them? Did they just keep them aside? Like, what was going on? Like, I'm very interested in your thoughts, and please in the chat let me know your guys' thoughts on this as well, because I just find it super weird, dude. Like, we put all this stuff aside to burn it and hide all the evidence, but it's all still there.
Yeah. Okay. So
We have
first
it all.
thoughts. We have it all. That's literally the first word. Is like, we have it all means we have it all. So when he says, "Oh, we could have had this stuff 10 years ago, but it took till the second term to actually get this," bullshit. I'm sorry. 10 years ago, y'all had the information. You guys are playing the narrative.
Oh God, I'm gonna have to restart this sucker. All right, you know what? Let me just end this sucker, and I'll just, if you're going live still, just give me a second. I'll just repop this bad boy in and redo
Everybody can. Yep. Everybody can hear everything you're saying, brother. You're all good.
Okie dokie. That's weird. I thought it would have. Let me see. Maybe it tries to reconnect. It says, see here on Rumble side, it says I'm live. Let me refresh.
Oh, you know what? You're live now on Pilled again.
All right, it reconnected there. We're reconnected back on Rumble here. Here we go. All right, so let me see. You said Pilled we're back on as well?
Yep. Pilled's back up. You're good.
This is so weird, dude. And yeah,
Are
literally.
you having storms?
No, I think, remember I told you how they're doing big move here, and they're doing like it reconnected. There we go. Looks like we're back on YouTube as well. Sorry, guys. Yeah, all right. So my guess is now, my guess is that they're doing this stuff to, they're remodeling this whole place, and basically they're moving people around and totally remodeling the units. But the thing is, I got to tell these people, like, they need to let me know when the hell they're going to be turning the power off, because this happened like, I don't know, 3 weeks ago, and it one time it didn't happen during a show, one time it did happen during a show. But you know, I can't be having this happen mid-show. You know, that's just BS. So, but as long as we're back on,
that's not good.
Yeah, as long as we're back on here, that's good. But I don't think I end up getting all of your thoughts on that. Like, what are your thoughts on all the burn bag stuff, and just, you know, the fact that it all, you know, they still have it all. It's just so weird. And I know you started off with, you know, we have it all, and kind of the lights dimmed, and I'm looking around like, what the hell? And then the lights went back on, and I'm like, oh, but that's enough to trigger the friggin' router. So the thing's going to be off for at least 2 minutes, but glad it connected. But what do you got, brother?
Yeah, I, when you disappeared, I really needed the grasshoppers or whatever chirping. I was like, "Where'd you go?" And I heard my phone go off. I'm like, "Oh, okay." Yeah. So okay. So the burn. Okay, let me start back over. Yeah, I literally was going to say the first thing is we have it all. So when I think about this, like, we could have had this 10 years ago, but we had to wait till the second term to actually have it. My exact thought process is that's bullshit. We've seen the 60,000 man army thing. We know it at least goes back to 2012. So my thought process is as far as people inside like FBI, CIA, wherever these burn bags are supposed to be, one of a few things. One, we have full control. We already had people in the right positions to make sure none of the stuff would actually be burned, maybe placed in the right position or whatever you want to call it. Or you have to show them, right? You can't just tell the public the truth, right? So when it comes to these burn bags, in my opinion, is probably one of those things they used to always do. In other words, to get rid of their information, they didn't have the computer systems that we do now. So a lot of it was done by hand, and all of it was printed out, like we did see not too long ago when Doge showed up. Yeah. So it was easy for them to just burn stuff and get rid of stuff. Like, I do remember watching the Batman movies. What happened to the Batman movies is burn everything, get rid of all the information. They put it in an incinerator. That's what they used to do, so that way they didn't get caught. So I think this is part of the showing the people what they used to do. And of course, we're allowing the narrative play out. Oh, we've got 10 whole years. We got 10 years of information on everything they've been doing. We have it all means we have it all. So I think it's a part of the show and letting the public see how they've been doing things all these years, and which is why it's taking so long for everything to happen, because you have to show it all in stages. You can't just let everything happen at one time. You literally melt the public's brain. So. Oh
yeah. Dude, I'm loving this, and I got so many very little interesting clips from today, and I'm sure you noticed the President Trump. Actually, one of them I sent. There may be even more yesterday. What was it? 107, or because I do have it for to show the folks in a little bit, but either 1 minute and 7 second clip or 1 minute 17 second clips Trump's putting out there on Truth Social last night. So thought that was interesting. Where's the other one? I think the other one was at this S. This is why I was kind of putting my cursor on the screen as we were going. Let me see. there was something very interesting here as well.
That is not something I'm going to allow on my watch. But you just have to remember, they built this diseased temple over 20 and 30 years. We've got all the evidence.
This diseased, corrupt temple down on your head. It's going to be biblical. Let me see. Where does this go? Let me see if I can find it. Law abiding. And so, dude, like years ago, I made one of these. Let's see. Here we go. Actually, I'm surprised it popped up on the screen. Here we go. I made this kind of like Trump in that movie here, law abiding citizen.
Yes.
Where he's got John Brennan and one of the other guys behind him. But remember, that was in the drops, and then so he's talking about diseased, corrupt system. Now, where was the other one here? May have been right around here. Let me see.
The Russia collusion story. And our audience wants to know why there's never any accountability. But specifically the question...
Oh, this is it. I asked you.
The question that I asked you was about election integrity and whether or not you have any information to verify what President Trump says all the time, which is the election was rigged. That's what I asked you, Cash.
I'm sorry, Maria, I misheard. Yes. So what we are doing is folding that into our entire conspiracy case, and we will let the prosecution speak for him. But we have the information that backs President Trump's claim. But because it's an ongoing prosecution investigation, I can't get ahead of the DOJ and the president. But President Trump speaks truthfully when he says that, and that's what I've been telling you about. When we find terabytes of data on computers from the last 10 years that we were supposed to find 10 years ago.
Supposed to find 10 years ago. But, dude, why I keyed that part up specifically was, the election? Yeah, we're just going to roll that into the big conspiracy. Wait, what big conspiracy? The big indictment? Is that going to be the what was the name for your decode, the gargantuan decode? I'm going to call it.
The monstrosity.
Yeah, so is this going to be the monstrosity, what do you call it, conspiracy case? Because it seems to me that they're wrapping in all of the Crossfire Hurricane stuff, and then they're going to throw the election into it. It seems to me they're making a case for the fact that, I don't know, most of the government was weaponized against President Trump, and I would say the people that are worrying about, statute of limitations on this is, that's going to be gone away because, it's 5 years and 6 years. And I don't know that there's a statute of limitations on treason, Matrix. I'm just not sure about that.
There is not, actually.
Oh, that's right.
That's one thing. That's one thing we made sure to check and make sure there was no law on. But yeah, when it comes to treason, there is no statute of limitations. So 10 years, 20 years, 50 years, we can still come get you. So, and by the way, just so people understand too, 10 years ago goes back to the 2016 election. Just so everybody out there is fully aware, that's not just the 2020. That goes all the way back to 2016. So 10 years worth of stuff is interesting because technically that's before Trump.
Technically, I mean, dude, I'm loving it. And that's what it would have to be, right? It's this giant conspiracy that they went after him. They weaponized all aspects of the government to go after him, the DOJ, the intelligence, and then as we've discussed last week with Tulsi Gabbard's putting forward Atkinson, even the people that were supposed to be the bumper stops of fraud, right? Like the inspector generals, they were getting in on it. So every aspect of the government was weaponized against him, and not only that, but they tried to cover it up. And then, let's pull in, Mar-a-Lago to that as well, because then they, raided the place. Obviously, they were looking for documents that he had already declassified, I think at least twice at that point. And they were looking for that intelligence community assessment, which is basically what really screws them all, right? Because Obama's connected to that. And as I just previously mentioned, it goes all the way back to, all the way up to the intelligence community inspector general, moving along that whistleblower complaint. And, while it's all a big old gang and the old boys network after President Trump. So, dude, I'm absolutely loving this. And, is it on my time scale as fast as I would have liked? No, but what did it say before? The wheels of justice move slow. When they do move, they move powerfully. and it has to be done right. It has to be done according to the rule of law, right? You cannot. We've seen it too many times, right? These people weasel their way out of all these things because, you know, you mess up one letter on something, right? So they need to make sure everything is nailed down to the friggin' nth degree. But again, dude, I'm very much enjoying, you know, where it is, and I feel like it. Right, what was that post that, you know, my favorite Q post there? It had to be this way, right there.
Yep.
It had to be this way, and I think, you know, as much as we didn't want to have to, you know, expect it to be kind of dragged out a little bit forward, I think, again, it had to be that way. And actually, I got a clip on that one, Matrix, as well. But I don't know if you want to add anything at all to my long-winded rant.
Oh, you're good. Oh, what your favorite drop? I find that funny because actually those are the words I use. You can't tell people the truth; you must show them. It's one of my favorites as well, and that happens to be your pin stuff. That's great.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the one I got. I was lucky enough to whine enough that they'll never cue me. Come on, why am I never gonna get cued? And that was my wonderful one on Father's Day in 2020.
Right.
But yeah, but I'm telling you, that post for me is like so telling because it has a few different things in there. You know, it's not another 4-year election. It had to be this way. Sometimes you can't tell them, you must show them. Only then will they find the will to change. So it's got a couple.
I think that's what we're going through. Like, that's the part about finding the will to change is by them showing us all the crap they've been doing, like the burn bags and going against Trump the whole entire time, being weaponized against him literally the entire time. That's what they're showing everybody right now. That's why I think the Epstein stuff has become so big. Oh, it's just a hoax. Why? To get more people pissed off, get more people talking, and then go, hey, you know what else I'm going to do? I'm going to throw out a picture of a doctor or a magician or a pope that looks like Jesus. Let's see what people think about that. And then people go ham. And it's like the biggest troller you've ever seen. And I think it's so funny because the black pillars are out there going, oh my God, I hate MAGA now. He thinks he's Jesus. It's like, you guys are seriously retarded if y'all have not figured out what is going on by now. It's like, you guys have to figure out he's the biggest troller there has ever been. And he is just screwing with every last one of you.
Yeah. And I love it. You know what I found too is as I look around the landscape of the black pillars and the people that are like, you know, all you people just follow Trump into the, you know, follow him off a bridge and this, that, and the other. And I'm finding it's the people that never really did a lot of the deep investigative work that kind of just skated by, you know, firing up a laptop and you know, having some charisma and, you know, hey guys, you know, BSing folks for years. But not really digging down deep into what's going on. And then when they are presented with a Israel, it's just so easy for them to go, oh, see, Trump's just doing this and that's it. And then you get the blinders on and you start believing that, and then you get your confirmation bias, which starts reinforcing everything that you're saying, and then you're locked into that position. You know what I mean? So it's always the people that just never did the full weight of the investigative work or stopped doing so. You know what I mean? Like somewhere along the way just stopped, you know, looking into it. And I often say, like, you know, how can I find people that are basically reporting what we're reporting in two different areas, but neither of the other two people are looking at the same data set that we're looking at, like the Promethean Action people and then the 2CTV people. Two separate groups of data points that are not pulling anything from our favorite letter and our favorite number, but yet somehow are still seeing the same as what we are seeing. Why can some of these black pillars not see that? And then my answer would be either they're just being paid to do so, or again, like I was previously talking about, you have the blinders on where that's it. I'm stuck in that mode and I just can't get out of it. So unfortunately, it's going to get worse.
There's that. There's also the part where it's not just the black pillars. There's also, like, I'll use the Promethean ladies as the example. They've been covering what they do for 40, 50 years a piece. So they're 40 or 50 years into the research that we'll just use Q. Some of us are 8 years plus into this, like, you know, me and you, we're fully engulfed in this, but we're only 8 years in. We're still trying to figure Q out. So you take these Susan and Barbara from Promethean Action or Updates. They're so far in, they have all this information. They've built the knowledge over the years. They've watched it happen. They know the insides and outs of it. So they are the information givers to this. And only the people that's been doing this for so long and maybe following them or knew about this can give us and help give us this information unless you actually take the time to dig into it yourself. And I've personally been showing those ladies for not quite a whole year maybe, but close to it. I've learned so much from them that I had no clue about. I literally didn't know what Lloyd's of London was. So suddenly they brought it up. I'm like, wait, what? Like, I don't know any of this stuff. Like, I'm learning like everybody else. Yeah,
Yeah.
we're good at Q stuff. We know certain things, but there are so many aspects that we have no idea about that I would never know if it wasn't for other diggers. So, thanks to those ladies, I've learned a ton about this stuff.
Exactly. And one of the things that I've learned from them, like you said, you learned a little bit. One of the things that they reference a lot, and I think it would do good people to go over to the site and check it out, is Chatham House, right? That's their talking head over there in the UK. And they had one the other day that was talking about how, like, we're not really ready for war, and talking about the UK, like they're not ready for war because they haven't done anything themselves for decades, and so they don't have a war-like posture and whatnot. So, but
Is that our problem?
yeah, exactly. But and dude, and I am so interested to see what's going to happen if air quotes King and end air quotes Charles shows up. He's supposed to come like next week or something like that, right? And dude, what is he coming here for? Oh, he's going to help us celebrate the 250th anniversary of our country. Yay. Wait, what are we celebrating? That we escaped him or his country's diabolical taxes of 2% or 3%?
Ah, man, I'm telling you, the timing of it's crazy.
Right?
Like, he's going to be, okay, so I don't know if you know this, but Barack Obama's fake birthday is August 4th, which is when everybody thinks they know. August 4th, 1961, I think is his fake birthday. His actual real birthday is, if I'm correct, I think it's April 29th. No, his fake birthday, yeah, of 61. So his real birthday is April 29th of 59, I think it is. I could be wrong on the year, but it's April 29th. And if I'm right, the king and queen are supposed to be in town right leading up to his real birthday. And then, of course, if you look in the drops, the Pope will be having a terrible May. We see Trump and the Pope going at it, especially with the whole Jesus thing that he did up to make everybody freak out. Now he's talking about the war and whatnot. So you see how things are kind of culminating. The king and queen are coming in right around Obama's real birthday. We've been getting nothing but Obama comms like crazy. And then also with the king rolling in, the Pope terrible May's. Everything is coming together so immaculately. I'm just like excited about all this. Like I'm seeing stuff I want to happen. I'm just hoping it does.
No kidding. And I got to get this one out because this was just funny. This is just on a side note. And I'm telling you, I legitimately was thinking exactly what this first comment that I'll read you in 1 second is.
Yeah, go to church, find Jesus. Like, I mean, why is everybody so horny here?
Why is everybody so horny here? So my first thought goes to, wait, wasn't she being all extra horny with some Democrat in a movie theater? And the first comment is, what about Bober in a movie theaters? Does she need Christ there? She has a video being horny in public.
Yeah, not only that, when I remember when she first came out, and I saw everybody saying it, so I don't feel bad bringing it up, but everybody's like, why does she look like a porn star? Like, that's what everybody was saying when she first came out. I'm like, what? And so, like, they're like, oh, she's like a school teacher lady. I'm like, oh my God, y'all are retarded. And then she does the movie theater thing, and now when somebody else does it, she's like, oh, you need Jesus. This is central casting. It's central casting.
Let me see if I can find this. You'll love this one. And I've shown this before, and again, I don't know it to be 100% true or not. Let me see if I can find. Is this the one? So you've seen, and maybe we've even talked about it on this one, but like the Explore Talent idea that they have a bunch of these, influencers that are, let me see, maybe is it in here? Let's see. So they had one of like Scott Pressler, Candace Owens, Melissa Carone, all these different people, but younger, and they're on like a website, and they say that they are basically to do this website called Explore Talent, and they're basically actors and actresses that kind of are doing their role now. And of course, I can't find it. But she was one of them.
Like kind of like the 60,000 man army for kids, like the old Disney people. Like those kind of people, like they're set up for life. Basically, they're born into being in the, whether it's white or black hat, we don't know, but the influencer army.
Oh wow,
that's what? That's wild. I mean, think about it though. I mean, I'll look at Charlie Kirk. He was born into it. it's like, if you look at his story, it's like he was placed just to be the turning point guy who also had an address of 217.5 and Q in the window. And I mean, it's just weird how all that comes together so perfect. So then you get these little kids like Britney Spears, Justin Timberlake, and all the other ones that we see are bad. Katy Perry, they're all Disney people. They come from the other side of the aisle. So,
God, it's bad. So this one, all right. So this one, and so this is the one that they were calling the drunk lady at. If you remember the girl from Michigan. She just doesn't really look like this, but she was the one that they kept saying was drunk, that was testifying or whatever. And this person put, oh, it's actually, Boebert or whatever, but it was wrong. But apparently this is Boebert years ago. And there's another picture of her with I think no, she doesn't have glasses on it, but she got a big tattoo of like a cross on her back. So I don't know if that's really her or not, if it's real or whatever, but
well,
yeah.
It reminded me of something though. Go back. You already clicked away. You know how they changed her hair and everything else?
Oh,
what it reminds me of is Kristi Noem, the way they changed her up so much that you couldn't recognize her. And I think that's what they do with these central casting people though. You have to change them enough to where they, how do I say this? Like they are going to be like a different person, but they're at the same time, they're not. But they're going out there to play a completely different person. Because like I saw pictures of Kristi Noem before and after. I'm like, what the frick? Yeah, there she is with the short hair in the middle. The one in the middle, she looks like Tucker Carlson as a tranny, bro.
Dude, the one up in the middle top. She looks like she could be like Tucker's sister.
I'm telling you, man. Like, and here's the thing is, she doesn't like when she had her long hair. To me, she didn't look that way because, like, with her longer hair, she looked good. But when I look at this, I'm like, why does she look like Tucker Carlson in drag? Like, straight up.
She look like a dude.
I mean,
yeah. Look at the.
Then look at her husband, though. But look at her husband. Her husband turns out to like big boobs, and he's a bimbo. So I mean,
he likes big boobs, and he cannot lie. He likes to wear them though.
Yeah, look at those next to each other. The one your mouse is on and the one to the left of it. Like those look crazy different.
Yeah, I mean, to me too. Like I've never been a fan, never been a fan of women with short hair. And it just looks so much better longer. Like I mean, that's a case in point right there.
And I had a chick, my last chick. She liked the short hair because she didn't like having long hair. So I did both with her. Like I said, I really took a lot out of me to say, okay, go ahead and cut your hair. That was the worst freaking decision I've ever made. I was like, that was so bad. And I had to sit there for like 2 years sitting there going, you look great, babe. No, you don't. No. Oh, it looks great. But I get it. But here's the thing. I grew my hair long. When I moved back here to St. Louis, I let my hair grow for 4+ years. My hair was almost to my ass. Damn. I fully understand now why women and anybody with long hair doesn't like it because it drove me crazy. So I fully get it. But at the same time, if you're a woman, probably not going to look too good with short hair. So
interesting. Is that post from Real Paulina Luna real yesterday? Did she tell people to read the Book of Enoch? Or is that fake news?
Oh, wow. I didn't hear about that, but based on my show last night, that's crazy. If you want to pull that up, is it real?
Real, what is it? Paulina?
Paulina Luna.
Oh, that's right. I got to put the Anna part. Real. And I could actually spell real right. And
real quick. I will say this out loud for everybody. For anybody, people in my chat are talking about it. Anybody that just so happens to want to have their brain broken. Last night I did a show that's very unusual. We cover some things that will, let's just say this: control your emotions, bring a tinfoil hat suit, and come fully prepared to have your emotions toyed with. But last night I did a show that went into the Templars and the Jesus story, and it got heavy last night. And everybody in chat's talking about how incredible it was, and I'm blown away by that because I went into last night's show expecting to lose some of my followers, and it turned out to be one of my favorite shows, actually. So Anybody that missed out last night, please go check out last night's show on both Rumble and Pill.net. You guys will have your minds blown by the information that I've been I finally put together, I put 9 hours plus of interviews into my head times 2, and then brought them forward for everybody. And holy crap, that's all I can say. So thank you guys in the chat for all the comments. I am trying to stay with the chat as far as reading it goes. And yeah, last night was pretty wild. And thank you guys for that. Last night was insane. So
Heck yeah. Interesting. Very interesting. I like that stuff. President Trump is also reposting today, or was it last night? I don't know. You ever notice when you go to True Socials, a lot of times you'll see like 2 of them in a row.
I do, yes.
And I don't know if it's a repost, but he's reposting Trust Trump, and then so it's a repost there. But this is remember when these talking heads told you the election was stolen, Like, yeah. All right, so let me pull up my link so I don't have to keep sitting here scrolling. Keep scrolling. Yeah, it's kind of dreary here today. It's like overcast, and it's gonna be stormy apparently. So
yeah, that when you lost your power, I went and looked up your weather real quick, and I saw you had storms your way. I was like, oh, you must have just lost power for that. But no,
storm is upon us.
Turns out not. Right?
Wait, where the heck did it go here? Hold on one second.
Well, while you're searching, everybody out there, smack that red pill, smack that thumbs up, or whatever that positive affirmation button is for you guys out there. I know we're on 2 separate channels and probably on like 5 different streaming sites, but it's all good. Head on to both channels, hit that like button or whatever positive affirmation is. And we thank you guys very much in advance.
Ooh, smack it. Actually, yeah, I was going to play this one. I forgot. And then I'm going to play the one from last night. But again, he posted this out.
Breaking tonight, a Fox News exclusive. We have new information that appears to directly contradict the Biden administration's insistence it had nothing to do with the Justice Department investigations into then former President Trump's alleged retention of classified material and the subsequent raid on his Mar-a-Lago home. Correspondent David Spunt has details tonight. Good evening, David.
Brett, good evening to you. These emails obtained by Fox News paint a different picture of the relationship between the Biden White House.
Dude, this one, I don't know if you've seen the content of what they're talking about in the email, but it is so damning for the people that will tell you that Joe Biden's running the show here. This is crazy. Loving this.
And the Biden Justice Department. These 2 offices made it clear at the time, at least publicly, they were not connected and stayed away from any political interference. However, new emails obtained by Fox News from May 2022, 3 months before Mar-a-Lago was raided by the FBI, illustrates coordination between the White House counsel's office and the DOJ regarding an interview of Walt Nauta. Now, remember, Walt Nauta is a current White House aide to President Trump, who was then former President Trump aide in Florida. Nauta was later charged alongside Trump by special counsel Jack Smith. The May 10th, 2022 email reads in part, coordination with DOJ and White House counsel are in work to start the process to confirm and interview current administration employee Walt Nauta. This event is dependent upon the timeline of President Biden's brief decision and coordination between White House counsel and DOJ, and in turn, Evan Corcoran's position on the override of privilege assertion and whether or not he seeks an injunction to prevent access. That was written by an FBI agent, and Evan Corcoran, of course, one of Trump's lawyers at the time. This coming August, Brett, will mark 4 years since FBI agents raided Mar-a-Lago. A few days after that, then Attorney General Merrick Garland said this.
I personally approved the decision to seek a search warrant in this matter. Second, the department does not take such a decision lightly.
And we're getting new reaction to these emails. Judiciary Chairman Jim Jordan in the House says in part, it's always worse than we thought. These newly released documents confirm that the Biden DOJ's raid on Mar-a-Lago was politically motivated. We're also hearing from Attorney General Pam Bondi. AG Bondi says the more we learn about.
So, dude, he keeps posting this stuff out, right? And clearly we know it was a top to bottom, situation here. Obama was basically pushing all this stuff as we go here. But, dude, I just find it so interesting that he's reposting this, and then the repeats are necessary. But it's also to remind folks, that they raided an ex-president, air quotes, ex-president's residence, looking for documents that would be bad for them. And then what did they do? They staged the scene with the photos. Remember, they put all those little red classified things in there to make it look, like it was a bunch of hoopla. And so not only that, but they raided his place, went and stole documents or took documents, and they had him indicted how many times, dude? I mean, it was just getting out of control to the point where it was so much that, like, when they indicted him in Georgia, it was like most of the country sat up and was like, yeah, that's enough. Like, we've had enough. Like, you've indicted this guy so many times. And that was the pressure of them doing it too much, in my opinion, was them pushing it just a little too far. And that last indictment in Georgia really, I think, woke up a lot of people who feel the same way. Like, hey, I've been pressured or I've been charged with this or that. So I'm absolutely loving the replays as necessary. Are you muted?
Oh, yeah. I'm thinking, though, so 100% agree with you, but I'm of course, me being me, I'm going to go a slightly different route, because what you just did was you reminded me of one little thing. So when first this came on, the timestamp they bring it up is 6:34, which is over to 5:34 as they're talking about Trump. So that's 17:34. They're putting this information out. Interesting sets of numbers. Also, the Mar-a-Lago raid was on the date of 8/8 of 22, 8822. Those are the license plate numbers to the beast minus the zeros in the middle. That's some interesting stuff there. There's combinations I can go with. I'm going to try and leave out of it though, so I don't squirrel too bad. But the timing also of all this is so interesting, because he gets raided on the 8th, and then you showed Merrick Garland comes out on the 11th saying that he's the one that put all that out, and he's the one that said he was, what do you say? He made the decision or whatever. So what you said in the start of it was Biden really in charge? Well, no, of course not. So again, this goes back to how my brain works is I think this is 100% of the narrative, the setup. Of course, you have Merrick Garland overstepping his bounds, basically for overstepping his bounds to a guy that wasn't really there in the first place. Now, the dating of it is where I find it to be amazing, which is where I was kind of going with it. So he gets rated on 8/8, which 88 miles an hour, your DeLorean, your Back to the Future, getting rated stuff. So you have a Back to the Future link inside of this too. But the date in which Merrick Garland comes out and says that he is the one that did it. So if you go back, that's 2022, he said that. So this will be 2-year deltas to what I'm saying. In 2020, on August 10th, we had the Space Force Doctrine signed. On August 11th, the very next day, Kamala Harris was placed in as Joe Biden's running mate. The very next day, on August 12th of 2020, since Ronald Reagan was born, it was exactly 40,000 days. So how I've always looked at this since then is Capstone Doctrine signed, the Queen final piece of the puzzle was placed in for Joe Biden, and the next day we reached 40,000 feet of cruising altitude. Now the movie can officially start. Then, based on what I just said, that middle day where Kamala was placed in was a 2-year delta to when Merrick Garland comes out and says, oh, yeah, that was me. So I'm seeing 2 years deltas to other things I've already been doing for the last 6 years and seeing and putting together in my head. So to me, it also aligns for different reasons other than repeats necessary and we got to get the information back out. To me, there's more delta hits and different symbols that I can kind of combine into all of it when he does this kind of stuff. And I double checked it too. Since Mar-a-Lago's raid, it's been 1,350 days until he put this back out. The drop didn't give me too much, but I'm already digging on it because now, again, repeats necessary. You're reminding me. So now I'm looking a little deeper into it, but I see it for different reasons than you. You see the technical reasons. I see the numbers situation. So
love it. Love it. Love it. And let me see. I'm trying to show vegetable. There was a very interesting vegetable right here. You're gonna love this, dude.
Vegetable.
The
way you're saying
vegetable. Let's go with vegetables, or let's just say a slower-minded person. You might know who I'm talking about here. You just might know who I'm talking about. Ready? Listen to this. This is great. Here's the emails I thought the last video had entailed into it. I was wrong. It's this one.
A short while ago, Just the News obtained this email. This is a very important email. It comes from the former CIA director, Mike Morrell. Yes, the guy that organized that letter from the 51 intelligence professionals who tried to fake you into thinking that the Hunter Biden laptop was Russian disinformation when it wasn't. It is between him and John Brennan, one of the signatories. You know who John Brennan is? He was Obama's CIA director, right? He's the guy that told Obama, hey, Hillary Clinton is doing a dirty trick on Donald Trump called Russia collusion. Well, this is just before the presidential debate between Donald Trump and Joe Biden. Hunter Biden's laptop is flinging out.
Sorry, I can't even help myself. I have to have you pause it already.
Oh, you're good.
Look at your timestamp at the top left-hand corner. John
Ding,
Brennan, October 19th, 2020 at 9:47 a.m. I saw those numbers. I instantly had to stop it. So we got comms directly from Trump. Dude 44, when he gave us the Dude 44 comm. He gave us the call sign Dude 44, and then he gave us hitting Iran at what he say? He goes, "What do you think I'm gonna do? Tell you guys what we're gonna?" Oh yeah, tomorrow morning we're gonna hit him at 9:47 in the morning. Well, on my screen, I'm just gonna pull it over to my. Oh, there you go. You got it. There you go. There's 9:47. Iran next. RT days after. RT Kenya, who's the Dude 44? Obama, who's going to claim Kenyan citizenship when that time comes. No coincidences. Track important Muslim Brotherhood. Boom. He just gave us that not long ago. The second I saw that timestamp, it had to link up to it. I'm sorry.
Interesting. And remember, John Brennan is Mr. Muzzy, Mr. Muslim
Yes,
as well.
sir.
Just like
Muslim Brotherhood.
Yeah, just like Obama there. So yeah, that's definitely worth it, and it's gonna be interesting to watch this stuff play out. But this gets even more interesting if I'm not mistaken. Here, watch this. Ding.
This is what Mike Morrell, former CIA director, tells his successor, John Brennan. Hey, sign this letter because I'm, quote, trying to give the campaign, particularly during the debate on Thursday, a talking point to push back on Trump on this issue. A man with a security clearance, a man with the title of CIA director, knew that he wasn't creating an intelligence product, a mere civic duty with 51 people. He was trying to create a political moment. Damning evidence. We'll try to find out if Congress has this letter, but this is a very important piece. It is the ultimate proof that what went out on that letter was a political dirty trick coordinated with the Biden campaign.
With the Biden campaign. How come it didn't show it up on here? Didn't show the actual email in here. Add your name. We're burying Hunter Biden's laptop to save the vegetable. He did, in the email, it was talking about a vegetable. I don't think he showed it on this one, but it literally called him the vegetable.
Tried to fake you into
Whoops.
I mean, that makes sense.
I mean, they all knew that it was a vegetable. But this is, dude, it's all encompassing, right? And then all this stuff, because where are they now? Just like you mentioned, 947, Iran. And again, I believe it to be more about the world relationships versus, say, England. Oh, I don't know. And I'm gonna be super excited to see what happens when the old king comes back to help us celebrate us escaping his country. So again, I just find it super duper weird, bro. Like super weird.
Yeah. I'll give you one little thing that I think there's a 0% chance this happens, but here's a major what if. What if the king came in and one of two things, either he somehow croaks on our soil or he's the first big arrest? Wouldn't that be fun? And again, no, I don't think it'll happen, but just the thought process, like, man, what could happen? What could happen? No, that won't happen. But I think this is part of the show. Again, I mean, what are the odds that we have the king coming in to celebrate our country that while we're putting them down in their grave?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's the ultimate FU, right?
Oh, big time. So let's see. What's an investigation? And I'm just going to put this out there for any folks that would like to see anything that happened over the last, 8 years. People that maybe you think are not being looked at right now for investigation. That, this guy should be investigated or he should be in jail because of A, B, and C. Any people that you can think of like that right now that you would like to see investigated that have not been? I have just that one for you, Bo. Yeah, if you got any thoughts.
I mean, my first person I'm going to think of is somebody that, again, I believe's already been taken care of and taken out. But for the narrative, one that everybody's going to remember would probably Dr. Fauci. But I think he's already being somewhat investigated. But I think he's already gone.
What a coinky dink.
Oh, no way. Is that seriously?
You were to mention that. So this is Dr. Nicholas Hulcher. He's the guy that kind of talks slow, but he's super smart epidemiologist at McCullough Foundation. So he says criminal referral requests have been filed against Anthony Fauci and top COVID officials in 7 states accused of murder, terrorism, racketeering, fraud, abuse, and more. 2 county-level criminal investigations are currently underway. Named individuals: Fauci, Francis Collins, Deborah Birx, Rochelle Walensky, Stephen Hahn, Dr. Cliff Lane, Robert Redfield, Dr. Peter Daszak, Ralph Barrick, Rick Bright, Janet Woodcock, Dr. Peter Hotez. Alleged crimes: murder, involuntary manslaughter, negligent homicide, assault, abuse, coercion, reckless endangerment, kidnapping, forced labor, terrorism, racketeering, operating a corrupt organization. What's that usually? Operating a corrupt organization. There's another word for that, isn't there usually? Starts with Richard Rico, I believe. Referrals were filed by Vyers Law Group and are backed by detailed evidence, including testimony from hundreds of victims and families. They said that lethal hospital protocols, the denial of life-saving treatments, and systemic medical coercion led to widespread injury and death. It says, I'm joined by the 2 fearless attorneys who filed criminal referrals in 7 states, triggering active criminal investigations into top COVID officials for murder, terrorism, racketeering. So they're actually talking about it here. So if
I
you guys want to
listen, I didn't know anything about that. That was purely my own guess of Fauci would be my first thought, and I was right. I did not know that.
That would be lovely, right? And so I'm gonna put this. I'll put this in the Zoom chat for you in case you want to watch this or listen to it later. But here is that, and I'm going to put it into the chat for the folks as well. Here we go over to, whoops, excuse me.
Link in my chats as well.
Yeah, over to YouTube and excuse me, Rumble there, and then let me get it over to the folks over here at Pilled. How's everybody doing over here on Pilled? And so yeah, he's going to be talking about all that. It's a thefocalpoints.com link, and I'm putting that in the chat right now. Ooh, yeah, Reason 8432 on Pilled says, all caps, Adam Schiff. And then Bourdain did not kill himself. He knew too much, right, Adam Schiff?
I do like the Adam Schiff one as well. But here's how I'd see it too. Adam Schiff might be a really evil person, but remember Fauci did the AIDS epidemic. He also did the COVID thing. So Fauci is so much more evil than most of the people out there that I just think Fauci has to be one of the top of the list, even though, again, my own personal opinion, I think he's already been dead and gone and replaced, and we're just getting the narrative played out. So
very, very possible. It's very possible. And then they're also setting up, the big UFO stuff and all that crap. I got an interesting one for you, perhaps. This is going to take us down maybe a little. Let me make sure here. You know what? Let's do a little bit of this quick here first. This was before I turned the live on. This was the latest from President Trump. This was 8:10 this morning, so we're dealing with maybe
glad you got to this.
Yeah, 8 hours ago. Excuse me. President Trump says, Iran decided to fire bullets yesterday in the Strait of Hormuz, a total violation of our ceasefire agreement. Many of them were aimed at a French ship and a freighter from the United Kingdom. That wasn't nice, was it? My representatives are going to Islamabad, Pakistan. They'll be there tomorrow evening for negotiations. Iran recently announced that they were closing the strait, which is strange because our blockade has already closed it. They're helping us without knowing, and they are the ones who that lose with the closed passage. $500 million a day. The United States loses nothing. In fact, many ships are headed right now to the U.S., Texas, Louisiana, Alaska, to load up. Compliments of the IRGC. Always wanting to be, quote, the tough guy. We're offering a very fair and reasonable deal, and I hope they take it because if they don't, the United States is going to knock out every single power plant, every single bridge in Iran. No more Mr. Nice Guy. They'll come down fast. They'll come down easy. And if they don't take the deal, it will be my honor to do what has to be done which should have been done to Iran by other presidents for the last 47 years. It's time for the Iran killing machine to end. President Donald J. Trump, thank you for your attention to this matter. And dude, I love it.
Wow. So two things.
Mhm.
I'll point out for my own things. 500 and then 810. What did I just bring up for a date? 810, August 10th. And he posted at 810 this morning. I did not put those two things together.
Huh.
So 810 was your capstone doctrine. 811, you had Merrick Garland and Kamala Harris, both. And then, of course, 812 was 40,000 feet. We post this at 810. There goes my first date. Next thing up is $500 million. Drop 500. While you're reading, I pulled it over and put it next to it. DEFCON 1, 41020. Fire and Fury. 500 for the $500 million in the middle.
Okay, 500. Cool.
Yep. Bingo. January 7, 2018. DEFCON 1, 41020. There's our DJT. Fire and Fury, which is what he is referring to. If, we got to go over there and do stuff. 9 states of class ready, go live. There's also a go code built in. 34 commands, live codes, command action. He's talking that now. Non-nuclear, 1 owl 1. 34.
He did 34 the other day again, too. Because I remember there was something in his post. I mean, he's been doing it quite a bit, to be honest with you. And then for everybody to remember what post 34 is.
Clearance, baby.
Yeah, when over the course of the next several days, you'll realize we're taking back our great country. Because it's going to need to come to a crescendo at a certain point, right? Like, they're going to need to see something. And then to have Cash come out and say, might see something this week. And then, didn't he say that? I think,
that or close to, real soon at least.
See right here.
The last 10 years that we were supposed to find 10 years ago, that's what it took. It took his reelection. It took this FBI to go in there and find it. And it takes a long time to get through that material. But I would say stay tuned this week. You might see a thing or two.
All right.
Okay, yes, he did say this week.
Might see a thing or two, dude. Might see a thing or two. And then again, President Trump here, and I was talking to a friend of mine the other day, and I was trying to, say, listen, like, why are people fact-checking President Trump on certain things, right? Like, we're told that he doesn't lie to us, right? Which, will he say something like, while they're having negotiations when maybe they're not? Sure, right? And then I go over and I listen to a little of that guy, 2CTV, because remember, he grew up in Iran till he was like 13 or 14 and moved out, still has family there. But they're, again, starting to see the same type of stuff that we're seeing. And so it's basically, it's backing it up on all different sides of things. And so what he's saying is that the fact that President Trump, remember last week when he came out and he was like, they have a 7-point, or we had a 7-point, and they have a 10-point peace plan, or whatever the case may have been. And then people are like, "Oh, that's bullshit. Nobody, he's not negotiating with anybody." And then I listened to Mr. Tusi there, and he says, "Oh, yeah, Trump may have been fibbing there, but what happened is now we have a bunch of people on the IRGC. You have like the hardliners versus the regular ones that are like fighting because certain ones that are in there want to make a peace deal, but the hardliners do not want to make a peace deal. So then you're having a fracturing on the inside. And then all the while we have people going, oh no, there's nobody negotiating. Trump's lying. He's screwing us." And it's like, maybe he's doing this for other reasons, like, to fracture the internals of the IRGC. And so, I go back to my previous statements before is I don't feel he's done a damn thing in the last 8 years that deserves or warrants the amount of people that tucked tail and ran off on President Trump and just follow the low-hanging fruit of, he's doing what Bibi wants. Is Bibi even friggin' alive? Do we have any proof of life of this guy after February 11th of this year? Because I still, dude, I'm holding to my guns. I don't think, like we talked about before, I don't think he was actually even at the White House in February 11th when they said he was there.
No, I'm 100% with you. As far as Iran, and like mis and disinformation is necessary. So when Trump throws anything out there that is quote unquote wrong, it's misdirection. He's throwing like, hey, look over here while we're doing stuff over here. And I didn't go into this deep because it was, I think, yesterday, the day before. I saw, what was it? Netanyahu was surprised because Trump suddenly threw a truth out telling he better not attack Lebanon. And he was like, wait, what? Like, really? So you're not going to sit there and talk to a world leader. You're going to go on Truth Social and write something and expect another world leader to see that and stop bombing them. Like, none of that truly makes any sense. It's like, if I'm the leader of the world and Netanyahu sitting over there doing stuff I don't want him to do, instead of being like, all right, I'm going to punk this dude, I'm going to hop on Truth Social and just hope he sees it. Like, think logically, everybody. Does that make any sense? No,
Nope.
It doesn't at all. That's not how a world leader would actually do it. Now, he does do it to troll and to get all of us riled up and to get us to see what's going on, but that is not how things really work. He is not going to sit there and try and tell somebody what to do just by going, oh, I'm just going to put a Truth Social post out. Like, that doesn't make sense. It doesn't.
I love it. And this is, I mean, look, here in my humblest of opinions is where you may see a fracture, and maybe this will be the one time in the history of the world where they actually listened and didn't try to throw a big turd in the punch bowl. But right here, the USA will get all nuclear dust created by our great B-2 bombers. No money will exchange hands in any way, shape, or form. This deal is in no way subject to Lebanon either, but the USA will separately work with Lebanon and deal with Hezbollah situation in a appropriate manner. Israel will not be bombing Lebanon any longer. They are prohibited from doing so by the USA. Enough is enough. Thank you, President DJT. Dude, where have you ever seen a president talk like that? And then, and again, who knows if they're going to try to do the old turd in the punch bowl, but they're telling Israel like you mentioned, the world stage, he's putting it on his post. That's his pulpit to get information out. Israel is not going to be bombing Lebanon any longer. They're prohibited from doing so. Enough is enough. Dude, I'm loving that. On the 17th at 9:57. So I didn't have to even bother with that one, but go ahead.
Yeah, I'm looking through the drops right now. I'm looking at Enough is Enough. There's 7 drops with Enough is Enough. I'm looking at those currently. It starts at 9:30, 9:31, and 10:10. So I don't have an Israel combo for that, but the word dust he used, and that is interesting. There's 8 drops with dust. Really? One of them is the Heidi Fleisch drop, 392. One of them is the 2305 John Perry Barlow. One of my favorite drops says, "In the end, you'll be shocked to learn what you've essentially witnessed." I'm working my way down here as I'm looking here. They got Trump with all the guns around him. So there's a handful of good ones there as well. So there's a combo here. Now, the Heidi Fleisch book, does that one bring up Israel? Because I know it brings up Chuck Schumer, and Chuck Schumer got paid $3.5 million from Israel, but I don't know if that's in this drop. No, it doesn't look like it. So I'm trying to see if there's a connection with any Israel specific with what the words he used, but so far, no.
And Chuck Schumer is a Palestinian now, apparently. Time to dust off the old Heidi Fleiss Black Book, but that's December 2017. Diana Jenkins. What comes is no surprise. Fleiss, hookers, Madame. Let's see. Madonna, Catholic. Okay, not Jewish, Catholic. I wouldn't doubt it though if it has some connection in here to all this stuff. But
well, I just checked. None of the dust drops or Enough is Enough have Israel specific. But now you're looking at Chuck Schumer right there, and there is a drop that says Chuck Schumer $3.5 million from Israel. So there is a technical connection.
Hollywood Madame, CIA asset, occult practitioner. Huh. Wow. Are we going back to the Black Book and the phone records that never got revealed?
Wait, with the occult practitioners, that goes back to all the wife comms I've been getting for the last, what are we on for 19 days since the start of this month? We've been getting wife comms out the butt, and it's like high priestess cult comms.
Oh wow, that's been it, dude. And dude, I'm gonna go to my grave on on the fact of there is not a fighter pilot or person in our military that is named Dude 44. I'm going to go to the grave with that one, right? Maverick, Iceman, Rooster. Hey, Dude 44, I got a guy on my left wing. Can you help me out, Dude 44? Nah, it doesn't pass the smell test, dude.
No, it doesn't. It really does not.
Dude,
and all the things that I personally, and then others too, it's not just me, but all the things that I've connected and others have with that thing, that was 110% a comm. There was no other way around that, because there's too many things they did around that just hit all Obama stuff, everything.
Mm-hmm. This is it right here. Well, this is 3 minutes, but scored total vindication of the deep state. So the files that she released last week were about that Inspector General Atkinson and how he furthered the Charmello whistleblower speech, dude. So it's not going away, dude. It's all seeming to come back. And directed his team to leak classified intelligence to smear President Trump. Same guy who pushed the Russia hoax for years, wasted millions, and tried to undermine an election. We're still waiting on his arrest. President Trump is posting that. I mean, dude, they did so much dirty crap to this guy throughout the years. It's not even funny. Remember, he read that the phone call, but it was like his version of the phone call that was completely fake. I mean, the fact that he got to do that is just ridiculous. And again, at the end of the day, we have proof that, from the conversations that were recorded by NABU and NABU leaks with Joe Biden and Petro Poroshenko, the former president of Ukraine at the time, who legitimately said there was nothing that prosecutor did wrong. We don't have anything that he did wrong, but I still asked him, because you wanted me to, Joe, asked him for his resignation. And, dude, it's clear as day. And we know the guy did nothing. And that's what they were trying to say for years. Oh, well, they wanted to fire that prosecutor because he was corrupt. And they said, remember, Rudy went over there and met the guy and said, this guy, if this guy's corrupt, he's doing it the wrong way, because he lives in a very meager house and doesn't have a nice car and doesn't have nice anything. So, where's all that corruption money going? So I'm loving this.
Real quick, thank you. Frank from the NPC show, thank you very much for rating us over on the Pilt side and welcoming everybody that's hopping on in. Please smack that red pill and or that thumbs up, depending on which side you guys are on.
Yes, sir. Oh, here. Is this finally the one? 117.
Short while ago.
So here's John Solomon again, which you probably played this one 3 times this week. Keep getting the replays.
Oh, it's worth it, though. It's worth it. So
this one, I believe they actually referenced the email, but again, it's cited in this post. Here we go. Let's see if they actually say it on the stream.
A short while ago, Just the News obtained this email. This is a very important email. It comes from the former CIA director, Mike Morrell. Yes, the guy that organized that letter from the 51 intelligence professionals who tried to fake you into thinking that the Hunter Biden laptop was Russian.
I'm just trying to see if it's actually in this one here, because it literally talks about vegetable.
Yeah, I want to see the vegetable thing. That's hilarious.
Oh God, where the hell is pushback on his issue, particularly? See, and they keep citing this right here. Add into your name, we're burying Hunter's laptop to save the vegetable Biden.
Real quick, that what you just showed too. I pulled the number out of it, which was 947. Mm-hmm. The date in it is October 19th. There's only one drop on October 19th. It's the one with the AC-130 gunship video. Then it just says "buckle up."
Ooh.
So just want to throw that out there. Yeah, that dated for that John Brennan thing hits on one drop that says "buckle up."
I remember that one. That's for sure.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yep.
So, all right, one more cool one, and then we'll get into some other weird, cool stuff here. I thought this was cool. We talked about this really quickly. So, on the right side here, if you see, there was a shooter that came into the school, and this principal is a hero. He literally dove on the guy here. So we'll just watch the right side for now, and then I'll run you guys to the left. So stop the shooter, and then he became prom king. Yay! Isn't that cool, though? All the kids named him prom king.
No, I think that's the coolest thing. There's only one single issue, which I do think is just funny, that when he first walked out and I saw this video, I actually thought I was seeing Tim Walz walk out with all these little girls. I'm like, what am I seeing? Oh, okay.
Right? I'm like, oh, no.
Yeah, but the story itself is incredible. I'm like so happy this happened on video. People actually got to see it, and that this is happening for them. And here's the thing: is how often do we actually get to see somebody stop a shooting? It's rare we get to see it on the news and anything like that. Because anytime it happens, what do they do with it? They bury it.
He does look like Waltz, dude. It's so.
I know.
It so looks like Waltz. It's not even funny.
I thought it was Waltz coming out when I first saw it. I'm like, what am I seeing here?
Like this guy's over here trying to rape a man on the couch over here, but no, I mean that's super good.
I'm so mad. What are they doing? They just made him a king. I thought it was no kings, everybody.
No kings. Well, when you get a principal like that, I'm guessing that's going to be in a place that would not have a no kings rally. You know, that would be my guess. I don't know.
Susie Q says, is this real, though? Now, I was going to say that, too. If this is real, now, this could be a situation where, yes, it was set up in order to have a situation like this, but there are real-life situations that do happen that actually do hit the news that are actually real and good. So why don't we just take this as a win? How about that? That's how I look at it.
Yeah, absolutely. Cyrus the Great 87 dropped a dollar holla rumble rant. Says Trump uses what some call and maybe you know about this, Matrix. He says a quote Kansas City shuffle where everyone looks left and he goes right. and then yeah, from time to time and thank you for that, Cyrus the Great. And for time to time he puts a laser pointer on other things as well. You know, find it to be very interesting. Very interesting.
The shuffle, the Casey shuffle, that's just the simple thing I said earlier. It's another way of saying, look here while we're over here, basically. Just it's the same thing, distraction. And wow, really good compliment or comment from Extra Alien. Principal to king, principal to king. You went from a prince to a king. I like that. That's interesting.
And this one, you know, I gotta add it's probably somebody crazy here, but just wanted everybody out there to know that just remember, no matter how bad your day is going, it can always get worse. Come on, where'd you go? Oh, you come on. Where the hell did my link go? Dude, I just tried to drag a link over, and it literally disappeared. Did it go under here? Oh god, now my screen's doing that stupid thing again where it won't let me click on anything on the friggin' monitor. Oh god. I'm telling you.
Control-Alt-Delete. Control-Alt-Delete for half a second.
Yeah, no, I'm telling you, this thing is friggin' it's got a spirit in there or something. Black screen for a second, and that will work. It usually does. Yeah, thank you there.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's I'm telling you, and from time to time, people probably think I'm like making it up, but like there's no need for me whatsoever to change my microphone. And from time to time, it'll say, "Oh, we're going to turn that microphone on and then put this one on."
No, it does. No, it does that to me too. It literally does that to me too. And it's like some people are like, "Why do you sound so weird?" I'm like, "I'm right in the mic. How can you not hear me?" It'll switch to my headphone mic. I'm like, "What the hell?" Like, I don't ever use my headphone mic, but my OBS says, "Yes, you are."
Okay, I got the link again. I lost it and then I got it again, so I had to re-enter it here. Here we go. Again, so this is, remember, your day can get worse. Unreal. Crazed man jumps on a driver's hood in Houston's Galleria area, drops his pants, starts touching himself while holding a gun to his head. We can't live like this. So yeah.
Why don't you hit the gas and flip him off your car and then hit reverse and run him over?
This guy's probably got his camera out. Nice, I like that. Like, what in the world is your glitch? Clearly, you got to be on some sort of hardcore drugs to be doing something like that. And I don't know if we need to see the side view of that one. But this person's like recording everything.
For words. I'm at a loss for words.
All right, so yeah, that was that, guys.
That's a first. I've never ever seen that before. What is going on?
Okay, Susie, let me get over there. All right, let's pop this one in because we talked about this a little bit last week, but I would love to hear. Let me see, where is it? Okay. Yeah, this one. I can cover a couple different ones. So, President Trump, and I thought this was funny.
We all respect Joe, and a little bit more liberal than That's okay. I have a lot of friends that are liberal, but Joe is an amazing guy, and he wrote me a little note about this, and I had it checked out. I didn't just do it. I had it checked out. I went to Bobby and Oz. I went to some of the people that work. We all respect Joe. And
very good. So, as we know, he's basically going to be, they're going to be forwarding the psychedelics because they're finding that it has really positive effects on soldiers and PTSD and things along those lines. So I thought that was very interesting. And so, you know, I've seen it. I've seen many documentaries on people that go, you know, take ayahuasca and things like that, and people that literally will go down there because they have some sort of trauma in their life that, you know, that they don't even remember, and they kind of go through it. And so when you kind of go into that, you know, messed up stage of being, you know, on the psychedelics, somehow it brings you back, and it basically makes you, you know, reorganize your life, or it does something to where you have like near-death experiences, and then you're kind of forced to face some of the things that you are being pressured or that are basically keeping you down. So I've seen it. You know, many people rave about it. We've even seen Sean Ryan talk about many people that, you know, have to go to other countries because you can't do it here.
Yep. Aaron Rodgers is one.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. I remember that. Yeah. I watched the Netflix thing.
I've been waiting for this day for a long time. I don't care about telling my story, so listen up, everybody. So what this stuff does, now, I don't know Ibogaine specific. I don't have like personal use with it, but I definitely have plenty of use with magic mushrooms, DMT, acid, all the fun stuff.
Yes.
I've went through all those years. So one of the things, and again, I'm only going to speak for the things I do know of, because I don't know exactly how Ibogaine works compared to others. But the main thing is that it helps refire neurons in your brain that basically are, whether they're dead or they're having trouble, it will help refire your brain back up, literally. When you're doing this as well, I'm going to use magic mushroom specific. It raises your mood. It quite literally opens your brain, and you start thinking about 10 to 100 times more deeply into things. And it's depending on how deep you go into the so-called quote unquote trip, how much you take will also depend on how much you're seeing, visually, feeling, whether your eyes are closed or open, how much you're actually like visualizing. Again, I don't know what they're giving as far as dosage go, but yes, the further into the dose you go, you can go into the quote unquote near-death experiences, seeing other beings that are there or not there, which depending on which way you believe, you can believe they aren't there or they are, or that it actually changes your vision and frequency to where you actually think you see things that are actually there that people can't see, which is crazy sounding. But in that experience, for some reason, it brings people back from all those negative things. It helps with anxiety, PTSD. I don't know how to, there's not really a word for this, just like an evil person, like a person that has just negativity to them, it helps them break out of that for some reason. And I know that personally because I've had a lot of dark times in my life. And I didn't use mushrooms like to get out of it, but I learned that when I had those dark times by doing the mushrooms, it literally brought me completely out of my dark stages. So I've had personal experience of doing this. Those all experiences were in the last, 7 to 10 to 15 years ago. Now, in the last few years, I've personally gotten a hold of mushrooms, and I've actually microdosed them myself without actually, going full on trip, just to actually get those benefits that they are talking about. I think I went 2 straight weeks of doing the microdosing. This is literally just a few weeks ago I did this, not even a joke. Like I literally just ran out last week. So I went like 2 weeks by doing microdosing every single day. And let me tell you what, in those 2 weeks, and for about 4 days afterwards, my whole attitude, the way I was thinking, my sleep patterns, everything I was doing had changed. I just felt like a different person. Like I just felt good. My brain was focusing on what I was doing. So I personally know this stuff works. And again, I'm not talking about Ibogaine because I don't personally use that. But the magic mushroom part, which most people do know about, has so many benefits, it is actually crazy. No, you don't recommend to take mushrooms and go out driving or going around people you don't know. Like, don't do that. You should do this in a private thing with, whether it's with a doctor, however you're going to do it. But stuff does work, but you got to do it in a situation that is, what's the word I'm looking for? You have to have people around you that can make sure you're okay, basically. You need to be supervised if you don't know what you're doing. I've personally done it so many times. Yeah, you need a babysitter if you don't know what you're doing. I've done it so many times that I don't need a babysitter. Even if I took 7 grams of mushrooms, I'd be fine. I just don't go nowhere. So
I just don't leave the room.
Yeah, don't leave the house. Yeah, don't go outside. Just stay indoors and you're fine. Or go outside, look at the stars, watch them move around and fly. Or, oh, they're not moving.
They're moving. Move my head around a little bit more. Let's listen to this first. A little Sean Ryan clip we can cut out of YouTube later on. Here we go. And unmute.
I'm one of them. I did the psychedelics. I did Ibogaine in Mexico, and I mean, changed my life in so many different ways. I haven't had a drop of booze in 2.5 years. I didn't even go down there for that. And way more in the moment with my family. None of these non-traditional treatments or things that are working for traumatic brain injury, PTSD, anxiety, all these things that are, that guys are dealing with coming out. None of it's being cured by the VA. None of it.
Big surprise. The government is not here to help.
All these treatments that are making major headway, like psychedelics,
yep.
None of this is being developed from within the VA. It's all privates. A lot of it's out of the country. We can't even do the shit that helps us.
All right, let me get one more here. This one here.
They give somebody the drug, bury them, and leave them in the ground overnight with their head sticking out to look at the stars and contemplate their own mortality.
Lord.
Yeah, pretty amazing stuff.
Did you do it?
I did do it. I didn't get buried, although I would be open to it.
And what I've heard about Ibogaine, so Ibogaine, we did a thing on, and basically I became fascinated by it because it's one of the only treatments that seemingly can cure addiction to heroin. And a lot of people who had just no other, they've tried everything and it didn't work and whatever, and they would do Ibogaine and like they're off it, kind of thing. And almost 100% success rate for the people granted it wasn't huge, it was like 10 to 50 people. Very similar stories, which I found interesting, which is they go and they see their timeline and they see, their ancestors. And in some cases, their, precessors, people are going to be, in the future. And they're saying, they sit you down and sort of give you a very logical explanation of why you shouldn't be doing this stuff, which I find to be like wild that it would be one person's, let alone very similar trips. And then they wake up and they have no cravings.
Isn't that crazy? You can do one drug and it will take all your cravings that you have away from your body. And dude, I find some of these videos that I see people talking about their experiences where they talk about one guy in particular would talk about I think his name was Jerry, and he would always see like these gnomes, right, and these garden gnomes. And so when he would be taking this stuff, he actually felt more connected to this woman who was like a gnome, and he felt like he really belonged there. So when he was coming out of his trip and coming back into quote reality, he was like, wait, no, I feel more belonging there with these people. And another thing I found so crazy is that this same guy, Jerry, that always, like, when he shows up, the gnomes, he say, are doing, like, flips around, like, oh, look, it's Jerry, hey, Jerry, hey, Jerry. He said he was doing the babysitter thing for one of his friends one time, and he was telling him in the past, how this is what I see, and I see these people, and they're all friendly to me, these gnomes are friendly to me or whatever. And he said as he was being a babysitter for this other guy, he was telling him, yeah, just relax, you're going to be fine. He said literally one of the things that was in this other guy's dream was like, hey, is that Jerry? Is that Jerry's voice? Do I hear Jerry? Hey, tell Jerry we said, hey, we miss him. And it's just like, wait, they were talking to him, and so the same gnomes. And again, is that reality that we get so screwed up that our reality or our perception of reality is now seeing things that are actually there the whole time? Or are we actually, making up things in our brain that are not there, but we're seeing it? I don't know the answer to that one. I mean, you got thoughts on that?
Well, I do. And I have thoughts on this because not only do I know exactly what you're talking about, but I have experiences with it. So this is where, when I was saying earlier, it's like when you're full on tripping, there are things that you're going to be able to see that you're not sure if it's real or not. Okay. Now, here's where it becomes crazy, though, is when you have other people who are not with you or around you when that happens, and then you have somebody else confirm what you say, the people you saw and what they said. I can only say this. We humans can only see in a certain light spectrum. We can only see a certain frequency or a certain amount of frequencies. The beings that you're able to, whether it's connect with, see, talk to, whatever you want to call it, when that connection happens, basically how I look at it is your brain is actually changing its frequency, and your eyes and your brain are able to connect with whatever the hell is out there that is actually out there, and we just as humans cannot see it. Kind of like with dogs and cats. They're running around looking at stuff that we can't see. I have had experiences while tripping, saw a cat looking at something. Because I was tripping, I saw what it was looking at. There was a shadow person walking around in the basement. The cat could see it. And when I was tripping, I saw it myself. Cats and dogs can see the spectrums we can't. And again, doing these trippy psychedelics turns on that ability for some strange reason. And I'm a person that I'm not ashamed of it. I love the stuff. I've had so many experiences on it that I understand it a lot too. And I've understand myself a lot better because I've done it so many times as well. So for those of you that's never done it, this sounds crazy. But again, it is a psychedelic, and that's what it's doing. It's changing your brain's chemical compound, basically, and you're seeing stuff that, well, that normal people can't see. So you can take that for what you will, but that's coming from an experienced person that I've been with people this trip. I've heard a million stories. I've heard real stories online like you guys had, and I got my own experiences. So the stuff is legit. That's all I can say.
Yeah, definitely messes with your eyes. Like maybe it speeds up your vision so you can see things that you generally can't, or maybe it slows them down because of the trails.
It's a combo actually. It's almost like you see and hear things both in slow motion and extra fast. Like you can take things in 10 times faster, but at the same time you slow it down, which sounds retarded. I know, because that's totally opposite, but that's literally how your brain's working. It's like can take a ton in, but at the same time it can slow it down while it takes it in extra fast, which again, that sounds crazy, but it's true.
Oh God. And this dude here, Terrence McKenna, and I think he had a brother as well, but he was like a professor or whatever, but was really into testing DMT and all these different things. So here's what he's talking about. He's calling them self-transforming machines or ELF entities.
It is inhabited by entities, is the only word to describe them. And they are, as I've said many times, they are like jeweled, self-dribbling basketballs. And there are many of them. And they come out of the background and they present themselves to you. They're literally vibrating up and down with excitement. They're faceted and rotating. And they see you as clearly as you see them. They even greet you. Some of you may recall the old Pink Floyd song, "The Gnomes Have Learned a New Way to Say Hooray." It is inhabited.
The gnomes, right? What do you think?
I'm telling you, and the gnomes. Okay, so the gnomes are a main character, but how do I say this? Think of all the Disney animations and all the different characters they've thrown at, like during Shrek movies and all the different characters you've seen throughout your life that are kind of weird, but they're like cartoons. Mm-hmm. Where do you think they have the ideas come from? Because a lot of these people were doing psychedelics and they saw things and got, I don't know, they talked to beings that gave them information, literally. There's reasons why people have information. I think this is a big part of it because MK Ultra, the whole, Stranger Things, what that was based off of. What do you think they were using? They were giving them psychedelics. And look what they were able to do. I mean, that should give you guys at least a little bit more of a thing. I know people that saw the psychedelics. Oh no, they're bringing back MK Ultra. No, the MK Ultra, the reason they made them illegal is because they were realizing with the positive effects of it. And they just claimed, oh, it makes you crazy. It makes you see shit. No, it's opening your brain and allowing you to actually receive things that you normally couldn't. That's why they made it illegal. So
yeah, it's so wild. And I just thought this one might be funny. So here we go.
I'm very interested in doing DMT.
It sucks.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Why do you say so?
First of all, I read this actually. Black people, when they do DMT, they've been encountering racist entities.
The elves are racist? The gnomes are racist?
Those are called police, Lewis.
No. I swear to God. The gnomes show up and
Cocaine
they're like,
Bear is fucking on right now.
privilege. Are DMT's entities racist? DMT users often come across strange beings called machine elves dispensing advice and adventure. They were thought to be benevolent, but we can no longer ignore the black DMT experience. This is a real article.
Is that real, dude? That's gotta be funny. I would be interested to see if they would be racist against, people. But dude,
I guess. Well,
okay.
for me, I guess I go into a trip with my white privilege card. They don't mess with me.
and again, so people have this experience, and I've seen this other guy who says he can meditate and basically get to the same level. And he claims that when you're on psychedelics and you get to this point where you start seeing these things, you're seeing a skewed, or obviously, because it's clear you took drugs to get there, you're taking a drugged up version, or you're getting a drugged experience of that situation. And he claims you can get to a much clearer and cleaner version of that with just meditation. And so I'd be interested to see what the difference would be in somebody that was on, psychedelics versus somebody that's not, and how different that experience might be. Because
do you know why that there? Well, how do I say this? Do you know why you can do it without psychedelics? Do you know what makes that ability?
Oh, your pineal gland, would be my guess.
Yeah, your brain actually creates DMT on its own. When you have a near-death experience, you're basically going on a DMT trip. So when you're doing meditation, which is something I've been doing for 15 years now, I've been meditating, learning how to do lucid dreaming. I've been trying to learn how to astral project. I've been trying to learn how to remote view. So I'm into all this stuff. I'm 500%, 117% into it, right? So DMT is something that's naturally in your brain that when it releases, it can give you this same effect. So when you meditate, you can actually get your brain to hit that perfect stage to where you don't need DMT. You can literally do the DMT trip on your own purely by meditation. I have not gotten that far, but I can get myself to a point where I'm getting flashes of seeing things. And I'm actually, I don't know how to say this. It's almost like getting a window into a view of another place is how I can describe it, where I can see into another place. I can see what's over there. I can see a few things going on, but then I'll lose it. I'm still trying to grasp getting that hole opened up further for myself. And I think that's my DMT starting to actually work better. And I'm slowly but surely getting that door to reopen. So 'cause for me personally, I also had my third eye blew open in 2016 for a week. I was not tripping and I was seeing stuff that wasn't there. And I was freaked the hell out because I was literally looking at stuff without being on drugs that were walking around in front of me that I could see, but nobody else could see. But I think it was caused by the DMT in my brain was being released, literally. I was seeing stuff that was not there, and I was not losing my mind. I thought I was.
You had a breakdown. No. Okay.
Well, here's the thing. I've told the story. I'll give you one bit of it. The date it happened, what are the odds? July 16th, 2016 is when it started and went till July 22nd. That would be the 17th anniversary of the JFK Jr. plane crash.
Oh, goodness, that's right.
What are the odds of that? And that's before Q came out. I didn't realize it till, of course, a little later on. I'm like, wait a minute. Holy crap. And I started putting it together. I'm like, I feel like I'm made for what I'm doing here, because what are the odds that my third eye blows open on the 17th anniversary of the plane crash?
Yeah.
Come on, man.
And dude, I don't know if I showed you this, dude. This is so funny. This is, to me, it's beyond hilarious. So, like, look, that's a lot of views for a post for me on X. 1,400 views, 40,000 folks following over here, 600 views, 200 views, UFC even, 400 views, 500 views, and there is a point to all this. Straight to Hormuz, 650 views. This is where most people show up, dude. I love this. Prayer request, and thank you guys all. Mike did put in a group text the other day that it was hours and hours later, of course, because nothing's quick there, but that she was in recovery and ready to go home with him. I think it was like 4 or 5 in the afternoon. And then they went in at like 5 in the morning or something like that. So it was a very invasive surgery, but all sounds like it all went out good. So that's really
Very
good,
nice.
dude. Yeah, that the prayers are always what gets the most. Like if you saw it on there was like 180 something comments or 156
Nice.
comments. Those are the ones that get the most comments and the most engagement. But when I go back here, right, back to 500 posts and Entheos, and this is actually something I wanted to read earlier because I think this is pertinent. Prepare ahead of time to have your level of discernment tested. Perhaps like no other period prior in your life. When in doubt, hold steadfast to Emmanuel's manual. You'll be all right. So these guys, Entheos, have been saying for a very long time, dude. They've been on the money.
I'm screenshotting what you just showed. Wait a minute. All right, so anybody that saw my show last night will know what I'm talking about. If you don't, I'm sorry. But look at what he says here. It says, prepare ahead of time to have your level of discernment. So, of course, we're talking CERN. We're probably talking Blue Beam. We're talking fake alien invasion.
Yeah.
But then on the bottom, it says, when in doubt, hold steadfast to Emmanuel's manual, a double word back to back. Last night, we learned that the tell was the poor Knights of Christ. The was said earlier by Cash Patel when you showed me the video with him and Maria Bartiromo, and I about fell out of my chair. So this is the second time I'm seeing it because now you have Emmanuel's manual. This is a tell, and this goes back literally to the Knights Templars' way of communicating. So how I look at this now is even more pertinent that this has an interesting undertone of CERN, that you probably should be concerned about CERN.
Mm-hmm.
Very interesting.
Do you remember during the drops, there was some other posts that came through on the boards that were signed B? The B posts?
There's a B, a W, a Z. Yeah. And there's a couple more, I think, too. But yes, I do know what you're talking about.
And I took B for
and the R drop
bullshit.
Too.
Oh, that's right. There is only Q. That's what we were told.
Well, yeah, I'm just saying though, there was signed R though.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But I look at the all the B stuff as a bunch of BS bullshit. I think they were trying to get off on it. So I thought it was funny. I just post out Entheos things, and usually a lot of people are like, oh, great, great, great. And then we got a few people here that are like, garbage. And then this person is claiming that they are the person that's B and claiming the B. And it's like, yeah.
Which is why you have exactly 479 followers there, buddy.
Yeah, I said, he's like, he's a nobody, clickbait garbage, and so are you for reposting it. Do better. I'm like, he is a they, because it's a group. And if you don't know, then don't talk about what you don't know. They have been spot on and in coordination with 45 to 47 and Elon. I'm garbage and you're posting that B crap. Okay. So, and then he says, like, you mean the B stuff where it says you in parentheses? So I said, oh, now you're claiming that you're B? Yeah, they definitely don't have time for you then. But dude, this one here, your Jesus picture here, we're actually going to cover that, and just so the folks can see it in a second. But dude,
sweet.
As we go down here, look at all I wrote in this post was, I won't say who I'm thinking of. I didn't say JFK Jr. in the post. I didn't hashtag JFK Jr. anything. I won't say who I'm thinking of, but I won't think of thinking of, but who does this guy look like an aged version of? Right? 300 posts, 1,200's a really good, following. 73,500 comments, dude. Like, what is the deal? It's like, that's all people want on X is like, show me JFK Jr.
Yep. And okay, so if you would like to get into that, just do me a favor. I have a whole thing I added to my video. So I'll grab wherever the Jesus one is, I have it on my computer. So I added some info to it during my show. Nice. And so if you let me grab the screen, I'll actually show it on my end and I'll add to it. Because I purposely went away from the JFK Jr. situation on it. Yeah. And the reason why is because to me, that was way too obvious. Way too obvious.
Yeah.
And so I have a different way of looking at it, and I think people took to it fairly well. So let's see how everybody here, because of course now with me and you, it's going to be a different crowd. Let's see, videos. Let me grab this out. Clips. Here we go. It sure did look like a age version of Junior, though. I'm going to have to say. No, it does. But here's the thing: is I'm going to add to that because I think there's a underlying thing that goes with it. So now I got to pull my screenshots. I'm going to find this set of pictures real quick because I didn't think I was going to go to this. All right,
like
so
Rob Reiner.
So here, I'm going to pull the picture out too so I can set this all up. So there's a couple things I want to point out with this because we're going to do the video. We're going to give you my main explanation for it, but I also do want to point out a couple things. Your original picture had soldiers.
Oh, yeah, I heard there was one edited, right? And so the original one, and that's the fake one that they faked?
This is Trump's version. Trump has the actual like Nephilim or Baphomet or whatever you want to call them. Here, give me this. So I think this goes back to your discernment thing. We're going to get Blue Beam coming in. I really, truly think that's where this is leading to, is they're telling you Project Blue Beam is on its way. I truly believe that. So with that, just you got the two little versions. There's a little difference in them, yes. Now, I'm going to let this play while I actually get the right pictures out so I can put in the added parts to this. So make sure this is turned up.
Sure. Tell me that guy don't look like Rob Reiner on our left side. Trump's right.
Yeah, I'm telling you, there's a bunch to this. So we'll get through this, and then I'll give you guys what I'm thinking. This is really, really interesting, especially with the show I did last night with the covering of the Knights Templar and the Jesus that actually fits into this. So here we go. So we have a whole lot of hoopla going on about this Trump posting this picture and everybody saying it's him depicting himself as Jesus. And then, of course, we have Trump himself saying, oh, no, the Red Cross thing, it's a doctor, whatever it may be. But I'm going to go a different route with this and think this is really wild how this comes up. So you have the Jesus character as Trump. This is, of course, on the 12th. On the very next day, on the 13th, we have John Solomon on Hannity. Listen to the word he uses here.
Prosecutors are looking at and building a longer-term conspiracy that looks at Russia, Ukraine. Jack Smith is one ongoing conspiracy that could be resurrected. So
that could be resurrected. So the day after Trump does this and gets everybody talking about Jesus, we have Solomon on Hannity bring up resurrected. That I find interesting. And then to top it off, right after this Hannity episode with John Solomon, we also have Greg Gutfeld top it off by bringing on Mr. Hotep Jesus onto the show. So I really think the whole plan here was to get people talking and speaking the name of Jesus. I mean, you really can't make that up. Trump posts this, Solomon brings up resurrected, and then you bring in Hotep Jesus as well into the fold. Back-to-back shows. I think they're seeding a narrative, and it seems to involve getting people to talk about Jesus. Very, very interesting. All right, so there's the actual video. Now, I'm still searching for I must have moved the one picture. I have a perfect picture that goes with this that I do a side-by-side. So now I'm still currently searching where the hell it went to because I apparently moved it. So where I'm going to go with this, I'm going to try and talk while I search for the stupid picture because I've lost it. So how he's dressed, we got to remember several things here. One, how he's dressed, there's a couple layers to it. You have the Jesus thing, of course, is the first thing everybody went to. There's the Pope. There's also a magician in the tarot decks. And then, of course, he calls himself a doctor as well. With the Jesus thing, he, of course, let me grab the actual picture so I can do the zoom in and out thing. Let's see here. Now, of course, so you're red and white. He also says the Red Cross. So you have Trump actually bringing decodes into it directly by bringing up, oh, he's a doctor. Oh, Red Cross. So he's throwing stuff out there for us as well on top of all this. And man, I am so annoyed at myself that I don't know where the stupid picture is. I know how I'm going to do it, though. So where I'm going with this, as I pull a brand new picture of what I'm looking for here. Oh, I spelled that right. So, yep, there he is. All right, cool. I can make this work. So, how do I say it? Okay, so was it Mel Gibson? He did the original Jesus movie, correct?
Yep.
All right. Who, in a newer version, happened to play Jesus fairly recently, actually.
Caviezel?
Yes, sir. You got it on the head. So now I'm trying to currently find the picture I had pulled up before so I can, I put it with a beard. That's why. I actually put his face on this with beard and I put it side by side. The dude has found it. He has the exact freaking face. I think this all comes together with this. Let me get this pulled up. Bingo. Now he's not going to be facing the right direction. The first time I showed this, I couldn't make him look in the right direction, but based on facial structure, the way his beard would look if it was just a hair more full, the hair, the nose, every single thing about him looks like Jim Caviezel. Back this up. This straight up looks like Jim Caviezel. And why would that make sense for it being Jim Caviezel? So Mel Gibson played Jesus. Mel Gibson casted him as Jesus. Mel Gibson's movie casted him as Jesus. So think about a couple things here. One, the Trump, who is his best friend? The first person we talked about, JFK Jr. That is the first person that I thought about, that everybody that has that thought process is going to go to, is that. Well, who's the guy that actually played Jesus in the movie? Well, it wasn't Trump, but for the thought process of, he's going to resurrect somebody because Solomon said resurrect. Well, let's say that's Junior. Junior's going to be resurrected because he didn't die in that plane crash. Well, the way you can cover it up is by putting this guy in here who actually looks like the guy laying there, and he actually played the Jesus character. So you basically flip-flop the characters. Jim Caviezel played Jesus, who is actually going to be resurrecting possibly JFK Jr. I think that's the combo. I think Trump is actually just a distraction, basically. I think he is the distraction in all this. They're trying to tell us more than one thing. You have Project Bluebeam sitting up here. You have Red Cross, Doctor, Tarot, Pope, all that stuff. And then you have the resurrection combo of the guy who actually plays Jesus and the guy who is going to hopefully be quote unquote resurrected here in the future, known as JFK Jr. So I combine both things at once, and I think that is actually Jim Caviezel.
Possible. Very possible. Could be
again,
also nobody, but it looks just a lot like them both.
Yeah, and that was my final piece to that. Was here's the thing: is it's an AI image, right? So you got to remember this: the image was not made by Trump. It's not the original. So whoever made the photo original, is that person? Did they really just put it in AI and have it made? Are they one of Trump's people that had them make it made? So this could happen here in the future. So is that guy down there really a random person, or is it really supposed to be somebody else? Those are questions I don't have answers to. But I put all the theories out there because, hey, you never know.
You just never know, do you? You just never know.
Nope.
I'm sharing sound when I get back in here. Just when you thought the drugs were done. Oh, actually, no, I think we're done with drugs for now. Okay. I know. Well, actually, there's a mushroom in this one, so I thought this was interesting. And for anybody that's seen or watched my shows for a while, you may know another clip that I'm gonna bring up in a little bit. But I don't do this. This is super weird, and I got a video, like I was saying, an accompanying video to kind of prove some of this stuff. So we'll see. This is a Kent Hovind video, and he's talking about fossilized remains. And he's saying, all right, this is a fossilized mushroom found in Russia. And so what do we know about fossilization? How long does it take for something to become a fossil? You know,
well, according to science, 500 million years, man.
All right, I'm gonna pop this up just so I can fossil. Just fossilization takes thousands to millions of years, though under rare specialized geochemical conditions it can begin as little as a few days to months. While generally accepted definition requires a fossil to be over 10,000 years old, the process is highly variable and depends on rapid burial in sediment to prevent decomposition. So, all right, let's just listen to this after being said. So they're saying it can be done in short order, but again, you're not going to turn, there's supposedly a leg in here that's, no more than 50 or 70 years old that is fossilized. So we'll see.
It does not take thousands or millions of years for fossilization or petrification to occur. This is why there are so many mud fossil examples all around us. Check out this video by Kent Hovind. You can find the full video on YouTube as well. Great examples.
Here's petrified firewood. The guy chopped on it before it turned to stone. Here's mummified dog stuck in a tree. Turned to stone. They chased a coon up the tree apparently and got stuck. They named it Stucky. What would you call it? Okay. Here's petrified cowboy boot with the cowboy's legs still in it. The boot was made 1950 and the leg is turned to stone. Here's petrified fish giving birth. It does not take millions of years to give birth. Praise God, okay? Here's a petrified hat. Petrified pickle, found in a jar. The guy sent me the jar and pickle. He said, Brother Hovind, I found this in Montana in an old home. The house was junk, the roof was gone, the house was falling apart. But he said, you want a petrified pickle for your museum? I said, of course. Who in their right mind would not want a petrified pickle, you know? Come on down to Pensacola, Dinosaur Adventureland, and see the petrified pickle. Here's petrified sacks of flour found in a flour mill that flooded in 1910 in Eureka Springs, Arkansas. Here's petrified toadstool. There's an amazing gem and mineral museum just south of Blue.
Toadstool. You don't see petrified toad crap every day. So he's showing different examples of things that are petrified. Cool.
When he's showing all this, I have a question. Is like a lot of the things, where did they get found? I would like more info on the stuff, and here's one reason why. Because of course, I'm into this research as well, big time. And there was somebody that, what was it? World War II. There was a tank that got buried, and it was like, it was after World War II. It might have been the 50s, but there was a tank that got buried. And when they found it and they took it out, it was 100% fossilized.
Really?
So like, yeah. So we're talking, it was only in the ground for like 40 years or something like that. And I think the way they described it was, it's the combination, of course, the weather, desert-like conditions. It has to have just the right conditions. And you can fossilize something in literally a very short amount of time. Unlike what they claim is, oh, it takes millions and thousands of years. Like, no, that is not how this works. I actually have it in my hand right now. You can probably hear it if I tap on it. I have an orange in my hand. And when my niece lived with me, an orange. My niece lived with me for about 3 months 2 years ago, and she bought a thing of oranges, and this one orange that she had sitting there, she never ate it, and she just let it sit there. And she brought it out to me and goes, look at this. I have it in my hand. This thing it's like hollow on the inside. It's hard as a rock. It's basically fossilized. I have a full orange that is fossilized in my hand, and it's literally from 2 years ago. It's not a rock just yet, but it is literally hard as a rock. It's like a fossilized orange. It's not even 2 full years old.
Wow.
And it was inside my house too. It wasn't outside in the elements. It's been in my house, sitting on my counter next to me since I got it from her. Because it's the weirdest thing. I want to cut it open, but I don't. So yeah, it's crazy what they try and claim. Science.
So yeah, I'm just convinced that they are hiding so many things from us, like so many things historically, like about our. I feel like we've probably been to the technology we're at now, if not far superior than what we are now, and have either gotten blown up or had to restart, or some sort of meteor event that like the dinosaur killer that just takes everything out. That we had to have restarted over and over and over again would be my contention many times.
Yeah, and I think that's what they use for that whole dating system they got. Like, I don't know how old the world, the realm actually is, but the way they claim it is, Bible says it's only 6,000 years old, basically. But yet science is trying to say, oh, it's 13 billion years old and takes this long for fossils, when literally something from the 50s can be fossilized in 20 or 30 years. So that's 100% a lie. In order to make us feel small, what do? They created the Soul Steel system, the outer space that's fake. They created that shit. They brought Disney into it. They brought the Nazis over, created NASA. They went did fake moon missions. And what did we just see recently? We're right back to Artemis, right back to the fake moon missions. So I think this is also part of breaking that, though. By them doing Artemis, what they're doing is they're breaking the cycle, because they're showing us how fake it is. And now all these, I'm sorry if you guys are one of them, but if you're one of those people that are NASA people, the more and more you look at the Artemis mission, the more you're going, what the hell is going on? I think that's the whole point. They're trying to break the paradigm of the lies they've been selling us since we were born.
It's very possible. I've mentioned I have a couple buddies that were kind of, laughing at me prior to, to me telling them, like, there's some serious issues with the space station and this, that, and the other that are now, like, very, very much considering the shape of our planet. And again, I've never sat here and said, like, it's a flat Earth because, if we're being honest, Matrix, we don't have exact proof of that as well. We don't have a picture of, the Earth at a distance, so we can't really say genuinely what it looks like. But all I think I can say is that, with some of the mathematics that is involved, right? Like we know per every mile there's a dip in the curvature, and then it goes, exponential.
8 inches per mile squared.
Yeah, so the first one is 8 inches. The second, mile is 64 inches. And then exponentially. So say, for example, if there's if you can zoom into a lighthouse, that's say 100 or 200 feet tall, that is, 100 miles away, you shouldn't be able to do that because it should be beyond the curvature. But yet we can see things hundreds of miles away. And then not only that, but we can see the mountains behind them and certain other things. But I've also made the caveat that, around Earth or an oblate spheroid being way, 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 way bigger than they tell us. So again, still lying about what it is. That would alleviate some of those issues, but not all of them, right? And again, why are they always? Why can I go right now and pull you out a 20-minute clip, and that's probably a short version of multiple mistakes that have been made during live streams on the International Space Station. It's every time they are live, they have a glitch. Every time.
Yep.
And it's like,
every time.
Why? Why are they getting worse, seemingly worse and worse at this? And then maybe that is, like you were saying, an exposure part of this. It's like you got to show the screw ups so often and show how, easy it is to do. I mean, you even get that guy, Dave, from DIRTH, Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole. He does it, with, I think, $10. He made it look like his living room was in the space station and he was floating in space for like $10. Now take their computers and the finances they got behind them, and then say, how much more could you do, than what they're showing and what they're, it's just laughable.
But can you think of it like this with what you're saying? If they have the budget they do, and you have, we'll just use Stanley Kubrick as an example for some reason. If you have if you have but we're talking newer age. We'll say Stanley Kubrick now, all right? So Stanley Kubrick had a little easier situation because the technology wasn't good. They were able to show you on a non-colored TV, and then they were recording a TV with a bad feed to you. So like you had a quadruple bad feed. So they were able to get away with a lot of the stuff. Now, yes, you have the technology, but how do I say this? So there's two ways you can do it. You either got to do it live and you have a lot of mess ups, or you pre-record it and get rid of all the mess ups. You can't pre-record it because the world is watching. You can only pre-record so many things. So I'm thinking the fact that they got to do so much of this live to make it real is helping the mess ups, causing the mess ups, and allowing those mess ups to help wake people up. Because I think that's, again, part of the movie situation is showing people the truth by giving them stuff that'll actually mess up or whatever, give them a glitch, prove them what you showed specifically when the rocket's going off and they suddenly change the view. It went from just right there to suddenly it's in outer space and there's a big curve all of a sudden. Like, that doesn't make sense. And as soon as they change the angle, there's a glitch at the same time. Again, I think that is 100% on purpose. Part of the waking those up that are so engulfed in going to outer space. We're going to go land on Mars. I think we're going to the moon tomorrow. Y'all need to wake the hell up. We ain't doing that.
SpaceX. Have you ever seen any of the SpaceX landings? They are comical, dude. They are so comical. And all the ones that I've seen, every time the thing comes into land, they, the ones that land out on the in the water or whatever, they literally come in, they're watching it the whole way in, and then just as it's about to touch down, every single time it goes black. And then poof, it pops back on. The rocket's there, it's on the platform, and there's smoke all around it, and it's like, yay, we did it. And it's like, wait, why is because we lose the signal coming over the horizon, and yeah, bullshit. I'm sorry. It's just bullish to my taste. My personal preference is it's BS.
I just want to compliment both you and I, Rambo, Dave, and all the other crew, because I've been wanting to have these kinds of conversations inside the Q group for 8+ years, and it's for the last month or so. This conversation won't stop coming up. So thank you, and thank everybody out there for allowing this conversation to finally be had, because this is one of my favorite conversations.
Well, here's one, and now I just want to bring this to everybody's attention. The fact of this thing that we've seen, we used to have a camera like 20 feet away from it, 20, 30 feet, and they would always black out as it lands. And then, dude, I don't even know if this is physically impossible. Something that's so straight like that can land and then level itself on the way down like it's doing. I mean, this is, to me, that's CGI.
CGI, yep. That's
right
AI,
there.
CGI. Now, here's the thing. If I was allowed to go out and watch physically this happen, I would have a slightly different view, but like still.
Yeah.
Like, look at that. That looks like the stupid meme everybody does at the bar.
We did it. I mean, it's so bad. Let's see.
I'm trying to think here. What was the number they gave us? I know what it was. Let me see if I can find it.
I buy this more than the other one, where at least it has like a grabber.
Yes, the grabber. At least that seemed a little better.
Yeah. As soon as you grab that, but that's got to be AI too, or CGI. Tell me, just perfectly slips in there with no grippage, no slippage whatsoever on any of this stuff.
Exactly.
Like so once these hands come in to grab, there's like no whoops. Oh, it just slipped down a few feet or whatever. No, it's all perfect.
Oh, and let's not forget the names of those astronauts, being weird like that. I mean, I'll just throw in a cock lover. I mean, I don't know.
Right. Let's see.
Where is it? There's a very specific thing that I'm going to bring up. When they were doing the rocket, I kept catching, they used a very specific camera in a very specific camera view, and they kept showing it. Is this it? Nope, I got to find it. Because, there's a camera view they show, and they're using a very specific camera, right? And it's the camera from NASA. And then that picture tells you a story. Here it is, I found it. Yep, all right, so let me make it easier. I'll just grab the screen and bring it on over. So this is something else I pointed out multiple times on several shows, on multiple different people's shows. It's right here. Get it zoomed in. There we go. So this is what they show us on Fox. All right. So this is the actual day this is going on 4/1. All right. So we know we have the astronaut who's the Victor Glover with a literal token black eye for the trip. And then you have this guy here that comes on. This is how I announced it before. Another one. We have the second guy. His name is Winston Scott. Scott Free, like the production company. So, Captain Winston Scott. We have 2 decodes in this, but I'm only going to one of them right now. The bottom one, of course, en routes in a couple drops. But the camera they're using, they put this on a lot of their views. They had camera numbers like 813, 808, 809, 838, or something like that. This one here is the one they keep using, though, because it's the takeoff. It's the view of the rocket. So the combination of this is it's booming up into the sky. 813 is the camera number. I keep saying we're watching a damn movie. Well, what does 813's camera tell us? 813, February 20th, 20th. Oh, you're watching a movie. Distraction.
Wow.
I mean, you can't make this stuff up, bro. And the other part, en route, is your booms green. I said that was a green screen. They're blind because they can't actually see. They're not in outer space. And we have a 5x5.
Yeah.
And then just to finish it off, 10 days to Iran end, comms transfer castle. Although that didn't hit, they gave an extra 10 days to it. Rig for silent and Q+. So, yeah, you're watching a movie, guys. That's the point.
Dude,
that's what I've been trying to tell people. It's nuts, man. It's crazy. And it's like, I see that so often. I can only, put together so many visuals, but like that stuff happens so often. It's stupid. Like so many times they'll give us a video, a comm of some kind, and it leads back to being a movie. So often it's like, how do people not connect this stuff? But I get it. People aren't like us. I'm in this 24/7. So you are too, basically. We see the stuff. We see it happening. We're seeing it live time. The people that are black-pilled and don't understand this stuff, I'm not the person I really come to in that situation because, of course, I have a hard time bringing myself back to like the beginning like I'll jump straight to eating babies, basically. Like they'll be like, "What? Like, the hell?" Like, yeah, I can't. I'm not a person to be like, "Hey, what's Q?" No, go ask them. I'll mess you up. Go away. So
You like
yeah,
adrenochrome?
yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like I don't want to sound arrogant or anything, but it's like I have a hard time going back to the beginning because the way my brain works. I'm technical. I got numbers in my head. So when I'm like trying to keep it basic for people, I'm like, Q's a military operation. I'll just stop there. Stop there. Because if I go any deeper, I'm like, they're eating babies and adrenochrome, no planes on 9/11. What? Because it goes so deep, man. It doesn't say that in the drops, but I mean, that's how far I'll go with it. You know, it's like I'm a bad person to talk to about Q when they're new. I'm not a good person to have a conversation with. I'll confuse the hell out of you.
Yeah, you go a little. You're going full bore, straight ahead. Love it.
Always.
Matrix. It is 3:15. I don't think the folks would mind if we took a second to do a quick Rumble ad there, as we're trying to keep both of our lights on at the houses here. I got a kids guide and I got a Rumble wallet we could do. So whichever you would prefer.
Let's see. I don't have quite enough to do a kids guide. Let me check my Rumble wallets here. Definitely got a Rumble wallet though, for sure.
All right, clicking and clicking, clicky, click.
And boom.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, they can cancel your accounts, they can freeze your cards, decide what you're allowed to buy, say, or support. Big banks and financial institutions have total control, and they use it. And that's why financial independence matters now more than ever. Introducing Rumble Wallet, a wallet built for real freedom. And with Rumble Wallet, you control your money, not a bank, not a government, not a tech company. Buy digital assets like Tether, Tether Gold, and Bitcoin in one secure place. No permission, no middlemen, no cancel button. And when you want to support the creators you actually believe in, you can use the Rumble Wallet app to directly tip content creators securely, instantly, and without interference. This isn't a credit line that they can shut off. It's your wallet permanently. Yours to protect your future, yours to protect your family. And when the system fails, when institutions turn on their own people, financial sovereignty is the difference between security and vulnerability. Rumble Wallet isn't about politics. It's about freedom, ownership, and protecting what's yours. So take control today. Download Rumble Wallet now and step away from the big banks for good. True ownership, true protection, true financial freedom. Booms. And dude, at the beginning of that, you know what? That actually sparked a little memory, right? You know, they can shut off your financial freedom. Like, remember the truckers and the brigade that they had up there, and then the fact that they debanked a lot of these people that were involved, the truckers that were involved in said things. So that is an actual reality that we were
talking about the
with.
ones that were in Canada when they were doing the Canada trucker ones. Yep, I remember that. They were freezing their assets.
Freezing their assets. And so, you know, what we just said there is actually a genuine thing. Like, it's a real deal thing. And Matrix, I don't know if, no, actually, because you weren't there, you were having a little, a 24-hour bug. But I had mentioned this in regards to the feel-good system a couple times on the show this week. Let me just pop this up because I want to read this exactly as it is. Bing. Okay, so
I know what you're talking about. Cool, I like this.
Yeah. So Chris Schaus, one of my mods on the Rumble side, she emailed me on the 14th, and now she's been doing the feel good system for I want to say maybe 2 months. Might be longer. I don't know. Time's flying. Maybe a little longer, a little shorter, but I think about maybe a month and a half, 2 months. But so she emailed me and says, I got my blood work yesterday. For the first time in over 20 years, I am no longer in the pre-diabetes range. Dude, how awesome is that? And how many times have you heard that? You know,
I've heard the stories, but I haven't heard them from the actual people yet. You know, I've heard the stories about it, but hearing it from an actual person in our crowd saying that is amazing. That's the second person, because Joe Rambo is the first one I heard of, because he now has his blood pressure under control.
Isn't that crazy? So, you know, it helps with apparently blood pressure, apparently diabetes. You had mentioned, you know, you had some stomach issues or whatever in the past, and that got alleviated in pretty short order, from what I understand.
one day. I
Are
literally
you
the
serious?
2 weeks. Yeah, well, the people that were at my shows, for 2 weeks, I was feeling like literal crap. My stomach was messed up, and I was feeling like I was having my like stomach ulcers going on. And the first day, the first balance that you take with your meal, I took. I'm not joking. The second that went in me and filled my stomach up, from that day till now, I have not had a single stomach problem. Other than
That's awesome.
that 24-hour bug, but that was a random thing. So outside of that, I've literally like the name is a pun. I've felt great and feel great literally every day on this stuff, and it's fixed my stomach. I can't say enough about that. And here's the thing: is my blood work. I didn't go. I had surgery. I had 5 surgeries in 39 days on my leg. I had staph infection, MRSA. I literally almost died. They saved my leg. They saved my life. I was in the hospital for basically 3 months straight. I lost 40 fucking pounds.
Wow.
And yeah, I was bad. And my blood work was horrible. So in the recovery stage is when I started to feel great. And 3 months into the feel great, or maybe it was 2 months in, I got my first blood work. So I actually do have blood work, but I didn't have a comparison to right before and right after, but comparison to 9 months before from my surgeries to my next time.
Yeah.
They were blown away by all of my stuff was back in the normal section. Everything was where it was supposed to be, including my calcium level that they wanted to be high was actually high as it was supposed to be. My blood, what's it called? Immune system test. This is the wildest
White
thing
blood
of them
cells
all.
or whatever.
Yes. So to have a good system, you need to have above 500. Below 500 is bad. 1,000 is great. And I'm not joking you about my numbers. When she did my test, I was over 1,700 on my immune system test. She said, I don't even think I've even seen it that high before. So yes, my blood work is well, but I didn't have the comparison directly before, but I do know it's helped my blood work as well. So there you go. I actually do have my own situation for that.
That's awesome. Yeah, and because somebody, it reminded me, somebody had emailed me, a longtime, friend and viewer had emailed me that, what was that you were talking about that Chris said she didn't have, pre-diabetes anymore. And so I kind of, I gave back a few paragraphs and, and I'm doing it kind of, I don't know, I feel like maybe a little bit above and beyond, as I've never been a big breakfast or lunch guy anyway. So like I thought that's how it was supposed to be. I thought you were supposed to take one in the morning and then take another one at lunch, and you don't eat breakfast and you don't eat lunch, and then you have the balance before dinner and have your dinner. Like I thought that's how it was supposed to be, and I still to this day that's how I do it, which is why I'm getting, I'm down 26 friggin' pounds.
Yeah, and no, so the way you're doing it's actually like a better way to do it, just to be honest with you.
Like
so
fasting.
like the normal way you do it is like I tell people, I figured out a way to say it simple. You have an 8-hour window to eat in. Inside that 8 hours, do what you want to do, eat your food. But that last meal inside that 8 hours, you drink your balance, you eat your food, and then you go 16 hours without eating. And then when that 8-hour window is open, you eat again. And just that's your system. 8 hours on, 16 off, 8 hours on, 16 hours off. And if you just that alone, that regimen, you will see the results. If you do it the way you're doing it, your results will literally be 5 times faster because of the way you're doing it. So it's up to you to do the work. So
yeah, and I mean, I've talked about in the past, I've broken my fibia growth plate, when I was a freshman. Somebody slid into it nice and, cracked it open. So from time to time, that leg I thought was shorter was actually longer, and I was putting like a lift on my wrong side and messing up my hip, and my left ankle that was broken, probably from having the extra 26 pounds on me, even just going for a few mile walk. Like the next day, my ankle would be sore. It would feel a little bit sore. And so what I've noticed in the last week or so is like I remember the other day I was walking along and then I went, whoa, I don't feel any discomfort in my left ankle, and I'm like, I'm loving this.
Isn't that funny how you don't notice when you don't have the pain anymore right away?
Yeah, and
then you realize you're like, holy crap!
It's like, wait, this is supposed to be hurting now, but it's not. So yeah, yep. I mean, I just can't say enough good things about it. And just with anything else too, right? Like, I've had so many offers over almost 10 years now to, hey, do you want to advertise some of this stuff? Or, all right, what is it? You put this in your gas tank, these pellets, and it gets your car better gas mileage. And I know about cars, so I'm like, no, that will screw people's cars up, the fuel injection system. So like, no. So like with this, Joe had told me about it, and you had been telling me how good it was for you. for, you know, a couple of months, and that's why I kind of always sit back and I look at the reviews and see what, you know, how people are actually being affected by it. You know, is Rambo, you know, give me some BS, as I didn't really know him as well as I do now in the very beginning, and yourself as well. Like, you know, are they just saying that it's working or whatever? No, it genuinely worked for you guys, and he's, you know, he's been transparent. You know, when he's doing it like you're supposed to, it works, and when you stop doing it, it doesn't work, because, you know, you just got to follow the protocol.
Yeah, and here's the thing. I'll give you this too. I personally, since winter started through last week or so, I was cheating myself. I wasn't following it, and when I say that, I wasn't staying on my 8-hour, 16-hour. I was just kind of doing my own thing, but I was still taking the product every day. Here's the thing: I'm a person that I don't need to lose weight. I can lose weight like that because I have a metabolism that is through the roof. So for me personally, it's like I can cheat and still feel great because the system is still putting the right stuff in your body. You're actually, the fiber, the balance thing is actually making everything go through your body correctly as well. So like, even though I have been cheating, I still feel great. But the difference is if I actually just take that 8-hour window and 16-hour window, I literally feel like twice as good because my body's actually doing what it's supposed to. So that little bit of difference does make a difference. So when you cheat, you're going to feel it. I can guarantee you that. But if you stop that cheating, you're going to see and feel the difference. I promise you. And you'll be like, holy crap, why do I have so much energy all the time? Because that's literally how it is. And also, Max Force, thank you for raiding the channel. Welcome in, brother. Good to see you out there. I have not talked to you in a minute. Welcome in, brother. Oh, did I lose you?
No, you didn't lose me. I was just space muting over here. You know, I do that from time to time. And so here's the thing, guys. You just seen I did it and I admitted to it. Like, and so I think it's funny because like sometimes when the microphone's like, oh wait, no, we're gonna play a game on mic today. Oh, you think you're talking on this microphone in front of you? We're gonna switch it over to the laptop microphone just for the hell of it mid-show. Like, dude, I'm telling you, this thing is like, you know, I don't know if you can return something on warranty because you think it's maybe has a spirit inside of it or something. I think it's haunted. Do you take it back for that? No? Okay. Well, kind of going on where we were heading with some of that other stuff. I don't know if you've ever seen me present this, but I love this video, dude. I think it's funny, and I don't know if it'll play from the very beginning or not, but the very beginning scene is, he says I'll play the very beginning just because it's funny, because he says this is a love story about a pit bull and a bald cat, which it's not. What? But it's just funny. It's I guess this is his two pets. Couple ugly ones.
The hairless cat. Ugh.
Mr. Bigglesworth.
I'm a cat guy, but I can't do the hairless cats. It's weird. But I love pit bulls.
Mr. Bigglesworth. All right, so you know, right there, it looks like we're looking at clear as day. We're looking at that looks wood. Like, you know, a fallen tree, right? Fallen wood to me. And I would say clear as day. Yes, it looks like fallen wood. And I've shown this one, you know, many times over the years, but specifically this part of it. All right, let me make sure. I always mute it. So he's out walking around with his daughter, and they find this. Now, what is that?
It's a fallen tree.
All right, but like, what would anybody else call it?
Oh, if anybody else, you mean normal people? Oh, there's definitely a weird-looking rock structure.
Yeah, like a mountain, you know, piece of a mountain. You know, that's where the two mountains come together and push themselves up to a peak there, and you know, they fought themselves. So this guy contends what you're looking at here are actually biblical, you know, he calls them biblical tree remains. And so he's calling them petrified wood, but it looks like everything we see. If you were to walk up this, we'd say, yeah, I mean, it looks like stone. It looks like slags of stone. But as he shows, this is so crazy. I love this stuff. Did I unmute it?
Does he have the rings and whatnot? Does he show?
Oh, yeah. He's going to show all that and from the side and everything. Nice. So, yeah, this is cool.
Original color. Yeah, this was a cedar tree. But it's been weathered over thousands of years, and it's got moss and all these organisms living on it. Just want you to look at this.
And just really quick, like right here, I mean, I wouldn't even consider, you know, other than this thing here, like I would not even consider that would be wood whatsoever. No, that's just a mountain. If I wouldn't be worried about, you know, stepping on it and having a tree branch snap, that would look solid and like, you know, like a mountain to me.
Yeah, and I'd say this too is like I've because I've been in this specific research for quite a while. I would suggest anybody out there that has not heard the name, and thank you, Kelly, out there for saying it, Kelly Ellis, Mud Fossil University. Check that dude out on YouTube. He will break your brain with the stuff he finds. I tried writing that dude and telling him about my dragon I found, which I've now got because I now have a show. I've gotten to show my own dragon, but he's the one that got me into learning about the dragons in the landscape and how to find them. And of course, I went on my own thing and I got my own dragons and I found a whole bunch of stuff. So when I go out and disc golf and I see this stuff right here. I see this stuff when I'm disc golfing because there'll be like a hill that we're on and it looks like rock. And I'll tell Bong Hall or my buddy Drew, I'll be like, hey, look, there's a tree, an old tree right there. That's a stump. Look at that. That's not rock. And you can tell it looks just like what you're looking at. And it's under your feet and you think it's rock, but you get just the right angle. You realize that's not a rock. That was a giant tree that was cut down in the past during the giants' times. I don't know exactly the story, but they said they chopped all the trees down. And somewhere in my folders, I have a picture of a chopped down stub with an axe sitting on it. And the size of it is the size of a skyscraper.
Oh, dude, I am so glad you said that, dude. Mud Fossil University. Here's some weird synchronicity, dude. Like no more than maybe 2 weeks ago, I'm pretty sure I was asking like Ardoc more than Hulk or Tron in our group DM because I know I've sent him that in the past, and we are absolutely going to pull up one of his videos of the what was it, a whale or a dragon on the side of the beach into the mountains. Yep. Oh, dude, I was looking for that, and just as you said it, I'm like, wait, is that the dude I was looking for? And I just pulled it up, and I'm like, oh my God, that's the video, and these guys are gonna be crazy when they see it.
So check this out, Rogue. I'll give you the backstory. So Mud Fossil, his dragons he shows back in 2017, 18, 19, somewhere in that range is whenever I was trying to write him and show him my stuff. Here we are 8 years later or so, and I've got my own thing. So when we're done with this, if you guys want, I can show you my dragon. If you guys haven't seen me show it yet, it'll wreck your head.
Sure. Only if I get to show you my lightsaber.
You can, as long as it's not Cuomo.
Do you want to see my lightsaber? I show you my lightsaber. No,
we have a sword fight, man. Oh, nice.
Yeah, no, he got a really cool one. It was
red, blue, orange.
Yeah, it's all the different ones. You can actually change it. It's like a
that's dope.
$600 one. It's crazy. But all right, let's get past this clip here and then we'll kind of move along. But I love this stuff. Here we go.
Just want you to look at this.
That's a tree, obviously.
Okay. All right, hold on.
That right there, you can tell so much.
Right? I mean, but also right here, I mean, look at that. This 100% looks like wood, right? But that 100% looks like stone, and that face right there looks just like stone. But all that looks like
why,
wood.
though? I think the top layer on top where you see like the little bit of branches up there, and like the one that looks at the very top where the rock is, where the tree's coming up. Yep, right there at the very, very top. It looks like rocks on top. So those I think might be the bark. And as you go to the inside of the tree, that's where you see the wood. And then the deeper you go, I bet you the stuff that looks like rock that you pointed out, I bet you that was exposed so long. That's the weathered part where the water actually kind of made it shiny and whatnot. Because over time, like you see the top probably broke off. That's why it looks like more like wood. The tip top where the bark would be, that turned to full rock. That's also got the moss on it. And then the inside that's now exposed is slowly turning into what looks like rock, but it still looks like wood.
Yeah. And what are those things called? Crazy. Mesas? The one where they look like
yes,
it looks like a tree that was just cut off perfectly flat, but yet it's supposed to be made of mountains or made of rock or whatever.
And isn't it funny how most of those mesas are all the exact same height for some reason?
Oh yeah,
legitimately.
It's just weird. I'm gonna I'll let him talk for the next minute. Here we go.
So let's go over here, showing you how everything's buried.
I want to go back to this part. Yeah, I wanted to go back to this part.
It's got moss and it's discolored, but when my daughter peeled a piece of this off, it's deceiving because it's got moss and it's discolored. But when you peel a piece off, it actually looks like living wood. But
not for nothing, but look how flat those cuts are. You know what I mean? You're going to be doing that with a mountain. So he's basically showing that you got the wood grain underneath it. So it's 100% wood, but for us, it looks like it's a freaking mountain. So, yeah, dude, I'm just so convinced that there's so many things that they hide from us, and I just don't know what the, true reality that we live in really is. Are we all living in a shared experience here? And if you were standing next to me and I'm looking at, say, a picture on the wall, are you seeing the same exact picture that I'm seeing, or are you seeing it slightly different that I'm seeing? You know what I mean? Like, these are the weird things that my head thinks about from time to time.
That's totally normal. I mean, my head goes there quite often, actually. So those are my thoughts for a long time. So I got so many questions. And because the conversation we had earlier, I'll just say this: we don't know where we live, right? We don't want to call it flat or this, that, or the other because we don't know. So make it simple. It's not what NASA tells us.
Yeah, I would say that.
That's where I leave it.
This I mentioned this earlier, but I don't think I actually talked about it once I had it up on the screen here quick. But she said, read the Book of Enoch. And again, she's not a spiritual leader or anything like that. She's a ex-stripper congresswoman. So just saying, she's saying read the Book of Enoch. But I wanted to pull this up, dude, and because I wanna scroll through a few of these videos so people can see kind of what we're talking about here. In that, this guy is seeing Mud Fossil University. He's seeing things like this, and so if I put my cursor on it, it goes away. But this one right here that we're seeing on both of these too, is that a fossilized person, or is it just an old statue and maybe whatever? But then as you go to the ones we were talking about earlier, he's seeing. Again, I'm going to reference this image right here.
Yep.
Is it blood? And look at his finger, dude. He wipes it, and it actually gets red. And so these are supposedly, organs or excuse me, fossilized, creatures that essentially become fossilized. And then once he gets into that red area where he says it's blood cells and stuff, he wipes it and it's red. And if I'm not mistaken, doesn't he take like blood samples out of a lot of these things as well?
Yes, sir. So, okay, this is very hard for some people to take in.
I'm just going to let one of them play without sound.
Okay, my friend.
Go ahead, buddy.
Those are balls. Okay, so think of a giant.
He's got big balls.
Yeah, it's big. Let me leave that alone. I'm going to keep my brain straight here. So when it comes to the blood, right? So you have these giants that are in the hills. You have what looks like bodies. Some of them might have been statues, but there are some of them, especially if you go through this guy's channel, you'll find out that they're definitely not a statue. They were once a living being. They were literally fossilized into that spot as though they were turned to stone. We've heard those stories before. So this guy and a few others, of course, go out to these sites and they'll actually get pieces of them. They'll cut into them, and you'll find that there's everything there that they're supposed to be. You can find bone, skin. When you cut into it, you can find blood. You can find crystallization in the blood. And if you don't know this, where you go searching and finding gold and whatnot, those are the veins of the old things that used to live. The old blood diamonds and all the quartz and whatnot, that's all inside of our bodies.
Really?
So this stuff here, yes. So all of this, that's one of the, okay, so anybody that doesn't know about this stuff, you're going to think I'm crazy. But like where the dragons are in the landscape, you're going to find that they're doing a lot of mining for different things in those areas, depending on what part of the body they're at, because that's where they're finding stuff. You're in the blood system, the liver, the lungs, the eyes. Those are all pieces of the body that are still laying there, and they have benefits for humanity. They were literally living beings.
Huge living beings.
Huge, yes, gigantic. And I have actually I found my folder. I have a few pictures as well. I can give you guys a couple things myself that'll make you guys think.
Absolutely. And so we see things that are like this, right? Like things that are, it looks like a mountain, right? But I'm telling you, the first time I looked at this guy, I was like, this dude's lost his shit. He's lost his shit. I'm sorry. Like, no, I can't. And then I'm like, wait, that actually does kind of look, I mean, when you look at this, let me pause it so he's not waving his hand around. Even when you look at this and he's like, wow, that looks like a dragon. And you're like, I don't know. But then you're like, wait, it's actually separation between the jaws here. It does look like what look like teeth. You do have a snout here. You have eyes in the forehead region or whatever. But he goes so far as into later on show you like organs and different parts. Was one of them a whale, or were all of these ones on the side?
There's
dragons
one of
or
the
whatever?
ones he shows in Africa. There's a dragon that is over a giant fish. It looks like he's trying to eat the fish.
Okay,
and it's not. I don't think it's this video actually. I know right where it's at, but yeah, that's a whole thing actually.
Right, and so like, what are these things? Right, archaeologists and academic experts, but nobody can explain these sites. So this is right here, guys. So right underneath my cursor here, this would be one of the aforementioned mesas that Matrix, and I never knew that fact, Matrix, that they're all cut to the same height.
When you're in a certain area, you'll find that all the ones in that area tend to be either one of two things: exactly the same height, or on just a very specific levels is what they are. But most in the same area, all sliced off at the same spot.
You ever see this video? I don't even know if it's on here anymore, but it's called "There's No Forests on Flat Earth."
Yes. Actually, what weird is I just came across that like a month ago. It came across my screen.
So remember, the trees used to be way bigger than they are now. And again, this also goes back to things I can show you that I have shown in the past, where the guy who was the co-founder of Greenpeace, remember back in the day, hey, dude, don't use hairspray, don't break styrofoam, chlorofluorocarbons, CFCs, don't let those out, right? Well, they not only say now, the founder of Greenpeace says, actually, greenhouse gases, they're good for us and we need more of them. And they contend that, hundreds of years ago, the carbon dioxide level was a lot higher. And as a result, we had bigger trees, bushes, fruits, veggies and stuff. And boy, I would say there's ample proof out there to show that, yes, there were absolutely monstrous trees. And so I think the title of this video is a little bit of a misnomer, in that they make it sound like, oh, there's no forests on this, flat Earth or whatever they want to call it, but there are no forests on it. And I think what they should have said is like the original forests are gone, right? And all the ones that we see now are maybe 100, 200 years old. But when you get these giants of trees, they take a very long time to grow. And I mean, we see stuff like this, and dude, I love this topic so much, because it's unexplained stuff that we just don't know about. And what's this? I mean, that's clear as day. Those look clear as day to me to be wood. No,
that's chopped wood.
It looks like chopped wood to me.
Chopped wood.
Yeah, and then what is that? All these mesas, are they blocked or whatever?
Possibly.
Yeah, and so patterns, that's what, the drying pattern. But here we go, and just examples of various mesas. Here we go. And again, what are the odds that naturally formed like that? Something just grew up like a little bit and then we stop. Or is it more likely that something cut it? And then I would ask you, how big would the person have to be that actually cut that thing?
I know, right?
I mean,
they said we would look like grasshoppers in their presence.
Right, so that tells me, like probably a couple 100 feet tall, maybe
at least. I've actually heard miles tall, but I mean, trees were apparently miles and miles and miles tall, and then the giants got up to hundreds of feet tall. So who freaking knows? I don't know. But let's just say this: if we're gonna be the size of grasshoppers, they gotta be freaking big. 'Cause I'm 6'2". For me to become a grasshopper, you got to be about 50 to 100 feet tall. That's a big mofo.
And then are these people just like, what we look at as, as what we would do in our backyard? Is that what they did here in their backyard? You know what I mean? Like, this is them, with the weed whacker out there, just trimming it nice and low so you don't stub your toe on the way by. Like that type of big.
There you go, Jack and the Beanstalk. You saw here, hit it on the head. Jack and the Beanstalk. That story of the giant beanstalk. There you go.
Hey, welcome in, Tron Tribe. Thank you for the raid. And we got a degraded system on Pilled. So it looks like you might have a little issue on Pilled in the next minute or two. Hopefully not. It looks like it's spinning over there now.
My side looks good. Yeah, every once in a while, but right now mine's fine.
Maybe I need to click it to a background. Let me see if I can maybe put it onto a different server. Do you know how to do that? There used to be a backup server that you could click to. I think we're back. Yeah, we're back.
You can't do it yourself though. The servers are something that Matt's got to do.
Oh yeah, back in a couple of years ago, anyways, they used to have it. So it was a button there that you could just push it, and it would change your stream from the other one. But yeah, that's gone.
Yeah, they separate. Yeah, they separated that now. Now it's slightly different. Let's just say there's multiple servers and certain you're basically paying for a certain server, and then there's other servers as well. So there's higher graded servers. I'm on the higher grade server because I pay for it.
Yeah, absolutely. Let me see if I can actually. Let me see if I can find this quick because I think this will be interesting to show you guys. And I would have never thought I would see some of the people, especially like, say, the founder of Greenpeace, the co-founder of Greenpeace, talking about fluorocarbons. And this might be, let me see, this might be my, no, this is just one. This is just him. I thought I made another video with him and another guy, but I'll see if I can find that other one as this guy's playing. Sure, go ahead.
You got a compliment over here I want to give. Trump Country USA says, Spaceshot is one of my original follows. I love him and Hulkinator for that. And I replied, hey, me too. Boom.
Well, thank you very
Same
much.
thing.
I appreciate you guys out there. I really do. I'm trying to remember this guy's name. His name was Ivor Gavora or something. Ivor Gavire. And I think I can find that link. Let me play this as Dr. Patrick Moore, co-founder of Greenpeace. Now, remember, like we said before, don't spray, hairspray. It's bad for you. It's bad for the environment, and don't break styrofoam. Remember, CFCs. Don't do it.
He has an old world building behind him while he talks.
Yeah. Oh yes, very old building.
The idea that carbon dioxide is a pollutant and somehow dangerous, when in fact it is the most important nutrient for all life on Earth, and without it this would be a dead planet. So I say not only is carbon dioxide good, it is essential, and it's a good thing that we are putting some more carbon dioxide in the atmosphere because it was running low before we came along.
CO2, we know its benefits for plants, but it is a known greenhouse gas, and we're pumping too much of it in, leading to global warming.
Well, actually, it may be a known greenhouse gas, but it's not known how strong it is in terms of changing the Earth's temperature. And so far in this century, there has been zero warming from a statistically significant basis, and the UK Met Office says so. Yet 1/3 of all human CO2 emissions have been put into the atmosphere in the last 18 years. So it doesn't look like a lockstep causal relationship between increasing CO2 and warming of the Earth. The idea that carbon dioxide is a pollutant.
What do you think of that, dude?
Well, maybe it's the cow farts.
Didn't they say that they can't fart now?
That's the whole point. They don't fart. You actually have to literally like poke the freaking cow in the side with a big old needle and let the air out because they don't fart, and they claim cow farts are the reason that it's happening. That's so stupid. It's just so stupid. The lies they have fed us for so long are the dumbest things I have ever heard. And again, I like the guy for saying that. And he has an old world building with Antiquitech sitting right behind him.
You gotta love it. Now this is, let me see, right here. So that's Patrick Moore, and then you got this guy, and hopefully I can find it really quickly because this guy was a Nobel Peace Prize winner. He's a Nobel laureate. Come on, Ivor Gavir. All right, so ding, 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 ding. There's a very specific part which he brings up that he resigned in 2011. Now, dude, did you ever get a chance to see the climate change video that I did, that I admittedly took the information from a guy who was like a critical missions expert, and what this guy does for a living is he basically if you have like a major corporation, say like chips, like they're doing some processors or something like that, and they're all ready to go and ready to go out the door, and then they have some sort of an issue comes up, and this guy was like, he's like a ringer, right? Like very smart guy, knows how to get things done or whatever. And so these companies would contact him because he would have the technical expertise to get, whatever further. So really smart guy, did a lot of really good research, and the research that he did, excuse me, led him to, all right, well, if I go to a library and I'm going to look up information in a book, well, they can change the information in a book, right? Magazines, they can change all these stuff. And I remember local library near my house when I was like 14, they for a whole summer were just throwing books away like crazy, throwing books away left and right. And so the information changes. And so how do you get information that's solid? He went through many different places. He went through their microfiche. And so he got all the old articles from books, magazines, going all the way back to like the 20s and 30s. And so the long and short of it is, not only were they not concerned that, the globe is warming and we have global warming, but their concern was we were actually going into an ice age, or about to go into an ice age, right?
Yep, I remember all that.
So it's pretty crazy what they tell you. So I'm trying to find this one specific part here because, and I'll probably clip it as I do it, but he basically talks about what they say to us, right? Like the industrialization of our planet is going to make everything a lot warmer, but he actually proves during a few periods or a few clips right here. Here we go, actually, and I want to clip this, so I'm going to clip this as a short and then probably put it together with that from the thing here. So here we go, guys. Listen to this gentleman for the next 2 minutes.
From 1998, where the Earth would have been roughly 35 degrees warmer, roughly speaking. Now, from 1898 to 1998, the temperature has increased 0.8 degrees. And the CO2 concentration has increased from 295 to 367, or roughly 72 parts per million in 100 years. That's what has happened. That's the fact. I'm not making this up. Now, from 1998, which is basically the hottest year, the CO2 has increased from 367 to 403, roughly 36 parts per million. That's half of the previous increase. So why hasn't the temperature increased 0.4 degrees then? I mean, if you're a physicist, for heaven's sake, and here's the experiment, and you have a theory, and the theory doesn't agree with the experiment, then you have to cut out the theory. You were wrong with the theory. See, that's half the thing. It should have been, but it isn't. So you can't believe then the people who are the alarmists say that CO2 is a terrible thing, and therefore you have to not drive and use solar cells and stuff because otherwise the world will go to pot. But it's not true. It's absolutely not.
The world will go to pot. So if you heard what he was saying, essentially from a 100-year period, the temperature has increased roughly 0.8 degrees in 1898 to 1998. And in that period, the CO2 concentrations raised 72 parts per million. Well, at this point, I think this was 2015 or something like that. But let's just say 1998 to 2015 or whatever this was, the CO2 increase has gone up another 36 parts per million. But there has not been a 0.4 degree raise in the temperature on our planet. So it just like Patrick Moore was saying right there, it's not a lockstep causal effect, right? He says, there are greenhouse gases, but it's not a lockstep causal effect to say just because you'll have more CO2, the temperature is going to get warmer. And so we know that to be an absolute fallacy. And again, if we had more CO2s, we would have more huge trees like this, is my opinion.
Yep. And here's something to probably think about too, is with the numbers the guy said. I don't know where he is now, but I wonder if he did another test between, let's just say 2010 maybe, and now with all the weather modifications. I wonder if the numbers would change, or if anything in any way, shape, or form would change based on all the weather wars we're seeing, like Dubai over there and whatnot. Like all of Saudi Arabia is flooding their own country with the weather and whatnot. Like, I wonder if that has any effect on the natural stuff, which I know it does, but what is that effect?
Let's see here. I'm going to pull something up for us. The atmospheric CO2 concentration in 2026 is projected to average 429.4, give or take 0.6 parts per million, at the Mauna Loa Observatory, continuing a relentless upward trend, according to the Met Office. And then you heard that guy, Patrick Moore, there. He was mentioning the Met Office. As of April 2026, daily measurements have already exceeded 430 parts per million.
That's only 27 more than he said. Wow.
Yeah, and so I'm trying to remember, when was this? I resigned from the society in 2011. When was this speech? It's got to be 2015, 16.
It was put out on September 1st of 24. So, right below that, where the views are.
Oh, okay, yeah, September 2020.
So,
yeah,
but that's just when it was put out. It could have been put out years before that. So
yeah, it's just it would bug me just to not know. Maybe that's a little OCD.
I feel you there.
When was presentation?
Oh, you know what? Before this falls away, I gotta thank you on Rumble. I forgot. I gotta make sure that don't disappear on me. There it is. 2F17, welcome and good to see you. Thank you for that $5 Rumble rant. It says, hairless cat. Have a most excellent day and an upcoming week to all you beautiful souls. Thank you very much, 2F17. Yeah, that I can't do a hairless cat. I love cats to death, but I can't do a hairless cat. That's freaky.
Well, and I got lucky, dude. Apparently that was 2015. Most famously in 2012 at the 62nd Lindau Nobel Laureate meeting.
Lindau. So that was July 1st. So that's what I'm saying. So basically 2010 or so. So a little bit back to what he was doing there till now. I wonder if this guy did those exact same numbers, where the things would sit. Because again, the weather wars has gotten crazy over the last 15, 16 years.
Lindau. Yeah, this is the Lindau one. So this is 2012. This is actually.
Is he still alive?
This is when I was into most of my, 2008 to 2012, dude. I was just, my face stuck in a computer, intaking every conspiracy information I can. Looks like we lost them last June, 2025.
Hey, that's the date you got queued on a 5-year delta to
it. June 20th, that's it. That's sweet. But yeah, Ivor Geiweier, Nobel Prize in Physics with Leo Isaki and Brian Josephson. One half of the prize was jointly awarded for their experimental discoveries regarding tunneling phenomena in semiconductors and superconductors, respectively. Interesting. And he's from Norway, so smart guy. But yeah, I mean, all this stuff is just BS, dude. And I've been watching a lot of, and I got to actually go back and I got to see if Tartaria Vault, I got to see if some of this stuff is like AI. But what he's saying in this video is that these images that you're seeing, and they do some really good stuff.
Yes, and a lot sucks. A lot of these videos have freaking AI. I hate them.
Well, and so this one right here, right? So this is the one specifically, right? Like these things look fake as, the day is long. But as he's talking about it in here, he's saying, listen, these are not the images you would expect to see. And he's saying that he's going through essentially like microfiche and old articles that are basically written or whatever. And he's claiming that these are all real. And I don't know. I'd have to get some information behind the whole channel to make sure. But some of them just look so fantastically, ridiculous.
I think that's the problem with AI right now, is the fact that people can make such good pictures. I would like to see the original pictures
that's
without being altered and putting on the computer. Because I do believe that some of these could be real, and I do believe that's very possible. It's just the problem is with AI CGI, I don't trust them anymore.
No, me neither. That's basically, and I just wanted to show you guys what I meant here. Should have, here we go, transcript. So he's basically, I stumbled across A digitized newspaper archive at 2 o'clock in the morning 3 years ago. A photograph from the 1880s, a group of men standing outside what appears to be a civic building, broad column, da-da-da-da-da. But he says, he kind of goes on to say that these are images that are essentially digitized, digitized images. And I'm like, well, would they digitize something like this, or would they try to hide something like that? So again,
Yeah, see, I don't know.
I'm going to
You could easily, you could insert fake history by doing that, though, too. Saying, oh, hey, look what I found. Something from the 1800s. It's all fake. And you throw in a narrative in and somebody runs with it. It becomes viral. Suddenly everybody believes it's real. That's the other problem.
True. But, you know, the other interesting part of all this stuff is this type of stuff. Why do we see all these buildings that have, you know, doors and entranceways that are way too big for the average person to be walking through? You know what I mean?
50-foot doors where the handle's about 35 feet up and you need a ladder to get to it. Yeah,
dude, that's literally what I was about to.
I know exactly what door you're going to show. I bet, like to the T.
Door for a giant. I don't know if I'll be able to
one right
find
there
it, but...
to the right side. No, right there on the right side.
Oh,
Boom,
there you go.
That's it. That's the one I was
Did you
thinking
know
of.
such doors exist? These massive doors reach up to 10 meters in height.
So, dude, who needs a 30-foot door? I mean,
25-foot person.
Yeah, I mean that would be exactly the person that would need it. But I mean, think about it. You know, why would you wouldn't make a door that big and then see all you got the latches and stuff down there? This would be for, you know, current. But look it up there.
I know.
So what are you telling me? You're telling me that a guy this size, a human that's this size, a normal, regular human, used to shut the door, you know, maybe take him and maybe somebody else. And if you get older, you're not as strong anymore, you maybe need two people to shut the damn door. But then maybe you have a huge pole and then you put the latch on over there every night, you know, like a 15, 20-foot pole so you could latch the latch up there every night. Or does it make more sense that maybe somebody was much bigger back then and just flip the lid just like he could on this one right here?
Yep.
I don't know. I don't know the answer to that, but I mean, we've seen so many of them. And another interesting thing that I love, dude, and I don't know if I know you have, but I don't know how much you talk about it in shows and whatnot. And I'm doing the Control-Alt-Delete thing again. Is the mud flood thing, right? Where they have all the, you know, nobody can explain to me why all of these windows that we see, like perfect example right there,
angled down, going underneath the ground.
Yeah, and windows in the ground.
So what you want to see, everybody. So there you go, right there. So if you're in a city, especially an older city, start paying attention as you're walking down the street, especially if you're on a hill. All right. As you look to your building on your right and on your left, as you walk, you'll notice there are windows that might be all the way above ground. Then there'll be a window that's slightly below ground, then halfway to below ground, then 3/4 below ground, and then the tip top of the window is underground. And all the windows go underneath the surface for some reason. That is caused by the mud flood. That the mud flood literally flooded all these cities. We had to dig out these buildings. This is why, like in old pictures, they'll show people literally digging them out. There you go. That one there is actually not mud flood. That's an old civilization right there. They're digging out. But yes, like that's what I'm saying. Like the old pictures, they're digging out the old civilization. They're moving houses over here and whatnot. It's because the mud floods. People don't think the mud floods are real. When I first heard about the mud floods, I was one of those people that were like, this guy's retarded. And it took me a minute and I started getting into it. I'm like, holy crap. And then I got deep into it. I'm like, this is 100% legit. So the mud flood sounds crazy to some people. Do some research. I promise you it'll blow your mind if you don't know anything about it.
Yeah, it's bananas. And this just shows, you know, they have these things and then you cut something out and you see the same architecture. Like there are other ones that he may even show here in either like New York or Chicago where you see the same architecture on the building there as it is underground. And it's like, wait, why would you make buildings, you know, why would you even bother finishing the outside of the building if it's going underground? You know what I mean? Yeah. Like you wouldn't put the same ornate fixtures.
Why would you put a window halfway underground with the full-size window and then take half of that window and block it off with bricks and leave the other half open? Like that doesn't make sense. It means it was at one point above ground. But if you go into their blueprints, they don't even have them. And if they do, they say, oh, well, we built this thing that's 85 million square feet in about 6 months with Donkeys Incorporated.
Yeah, and then we didn't need it anymore, so we destroyed it. Or there was a fire that destroyed a concrete castle,
a stone building. Yeah,
stone castles, concrete buildings on fire left and right. And so that channel, My Lunch Break, he's done a lot of research into these historical buildings, and almost every one without fail. Oh, it was redesigned after a massive fire. Oh, next story. All right, this building. Oh, it was redesigned after a massive fire. How about that one? Oh, yeah, that was redesigned after a massive fire. And it's like, wait, they're all made of friggin' stone. How is that possible?
Yes. Now, anybody that doesn't know who Space Shot's talking about, the channel is called My Lunch Break. I've shown every last episode he's ever put up on my show. That's one of my absolute favorite channels out there. Every time he has an episode, I find time to bring him in on the weekends now. I used to show him during the week right when he'd drop them, but now I try and stick to my Q stuff and then do this other stuff on the weekends. So there he is, My Lunch Break. We found him. Omazon found him when he was on episode 32 or 29, maybe. And we went, and when he found it, we watched a couple episodes on a show one night, and I went back and we went from episode 1 and went forward, and now we stick with every single episode he puts out.
Interesting. Yeah, no, I mean, and I'll show some of these. I'll just keep it muted, but I'll show some of these because wait, Matrix, what's this? There's one here that's, Tartary. Asian Tartary, and again, like, this is things that we see at the World Fair, and what looks like. Did you see what the White House put out for their visualization? What had one of these arches on it, and it looked just like this stuff, just like the same thing at the World Fair. Loving it.
That's what I was saying. Actually, I brought up. I go, isn't it kind of funny how World Fairs are coming back for the Golden Age? Isn't that kind of funny? And he got the big arch he's putting up looks just like those things.
And there's the World Fair in Chicago.
It's in those. By the way, for anybody that doesn't know, those are massive magnets, is what they are. Which is why the arch here in St. Louis, where I'm at, that's a massive magnet. And if you ever go to the museum, they have a whole bunch of stone arches hidden at the museum as well. And actually, My Lunch Break goes there and shows you on one of his episodes. The episode in St. Louis, he has 2 of them. I think it's like episode 36 and 70s in St. Louis.
Dude, that's Chicago in 1893. And then other ones I've seen, what really boggles my mind is how do we see the same architecture in Europe as we see in Australia, as we see in America, San Francisco and Baltimore, and some of these places that have absolutely crazy stuff. And then here's St. Louis, Missouri, 1904. And you know what they said, dude? They said, these were all just, they were made of like that cheap stuff. It wasn't really marble like it looks like or whatever. It was just made of like styrofoam type stuff.
Yeah, we just put it up real quick in a year. It was all fake. We made all these ponds and all these waterfalls and all these statues. But by the way, everybody, it's all fake. We're going to knock it down, but we're going to keep a couple of these buildings and we're going to rebuild them in about 6 months and tell you that they're the real ones now, but they were the fake ones. But yeah, there you go. You believe that? Oh, okay, cool.
Nothing to see here, folks. Nothing to see.
And by the way, the one in St. Louis is the St. Louis Zoo is where it was at. There's still buildings from the 1904 World's Fair down at the zoo, and then the Ferris wheel is still buried under the grounds.
Wow, I mean,
in Forest Park.
Think about it, dude. You got tasked with this job. You're a bricklayer, right? And they're like, all right, brick this building up, and you're looking at it and you're going, wait, why the hell would I cover this up? It's gorgeous. It's precise. I mean, look at the corners, how round and perfect they are. Like, how old is this? That's
master masons, real master masons.
Oh, you know what one of my buddies told me? Oh, I said, how come, these guys can make this stuff back then and they can't make it now? Nobody can recreate this stuff to this day. And they say, oh, because they, the masters, the secrets got lost over time. Oh, okay, bullshit. And they don't have technology far superior than they did back then, and we still can't do this stuff today? Okay. You know what it is, Matrix? They needed to tell you got to turn your wrist in a specific speed and manner, and it's got to be this way exactly, or else it doesn't work. Like, what is the secret exactly? That the secret of these builders that we can no longer do? Oh, well, they stopped passing down the secret. And again, what do you think, dude? Lots of tunnels under DC area. Looks like
actually,
it to me.
I think the entire old world, all of the old world, was connected through tunnels underground. Their city and buildings were all connected, just like in Chicago and DC. If you go to their underground tunnels, they have still the old signs that says where it goes and whatnot, to which building they go to.
Yeah.
That's where the underground tunnels come into play. They're older ones as well, but the buildings and civilizations that got buried under the mud floods, if you dig yourself down to that, what you'll find is tunnels, because you're going to find the actual buildings themselves that are buried down there and probably going to be fossilized as well. But that's these tunnels they're talking about. Yes, they can create them, but they're already there from the past civilization. And that's why they're hiding it from us, because where do you think they take the children and the people they traffic? Underground. That's one of the big, that's why you also see those, if you ever watch the earthquakes that are exactly 10 kilometers or 10 miles down, those are when they're popping the bunkers down there. And if you, we follow those all the time. And when they're doing military ops basically in certain areas, and then you go check out where the earthquakes are happening at, and you'll find 10 kilometer, 10 kilometer, 10 kilometer. That's them busting out those bunkers down there, the dumbs and whatnot. Because for some reason, they're either at two depths, 10 kilometers, or what's the other one, like 30, 32, 38. So there's another one too, a slightly lower depth. They hit right on those bunkers. So they know about this. And I think that's, again, that's part of the Great Awakening. We're seeing it in our faces right now. And that's how the old world was. They were all connected underground.
Ventamin is saying, tagged you on my Rumble channel, said, compare the building artwork then to postmodernism. Check it to postmodernism, art, etc. Marxism, big tie-in, destroy the old world. Yeah, destroy the old.
And they also use those old buildings to add numbers to them too. I actually, somewhere in my folder here, I'm sitting here, there's a building that has the year on it. I don't remember exactly the year, but it's got letters, like Roman letters. They add a whole nother letter onto it to add 1,000 years, because the year is supposed to be like, I don't know, 629, and they make it 1629 because they added the J or the I to it. That's another thing they do.
Yeah, so there was one of them was I want to say 813. Right, and then you know what they said to that, right? Matrix. They said, "Oh, well, they used to use I as 1,000." It's like, really? Did they? Did they really?
No.
And I know for a fact that there is one of these, and I'm pretty sure it's 1813, might be 1826 or whatever. But what it is it's a stone that says Boston 26 miles ahead. I highly doubt I could find it.
I got one for you. I actually have the building I was talking about too. Holy crap! I got my flat Earth folder open, so I got a bunch of stuff here.
Oh God, let me see if this happens to pop up. Stone that says Boston in 26 miles away. Boston. Here we go. I mean, if I can find it, it'll be great to show you guys, because it had a date on it, like 1813 or whatever. And damn it, that'd be nope, not 26 miles, but it was something like this. It said like with an arrow, it says like Boston 26 miles, and it said like one, or it said I 813 or something like that. So people are saying, well, what did it really mean? Parting zone and this, 1744. But yeah, I mean, I very much enjoy this stuff because I don't know what they've hidden from us. And I'm sure you've seen the other one in my lunch break where he shows the thing on the building where it says it, and I'm pretty sure that one actually says 1813 on the building, but it says it's a different year than that. I don't know if you remember which one I'm talking about. But
I do actually.
Timeline begins in 1800.
In the 1800s, yeah. 1776. I don't know if you know about the connection with Revelations, basically the 1,000-year reign of the evil one. We're in those last days, and if you do the calculations, it perfectly aligns to 1776, the Federal Reserve, and where we're sitting at now. Actually, we're at the very end of the reign of the evil. It actually aligns perfectly with everything.
Yeah, so
I did that in a really concise, but yeah, it's a long story, but.
So yeah, I would highly recommend you guys take a look at that gentleman's stuff. If you like the old weird stuff like we do, I find it tickles my fancy very much. And thank you very much. And this is a name for me, dude. I'm very good in remembering names, especially faces too, when I see faces. But screen names, I definitely remember. And this one is a new one for me, who had gifted 10 subscriptions over to the channel on Rumble. Thank you very much to Pink Bunny Tracks. And we like rabbits and bunnies around here. We definitely do.
Definitely.
We like wabbits and bunnies and beers. Oh my. Let's see what President Trump's up to there.
Oh no. Oh, I can't have you change the subject now. I got stuff for you.
You got stuff to show? Let's show it up.
Oh, I got some stuff. Definitely got some stuff for you.
Wait, just really quick. I didn't even see this, dude. So yeah, I don't want to change the subject. We're going to stay on the weird stuff, but I did want to see this because I didn't see this yesterday, and I don't know why I didn't see it. Oh, because UFC was on last night. Real Donald Trump reposted, "There will be consequences for those who pushed foreign interference hoaxes. The hammer of justice is coming."
Jackals. Hyenas.
Oh, yes.
Barking at him, laughing at him. They nip his toes and eat the food that's in his domain. They do this, and they get closer and closer and bolder, till one day, that lion gets up and tears the shit out of everybody, runs like the wind, eats everything in his path. Because every once in a while, the lion has to show the jackals who he is.
So, dude, with that in mind, and I'm going to stop sharing so you can, with that in mind, do you really think nothing's happening? Nothing's going to be coming? Because at the end of the day, don't you think he really would kind of lay off that type of posting, like, on a normal basis? That's all he keeps posting, left and right and silly sideways. So if he was kind of going to build us up for all this Q stuff and just kind of quietly walk out the door with nothing happening, don't you think all this stuff would have subsided or just, severely slowed down, right? Or just stop doing it altogether? That would be my view.
If he didn't have him where he wanted him, yeah, he would probably stop. But he's by him doing that, he's both being truthful, mean, and a troll all at the same time.
Yeah.
That's what he's doing. He's being the master of all of it. That's what he's doing because he knows he's right. He knows what's coming. And those people, again, in my opinion, most of those people have already been taken care of. We're watching the narrative play out. So wheels of justice turn slow, but when they turn powerful. So we're just waiting on the correct news to come out. And again, that's my opinion to it. So like Fauci, we talked about him. He's gone, man. Like that new Fauci had a wrong size head, wrong nose, wrong everything. So he's been taken care of.
Heck yeah.
Here's one for you. So Anno DCCCXC. I don't know what the numbers equal up to off the top of my head. I don't know Roman numerals like that. But then you go over here and they added an M. Okay, and then they added an M for it to be 1790. That's what they do. They add an M for this one. There's the I, the J, the M. I guess it depends maybe what letters they're using. If it's written out as a year, there's different reasons in how they do it. But there's one for you right there. Just a simple one.
Yeah, that is. M is 17. It would be 1,000. So 1790 versus 790. Huh.
I'm just in a folder here, so I got to get to where I was.
Beavis and Butthead.
Yeah, there's a few random things in here.
Shut up,
there you go. There you go. There's one in the ocean that was cut down.
Oh,
the tree grew large and strong, and its top touched the sky. It was visible to the ends of the earth. Daniel 4:11. There you go.
Huh.
Bingo.
Yeah.
Oh, wrong way.
Dude, you know what I find really funny, dude, and nobody can explain this to me. You ever see the lunar cycle where like one side of the moon starts getting less visible, so you see like a little sliver of a banana, right? And then that little sliver of a banana keeps filling up to where it gets thicker and thicker and thicker, and then the opposite happens in the next week. The other side pushes out and then goes back, and to me it doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
I don't think I know exactly what you're talking about there.
I'll pull it up. I'll pull it up later for you. It's funny.
All right. Here's another one here. If you guys don't know about the Grand Canyon, we're not allowed to go there, especially in all the nice areas where all the Egyptian names are and whatnot. But that sure looks like a gigantic pyramid and sphinx right here.
Sphincter?
Yeah. And of course, if you guys don't know, the areas in the Grand Canyon, they have all the different all the temples for Isis, Osiris, and all those different things. Here's this one. Let me turn it. There we go. Mountains right there, all different mountains. But if you look at them right side up like this, they're faces. Yeah, they're all your mountains. There's a face, your nose, your open mouth. There's a face.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. They give you a whole bunch of examples here. A bunch in one. Yeah. And of course, some of these people can say, "Oh, well, that just looks like it." Yeah, some of them are probably pareidolia for sure, but like some of them are impossible to deny. Oh, I forgot. I got to grab them out of here. 'Cause I'm in the wrong spot in my folder. Let's see. Down here's where I was. Oh, here we go. Here's where I wanted to be. Here's what I was telling you about. Bingo. Not that one. Next one. There you go. That's an axe sitting on top of a cut down tree. But you would tell me it's a rock and this rock happened to land on it crazy. No, that's an axe on top of a tree. A giant one.
That's crazy.
What the hell, man? That's nuts. There's no person, right? There's no person there to actually sit there and be standing there, but think of how large that is. That's huge. What's that?
Oh, that looks like a reptile skin.
Yeah, really giant one too. Oh, speaking of, there's a person. Look, there's a person standing here, everybody. We'll just call her 5'3". Look at how tall that is. That's a mushroom.
Oh, it's just a rock placed on another rock.
Mm-hmm.
And who placed that rock there?
There you go. There's the serpent or the turtle. Some of them call it a turtle, some call it a serpent. There's his head sticking out. Clear as day. There's his eye. You can see his eye. You can see where his mouth opens up right here, the separation to it.
Even the side of it. Look at the scales.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's there. It's not an illusion. It's not pareidolia. It's actually a giant freaking ancient. There, look at his body. Look at that. The scales are still there.
Great. And too, what we need to also do is a lot of these, just so people know, like I've seen most of these pictures well before AI was out there. So there are a lot of these images, and I'm sure there are a lot of fakes too that people add as well. But there are real pictures that I've seen years before AI came out.
Mm-hmm. 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 The research I was doing was all before AI and CGI as well. And if you guys don't know, there's the moon. The moon is a mirror of our realm. You can see the outer lands
on
the moon.
I love that.
And for anybody that needs a better visual, here's a better visual to it. It's hard to see until you really have somebody put it together good. But yeah, the moon is a mirror image. And we are, of course, down here. There's where we live, down this part. But look at all the other lands back here. So we have this part here, which is, there's your ice wall. And then, of course, the outer lands. And it's all on the moon.
Oh, dude. No, you know what? I got it. We talked about this a few weeks ago, and I'm going to put it right now into the Zoom chat. And you definitely want to play this, because I think we even talked about this a few weeks ago, and I told you that I'm pretty sure. Let me put it in the chat here. I'm putting it in the chat right now, and bing. Yeah, I told you a couple weeks ago that when we were going through this, I'm like, dude, I know there's a video that I've seen that actually lays it out in video form. I thought this was actually pretty cool.
Yes, nice. Okay, perfect. Give me a second here. Pause. All right, what does it say here? They said the moon reflects sunlight, but what if that's not true? Look closer. The shapes, the edges, those aren't craters, they're continents. The moon isn't glowing from the sun, it's mirroring Earth. The truth has been hiding in plain sight. This gives a whole new meaning to the phrase extraterrestrial, i.e. extra land, not to mention ice ages. I love that. That's what I'm talking about. Extraterrestrial, no, extra terra, which is where that word comes from, which means extra lands beyond the walls.
Yes. This person did a great job at this too. He breaks it down and splits it up for you.
All right, I'm going to pause it right there because whenever you guys are looking at this, he's going really fast with it. It's really hard to connect these with what it is. So I'm going to go back a little bit. So like there, he's trying to give you the range to like 1,000 miles. I guess what's that, equation or equator maybe is what he's trying to say there. So it's hard to see when he's going fast. He said this here, the white ring is the Arctic Circle, which is what I was trying to show before as well. There's where the sun goes. There's your daylight, and out here will be dark. UTC time. That was a really good breakdown. Yeah, that was awesome.
Dude, did you ever? I'm sure you had to have done this over the years, but did you ever see that website that shows you the different? You can watch the jet stream on the different variants of Earths. So like one shows you like around Earth, and then one shows you the flat Earth model or whatever, and then it shows you the jet streams and how they move around. And
yes.
So when you look
they
at
make
the
a model
rounder,
of that.
Yeah, there's like a model video that somebody made of it that you can actually click onto it and currently see through the different versions.
Shows you.
And it
shows you the flows and whatnot that goes around.
And when you look at it and say, if you keep this picture up just for a second, so if you look at this, at say like this perspective, let's just say right where the rings are around the white on the outer ring, let's just say all the stuff there would be going in one direction. You know what I mean? All going counterclockwise or clockwise, whatever the case may be. And that's what's moving. But when you put that same thing on like, what we see, or they show you the globe version of it, it looks so weird and it doesn't really make sense, but it looks more like it makes sense on the flat Earth model. I wonder if I could find that.
Yes. If you want, do me a favor, go ahead and look for that. If I don't get this out of my system before the end of the show, I'm going to lose my mind.
Go for it.
This right here. What does that look like to you?
Water, a lake.
All right. What does the shape look like to you? Think of what are you looking at it with? Your eyes.
Oh yeah, I can see that.
Okay, so think of this as an eyeball. This is your eye. Now, this would be your right eye. So this part here would be going towards your nose. So this is where your sleep would come into play right here, okay? Your sleep in your eye would come to this side. There's your eyeball. As I move out, you'll see this is the eyebrow, lower eyebrow down here, okay? Now, as I move out on this, what you're going to see is we're going to follow down the nose of the dragon. We're going to show you the nose, the head, the neck, the body, the back, the bottom. And when he died, what happens when you die? You literally, you pee and poop. Yes,
Oh, okay.
and you pee and poop as well. I can show you all of that. Piece number 2. With a dragon, here's a simple version. So if a dragon is laying down like this, just picture this right here. You have the eye is what we're looking at. So right now we're kind of looking at this area. You're going to go down the nose. It'll be a slightly different look because it's a baby dragon I picked here. You're going to see almost all of these things on it. Now, here's something else I'm going to point out. The body of a dragon. You see the stuff here? You have the scales that are on the arms and on the outside. Then you have the thick stuff on the backside that has the actual scales to it. And then you have the inside soft spot as well. You have 3 different kinds of skin sitting here, okay? All of that is seen in this picture. Also, look how he's laying. The inside of his body, see how that right here is? This part right here is going to be an empty space because the ground is now over it. And you're going to be able to tell the difference. Check this out, everybody. This is my dragon I found about 8 years ago. Mud Fossil University wouldn't listen to me. I now have the rights to this sucker right here. This is my thing. So here's your eyeball. We're going to the right and we're going to follow down the nose, okay? So we're going down the nose of the dragon, and here is the nose itself opening up right here, okay? I'm going to slightly back out. There's your eye working down to his nose. I'm guessing the opening of the nose is somewhere right in, there's a lake here, so I'm guessing somewhere back here opens up, and this other side's going to come back over here. I slowly back out. This is all going to come into play. Now, down here's your nose. Here's your right eye here, which is a lake. His left eye is right here. in this other lake. Of course, it's not easily seen because when you look at my dragon over here, you see that the other eye is on the other side. So, of course, the lake's going to be sitting just right here. That's exactly what you get with this one here. Okay. So eyeball 1 and eyeball 2. Working your way to the nose. Now, again, I'm going to bring this over. Right now, we're going to go downward to the actual jawline and then the area that where we're going to have a sand dune because there's no actual body to the dragon. Right there. Below, there's your chin, there's your neck, there's your body, and here is the area in which between, right here. We're looking at this spot here, okay? That's this. Now, as I back out, there's your head. There's your whole head right there. You can see the spike that comes out over here. Let me get this full screen. There we go. So now, what we're looking at is this right here. Let me get it down. There's your eye, and see how this comes back with the flare? Right there's your flare. There's your head right there. Here's your neck, and here's where the neck was cut. I think this is what killed it. There's a slice right here, a deep slice that goes into blood colors, and then it literally bleeds out down here, okay? Let's follow the body, though.
Those look stained, too, in that area.
Yeah, so here's your neck. You see how the neck's cut and it's bleeding out down this way? Down this way, it cuts right here and it falls out. Now, as you work your way down, here's your body. Now, back here, this deep dark part is going to be your mountain ranges. What are the mountain ranges going to be on the dragon? Well, your spikes on the back, right? So here's those. Working your way down, this is going to be the back of the dragon. Working your way around to his butt, where we're getting to now. Get down here. So now we're going to be right here at his butt. So when he lays down and dies, he's going to poop and pee, okay? All of this is going to make sense. I know it sounds funny, but let me go back to the body. Here's your head. Here's that missing part in the middle. Now here's your stomach. Okay, here's your stomach of the dragon, working your way down. And here is where his butt is, right there. His butt is here, and as he dies, he lets out the brown stuff that became a land of plentiful stuff because it's fertilizer. That's why it's all green down here. Now, what are we looking at? Let's take a look at this thing. Here's the whole dragon. There's your eye. There's your head. There's your nose, what looks like he puffed out something when he died. Sand in the middle. Your neck that got cut. Body, the mountain ranges. The stomach. Down to his ass that came out. Boom. That's where and look, it's fertile land everywhere down here. Now, how big is this thing? It's all of China, Mongolia, top of India, all of this. It takes this whole entire area up. And then, of course, if you want to go further with it, here's where his neck was cut, where Tajikistan is basically. The neck's cut right here. And then if you follow this, you'll notice the entire land mass is changed by it because he bled out. Here's the blood flow right here. You can even see red still. There's your blood flow, and it flows out here. And look at the land. It turns
gold in there.
I'll get to that. So here's the flow, though. Here coming out from the dragon, it's flowing this way, and it pools up. It looks like right here. It looks like this area here was all messed up because this thing fell down, and this area is not fertile. It's all desert-like. Look at the dragon. It's desert-like all over his body, except for where his insides came out. That's where all the fertile land is, literally, just like fertilizer. What do you use in your garden to make it grow better is fertilizer. And if you look at the dragon, it makes sense. The whole thing around him is a desert, but then on his backside, there's mountains. What mountains are they? Oh, the Himalayas and whatnot. That's where this is. The Himalayas at Mount Everest.
Go to that Xinjiang area where you said the stomach was. Yeah. And so zoom into that area. What I find very interesting is that there's like nothing there. Like nothing at all.
It's a sand dune. I know. And here's the thing. Look at this. It makes sense because there's no body there. Meaning, here's how I look at it. Meaning when it laid down and died, there was probably an ancient lake sitting here, and over time it dried up because there's no body, which caused a massive sand dune, which is why what this is. I think this was water at one point. Because look at the Sahara Desert was flooded at one point, and now it turned into what? Sand. This is exactly what it looks like.
That would be a monstrously big monster.
Yeah, well, I mean, and if anybody doesn't know, here's the Mud Fossil University guys one. It's smaller than mine. Here's the mouth of it right here. There's the neck. And then you can even see the scales on this thing. Here's the scales. You can see the scales.
Oh,
there they
yeah.
are.
That's
so there's
weird,
his
dude.
neck. Yeah, there's his neck. There's his body. Here's his feet. His feet hanging down. Here's his back. Also mountains, just like the other one. And his tail goes all the way back here to Tunisia, basically. That thing here. Here's his mouth. There you go. There's the whole thing right there. His mouth is here. His neck, his body, his legs, his wings, I guess, whatever. And his whole back's back here. It's all mountains. The giant fish that he shows. I'm not good with the fish, but the body of the fish is basically this whole thing right here. That's a hard one for me to visualize well. And then the last one that most people know about is South America, the head of the dragon, the beast. This one here's, yeah, this one is huge too. For that.
Oh, damn. Yeah, look at the
That
little
thing.
dots on each of them too. It's like
Yeah, and they're volcanoes, and they are volcano tips where his what's it called? Spikes would be. Those are all volcanic islands, exactly where that would be. And look at that thing. It's
imagine that.
huge.
I know it's like ridiculous to even consider, but like imagine some of these things were like somewhat dormant or whatever, and like all the volcanoes were like where old dragons were. That's what they
That's the
breathe
thing.
out.
You know the game's God of War?
Oh yeah.
Yggdrasil, the big serpent. That is Yggdrasil, bro. That's him. Now think about this. Let me do this. Here's your fake Antarctica. Okay. That's your ice wall. Look at what they're showing you. This serpent here circles the ice wall. He's not circling Antarctica. He's not breaking apart South America and Antarctica. Because if you look at here, if you look at the correct map here, there's what you guys are looking at. There's South America. This thing is ripping apart those two. He's like he snuck through, right? Well, where's the body at? What's all this? How big was this dragon? I've gone through this before too. But let's look at this. If he's a serpent going this way, let's bring the map back up. What we're really looking at is South America down here. He's going this way, meaning he's just following the circle. He is the serpent they are talking about, Yggdrasil or whatever, how you say his name, from the video game God of War, from the Viking mythology. That's exactly what we're looking at. And I think you're right. I think they are dormant, which is why his nose volcanoes are still going off. And I also think that's why you were not allowed to go down to Antarctica as well, to be honest with you.
That's crazy, dude. Yeah, I mean,
oh yeah,
we don't know what we don't know. That's for sure. And I just remembered where that that different Earth thing was. It was in Dave's Flat Earth app. I'm gonna see. If
You're right. I used to have that on my other phone. You're 100% right on that.
Pull that up. You know what? I'll for next show, because I missed a comment earlier. I saw the gifted 10 subscriptions from Pink Bunny Tracks, but I did not see the $10 Rumble Rant, which looks like it was before that. So thank you for the $10 Rumble Rant. Pink Bunny Tracks said, and this is poignant possibly as well. When I was little, they told us about a giant named Paul Bunyan and his giant ox Babe. He could chop a tree down with one swing. Learned it in school, and his giant ox. That's all, right? Like was Paul Bunyan this big giant, like a real giant, right? Because now we look at it like it was some some
mythology?
story. Yeah, some mythology. Was it a real thing? Never know.
I think that's what they do, is they call everything they call mythology and fake stuff from the past. I think they call it mythology for that reason, to confuse us. Like dragons weren't real, dinosaurs were real. What? Dinosaurs, dragons are dinosaurs. That's what the thing is. No, dragons didn't exist. No, dinosaurs are dragons, and they are lying to you. And apparently there are still dragons around today if you go to the right places, legitimate dragons. And I'm not talking giant ones like I'm showing you. I'm talking about but dragons, actual dragons. So take from that what you will. I don't care.
Yeah, right.
And let's see here. Also, before this goes away, Claw Paul, thank you for that $1 Rumble rant. Says the Book of Heavenly Luminaries from the Book of Enoch might help clear up moon phases for Space Shot.
So, I'm so glad he brought that up. Thank you. Dude, I totally forgot about that. So thank you for that reminder as well. And let me read this one too, because I don't want to forget this one as well. Excuse me. Delta dropped a $5 Rumble rant and says, only one reason for Trump's, quote, unforced narrative errors and repeated comms messaging on the front end, because it's happening. Much love, Space Shot and Matrix. Abe Lincoln spoke of the giant mounds. The giant mounds as well. All right, you ready for
Yes.
And so thank you for that, Delta. You ready for the moon? My moon issue? Here's my moon issue. And again, I'm no astronomer or whatever, but so, all right, it tells you this is how the moon cycles go. And I always just found it weird that we start with a little sliver and it gets thicker and thicker and thicker and thicker and thicker and then thicker and thicker and thicker. And then, oh, we got a full moon. Okay. And then what happens? Full moon, and then it gets shorter and shorter and shorter and shorter and shorter and shorter and shorter in the opposite direction. So it flips itself.
Right side bite, left side bite. And I say that because oddly enough, in my Templar thing last night, they came up in one of the Templar Jesus digs is the bear with the right moon bite. So the phases of the moon, right side, left side. Actually, you just made something from last night make sense for me. Thank you.
What I'm good at. Sparking other memories. But yeah, that was and I was going somewhere else with that, but that memory, I'm glad you reminded.
Why does it do that though? Is my question. Why does it go from one side to the other? And I'm going with the thing of it doesn't do what NASA tells us. It's not the sun lighting it up. So what is the moon actually doing? Is it phasing in and out? Because when you see what you see there with the actual slivers, you can also see stars through that black hole that's supposed to be the moon's shadow.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense at all. And again, they keep doing a worse and worse job every week. Every mission that they do. Say like Artemis with the plushie kind of being see-through and reflective, and then, guys, we're going to the moon. I hope we don't make something up. Like what?
Yeah.
What did you say? You really just
Extra Alien brought up a really interesting point to my dragon thing. He goes, Mind Blower is scale of dragons. They don't fit our globe. Remove the firmament on a flat world, infinite space to fly. So what I said back is that's one of my things is the dome and the firmament is what you said exactly. It's like was made for us. I think at one point there was no firmament and it was open space. I think the firmament was meant for us to keep certain things out and to keep us in. And yes, I think those giant dragons I saw, there's a chance that dome wasn't there and they had free reign. But also remember the dome is so big that even something that large could still fly around in this thing. So I don't know, but I'm with you on that, Extra Alien. It's a good thought process.
Right. And, do we know how big this place is? I would say probably not, and remember we had Captain Cook, supposedly, he circumnavigated Antarctica, and then what did it take him? 60,000 nautical miles?
60,000 miles, yep. And if you do the actual go around the outer wall, what do you get? About 60,000 miles.
Oh, that must just be a coincidence or a fable.
Yeah, I only believe in coincidences. Nothing's meant to happen.
Hold on, 60K miles. Let me see if we can pull something up for the old Google. Captain James, let me pull it up so people think. And again, I just have more questions, right? And so I'm asking questions. You've never heard Space Shot say the words, and I'm saying this not to be quoted, but just to say that I've never said it. You've never heard me say the words, I'm a flat earther. I believe the earth is flat. I don't know.
He just
what
admitted
shape
it.
is.
You hear that? You hear that? He just said it. He said it.
Clip that. Let me clip it on repeat. But again, it doesn't, this doesn't mean I deny that. I don't, all thing I know for sure is that we don't have a simple point and shoot picture of our planet, period, exclamation point. We don't.
Right.
We have let's just say this whole image caption thing here is Earth, right? And they say, we can't go back far enough to take a snap and snap picture of it, right? But they'll show us being halfway to the moon, air quotes, halfway to the moon, when we know they weren't, because I've shown you guys that video here on this show where it's a funny thing happened on the way to the moon, where they were faking being halfway to the moon, and they know for a fact that they were in Earth orbit at the time. And I don't even know if they were in Earth orbit, Matrix, or if they were just high up, you know what I mean, in some balloon or something like that. But his second voyage, 1772 to 1775, involved sailing over 60,000 nautical miles while searching for the hypothetical southern continent Terra Australis. He circumnavigated the globe at high southern latitudes, becoming the first to cross the Antarctic Circle, and proved no habitable southern continent existed. Voyage spanned over 20,000 leagues, or roughly 60,000 nautical miles, covering 3 times the circumference of the Earth. And so I love how they tell you that he circumnavigated the Earth, but when they tell you before that he basically left Antarctica with the shore on his right side and kept it the whole way, or left side and kept it the whole way. Interesting. Yeah. Interesting and how it changes.
And that's the thing is, okay, so if you say that he went to the outer edge, circumnavigated, so he literally followed the ice wall all the way around, because they literally told us that. They give you the numbers and then try and tell you he went 3 times the actual circumference. Did you guys not notice the lie built right into it? They gave you the numbers and said it's 3 times the circumference when he went around the circumference. They're trying to tell you something. It's saying it's not Antarctica, it's an ice wall, and it's literally 3 times longer, 10 times longer than what they said, because we're surrounded by an ice wall. I'm sorry, but the Bible, is right. That's what we were told. Every freaking civilization's told us the same thing, but one, NASA.
Never a straight answer. And wait, we're supposed to believe the science, right? Trust the science? I'm pretty sure.
Science.
You blinded me with science. Well, I'm glad that you guys mentioned that. All right, so here we go. Yes. I just, from what I'm on the understanding of is that if we needed to pass by the Van Allen radiation belt, we would need walls made of lead in this object that they were supposedly carrying people in around the moon. So to get to the moon, you need to pass an area called the Van Allen radiation belt, which is obviously has the word radiation in it. Heavy amounts of radiation, they say. You would need 6-foot lead walls on each side of the craft that is holding them. Now, remind me, Matrix, lead is very light, right? It's like nice and pliable. It's like titanium. Oh, no, that's right. It's super heavy, right? It's super heavy and therefore could never work. But, that's me. I'm not a scientist. I'm not an educated man, but apparently this person is.
Taj Van Allenov pojas ne može da se prođe. To je gama zračenje visoko.
All right, so I'm gonna translate his Portuguese for you guys. that Van Allen belt cannot be passed. It is high intensity gamma radiation there. There's no way the ship can be protected from that radiation. It should be made of lead, and that lead should be, in my calculations, should be somewhere around 2 kilograms thick. Kilograms. So who could send such a cargo into space to the moon and back? Also, therefore, that capsule must be without windows and so on. It's totally impossible. Well, of course, they were not there, but I think they dropped it. They threw it out of the orbit of the plane. It is not a problem to throw that capsule out, capsule with people in it. I say again, the problem is that very intense radiation, which is located at the edge of the Earth's magnetosphere. The truth and only the truth. Right? And so, dude, I didn't even think about that, right? The windows that are in the thing, radiation would go right through them suckers, no problem. And you need 2 kg lead walls, I don't know, 2 kilograms? I don't know.
Yeah, it's again, the more logic you just kind of put into what they try and tell us, the more you realize it's not even possible to do it. So why are they trying to keep on doing it, and why do they keep lying to us?
I
don't know.
Let me see if I can pull this up.
Young CM63, welcome and good to see you. Thank you for gifting out a sub over there on the Rumble side, and picked up by Jubilee Debbie. Welcome and good to see you. And everybody smack that red pill and or that thumbs up or whatever that positive affirmation button is on your side on both channels for both me and Spaceshot. You guys have gotten us on the leaderboard every single week, and we thank you for that. And let's see where we're sitting at right now. I got 500 people on my side, on the Rumble side, and I have 142. I have 650 people basically inside the house just on my side. So thank you guys for that. I can't see your numbers, so we got quite a few people in here. So welcome in, everybody. Hope you guys are enjoying. I'm having a lot of fun today.
That's awesome. And thank you guys for joining us, and definitely click the thumbs up. And thank you, Warrior Mima, for dropping another $5 Rumble rant. It says, some food for thought. If the sun lights up the Earth and Moon, why is there no light in space? well, yeah. I'm actually not a scientist, but I think I can answer that. And the answer is that if it's just space, you need an object for the light to hit to be able to see it, right? So we only see an object because, say, a light bounces off of it. So if you had light that was going, say, from the left side of your room to the right side of your room, I don't know if that's a good way to do it or not, but there's nothing in between. So that light will go from all the way from your left wall to your right wall. But now if you say put your hand in the middle, you're going to block that, and then the light will go on your hand. So, but you're not going to see the light rays in between. Even though sometimes you can flash a flashlight up there, you can see the light rays. So right. I thought that was interesting, dude. And I found and actually, here's a question first. Actually, here's another question first, because I just thought about it. Now that you got 500 people in the room, can you do a kids guide ad?
I think my side's 650.
Give it a refresh. I think you only need 500.
No, my side here. I'll do it again. It's always 650, 750 actually on my side.
Is it?
Hang on, 750.
Oh,
yeah,
I
need 700.
How many more
minimum
people
750. 250 almost.
All right, can everybody that's on YouTube go over to Rumble?
Yeah. So what I do have here, let's see what I do have though. 1775 coffee. I don't know what this is. Techna Sport, AIM controllers, Ironheart Forge, MeWe, and Chicago Steak Company. Those are all the ones they're offering me right now. I mean, you do the do. If you have enough for the kids guide, I'm not mad at it. Go for it. Do it.
No, we're cool. No, we're cool. We can do it at the end or whatever. I just figured if it would be better for you. But dude, I found one, and I got a question. So, and this is for you, and this is for everybody else too. What does T- mean? So when we go, T- liftoff, does anybody have a definition for why did they start using T-?
I
have no idea.
I actually used to know this. I actually asked that same question a little while back, and I looked it up, and now I don't know what it is off the top of my head. There is a very specific. I think me and Omazon specifically did that when they were doing all the rocket takeoffs with Elon Musk and his SpaceX. When they were doing that, we actually brought that up, and I do not remember what it was. But that's a great question.
So this person, Raymond, says NASA is like Satan without the T. That's why they use the T- for their countdowns.
That is it. Oh,
and dude, they always have the. You saw the post Rubber Ducky put out about the hand of the guy that was setting up Glover, and he had the two, satanic Moloch or whatever on his hand, and the sigils on his fingers and stuff. Oh my God, dude.
Oh, but Victor Glover said he was a Christian man. He was religious. Everybody.
Yeah, that's what all the fakers say. But dude, I did find it underneath here. I'm glad that somebody. What was it here? No, it was the one before. I have to go back. Here we go. Here is what I was trying to look for, because I was searching NASA satanic math. Why?
Yep.
Why is it everything? Satanic globe Earth. Are we really spinning that fast? NASA's evil Luciferian 666 numerology Earth facts. All 666 globe Earth math facts. So we got globe curvature 8 inches per mile squared, 0.666 foot. Globe speed 66.600 miles per hour. Globe axial tilt 90 degrees minus the 23.4 degree Earth is tilted leaves you with, you guessed it, 66.6. Tropic of Capricorn, 66.6. Tropic of Cancer, 66.6. And there's other things as well. You can go to the, what is it, the pentagram that's on the bottom of Saturn, Satan, whatever you want to call it. So many, many things. Why is all their math satanic? And why are they flashing out satanic imagery all the time? Is it because they are satanic? Is it the symbolism will be their downfall type of situation? That's
yes,
what I'm
that too.
Let me see if I can find it, because it's worth showing. And Rubber Ducky over here, he posts a lot. He's not quite as into it as Awakened Outlaw. I mean, dude, you ever see how many posts that dude posts? Our buddy Awakened.
Oh yeah, I was following him for a long time, and kind of like with you when I got with Rambo show and I got to meet the dude, I was like so excited. I was like, yeah, I love that dude. And I saw he just got Q+ to was it the last couple of days?
Did he? Yeah, dude. He posted out right here. He posted out. I think he's like 230,000 posts on X. You want to get a lot of followers? That's how you do it. You got to stay active, and that's what I would say to anybody with, if you want to do podcasting or whatever, you want to gain, momentum. You need to be doing his videos as many days in a row as you can, or as often as possible.
Yep.
But there it is,
hey,
bro.
You don't got to be like me though. You don't got to do 50 hours a week live, but
I mean, even if you do an hour a day, it's just, but the consistency is key. And then, hey, if I go there tomorrow, I know Matrix is going to be alive. If I go there tomorrow, I know Spaceshot will be live. And so you try to do them at the same time, which of course I've failed miserably with that. 1 o'clock, 12 o'clock, 7 o'clock, 6 o'clock.
I don't even have a starting time. I don't want to hear it. Monday through Friday in the evening. That's what we say. In the evening.
I would think you would probably get a little bit more people watching if you were to say, every day I'm going to start at this time.
We
it
can't,
might happen.
though.
I don't know. Oh, okay.
You know why we can't? We cover live Trump. If Trump comes on, we go live. So that's how it's like. So if I'm the night show and he comes on at, let's say 12, Omazon pops on and covers him. If he comes on at say 3, 4, or 5, I'll go on early just so I can cover him and do my show. So that's why we don't have a set start time, because we're set around Trump to where if he goes live, one of us or both of us will instantly go live to cover him.
Nice. All right, let me pull this one up. Oh, actually. Everybody see that nice and clearly? And again, dude, how are these guys? Thick ass beard, not even trimmed. You can see all the frizzle around it. Thick beards. Supposed to be, he's all white, like a chef, right? He's got the friggin' horns coming out of the dude's face, and if you can see, each finger has like what is called a sigil on it, and that's like a type of witch. I don't know if you consider it witchcraft or whatever, but it's
it depends what sigils you have. You can have angelic or good sigils, and you can also have evil sigils. You can ward off evil, you can attract evil, you can do all kinds of stuff with them. I actually know a lot about that, so it all depends which sigils they have. So yes, they have meaning in both ways.
So let me just show folks, just for a quick example. So this image, there we go. That's probably good right there. So this image right here, it could be a sigil, right? And so basically what you do is you're supposed to put out a message that you want your subconscious mind to crack the code on, because your subconscious mind can hear things. So remember when they said, like, well, who cares if, Led Zeppelin's, hailing Satan backwards? I don't hear it backwards. Well, your subconscious mind does. So those things are embedded into our brains, and you can't even access that part of it. But the long and short of it is, like, you want to put out a statement, not I want to be a millionaire, but like I am a millionaire. And then you take out all the vowels and any repeated letters. And then what you're left with is, okay, I'm a millionaire. And the O maybe shouldn't be in there, but you'd make an O there, and then you could maybe make a V, and then maybe a W, and so you're spelling out your message in making kind of a picture out of it, and then you put that picture where you would see it a lot, which I would say on your hand, you'd probably see it more than any place, right? Because you see your hands a lot. Yeah. And so whatever message this is, it's being decoded by his subconscious as we go, and by the looks of it, I would say demon skull horned guy, not a good thing.
No, don't. Do me a favor. Go back to the other picture you just had with the sigil. The sigil one. 'Cause I'm going to show you something. Yeah, I'm going to go to screenshot real quick. I'm going to do something for you. You just helped me put something together by doing that again. Keep on doing that. So check this out. Let me grab the screen real quick. So we talked about sigils last night in a way, but in a different route. Oh, I don't need you. Get out of here. All right, so this right here, you just showed this sigil. Let me get that sigil pulled out, though. So I just took that. So we have everything. Where are you? There you are. Okay, so you show this here. We're talking about NASA and all their sigils, right?
Mm-hmm.
Last night on the show that talked about the Templars and Jesus, there was something about gematria that was brought up. So I had explained to everybody how deep gematria goes, okay? So in what you're showing here with this picture, you have all these different emblems and symbols inside here. You also have sacred geometry. So you have a lot of different angles and different stuff in here. You have all kinds of things you can play with. So you can take a name, or I'm sorry, a shape like this. You can take the angles of the shape, utilize those numbers, transfer those into letters, write out a word that'll actually create your sigils and 3D images. You can actually build something based on a word, based on the numbers built into them, and create stuff like this. And to help kind of prove that a little bit, the symbol you happen to show goes along with what we're talking about here, because there's your sigil that goes into what they claim is the full-scale system. That is your 666 sigil right there. And what it's used for is what they claim to be the lunar cycle crap and the eclipses. It creates that exact sigil. No shit.
Wow. That's crazy, huh? What a
I'm
coinky
telling
dink.
that's what I'm saying. Like, there's so many things that, like, just when you're saying something, you'll click. I'm like, oh, shit, I got something for that, too. Like, there's so many different things in here. I'm in this folder, so I'll just pop a couple of things. There's your Satan. There's your T, but the T, when it's not there, is their tongue of the serpent. That's the other thing, too, for people that don't know about that. You guys know about Pluto, right? Please tell me you guys know about Pluto. And if you don't, I'm about to show you.
Oh, wait, it's not a planet. It's a mini planet.
Yeah, well, it used to be a planet, they
Exoplanet.
say. If I can, yeah, where are you? Come on, I found the one. There's my Pluto. Where'd you go? Oh, man, I got too many things in my folder. Sorry. Where's my Pluto at? Sorry, thought I had all of them. Oh, there it is. Found it. All right, here you go. Here's Pluto. Check this out. Tell me this ain't some shit. 1996, 2005, and then 2015. So there's your normal how they showed it to us. Then they advanced it in I think it's maybe like 2010, 12 or whatever it was. This is what they claimed to be Pluto. Pluto. Well, there's one other piece we're missing. Oh, that's right. Pluto is actually on the shape of Pluto. If you don't believe me, let's just do a side-by-side. Oh, there you go. Pluto. It's Disney, man. They are literally screwing with us 100% of the time. Everything they do is messing with us. And most people don't know it, which is fine. It's hard to wake up sometimes. But I'll tell you what, once you wake up and start seeing the stuff and start putting the stuff together, you realize that everything you were taught basically is a lie. And only then will you be able to accept what the truth actually is. And that is the hard part for some people. So this is a great awakening that I am so excited about, because all this information, I've been doing this for 25 years, digging into stuff and seeing this come together the way it is. I haven't been this excited in probably my entire life, seeing everything in the world come together right in front of my eyes.
Right, and it does seem like that, and it seems like it's all coming back into focus right now with, as I mentioned before, the election, Crossfire Hurricane, we got Iran, Obama's coming back into the mix, all the Crossfire Hurricane people are being exposed in short order. Not in short order, I would say it's long order, but, we would have wanted it a lot quicker, of course, but, it is what it is, and we had to do it the way that they're doing it now because it needed to be repeated, and then we needed to get some of those bad actors out of the way there and bring in some other folks. But then again, don't know how at the end of the day, if it's already been adjudicated, if we're going to get a rollout, like some sort of presentation or what we're going to get. But I'm here for it, dude. But I am absolutely seeing exactly what you're seeing, in that all these different topics are coming back home to roost right now. Cock-a-doodle-doo, baby.
Hell yeah. Exactly.
Cock-diddly doodly doo-doo. But Matrix, it is 5 o'clock here, and I do unfortunately have some crap I got to do. And I just found out, dude, I don't know when these kids go to school. I'm always the last person to hear. So apparently my son has, what do you call it? He's got this next week off, April vacation. I'm like, wait, didn't he just have a friggin' week off? Yeah, February vacation. I'm like, he's going to be out of school in a few months. Like, what the hell's going on? So, dude, his school system, they'll take a day off for Teacher's Day next month. All right, we don't have school that Monday, Dad. Why not? It's Teacher's Day. All right. How about this day? They had to go help teachers at the other school grade tests. I'm like, are they just making stuff up now as they go along here? Because it's getting pretty wild, and I'm just like, they got more days out than they have days in. So it's pretty wild. Trying to see if we got any brandy new from Trump we can show the folks out there. Best is yet to come, dude. I mean, again, never see him stressed. I never, ever see him stressed. Look at this. Reposting this. OMG, I'm still trying to process what just happened. The highest-ranking U.S. intelligence official just released smoking gun documents proving that Obama and his underlings committed treason and sedition, meaning Trump was right about everything. The news is fake and the deep state is real. Yeah, but Israel and Bibi and he's in the pockets of the Jew and Susie Wiles and Jared and oh no, meaning that all of us, quote, conspiracy theorists were right about the conspiracy against Trump. It wasn't a theory, meaning the shadow war is real and all our efforts over the last 10 years were not part of a LARP, meaning that we are not crazy. We were right. It was all real. Follow me. The next drop will be shocking. Shadow Intel. So do we need to go follow this person to see when was this post?
I mean, Trump reposted it. I mean,
Shadow Intel. I mean, geez, he said the next one will be shocking. Is that just because it worked? Is that just a bait to get me in? Because it worked. Let me see here. What is it, Patriot?
I mean, with Trump reposting it, I mean, it's kind of it's there for the taking. So.
Oh, absolutely. Shadow Intel 2. That's this one here. 19,000. 11. Oh, actually, 11.9 thousand followers. 9/11. And let me see. So when was this? This was 19 hours ago. So here's the account here, quick, and we definitely got to wrap this sucker up soon. But I'm loving this, and dude, I'm like you in the fact that I'm addicted to this. And again, I don't know if you saw the other, not the woman not this woman's interview, but the other woman was interviewed
Barbara.
by. So this is Susan, right? So Barbara was interviewed by another guy, and she starts laying all this stuff out, and I'm like, dude, I sent it to Tron. I may have sent it to you, I don't know, but I'm like, wait, she's seeing the Q plan, but it's minus the Q. Like the whole thing. And I'm like, again, why does she and her counterpart that we were just watching there, Susan and Barbara, why can they see the things that Candace and Joe Kent and all these other people are seeing when they're not using the Q references as we are? And 2C TV is also seeing the same thing. So literally she's talking about right here, like, what? She's literally going into the whole Russiagate thing, and she's talking about the indictments down in South Florida.
Took that report and sent it over to Rick Crawford at the new House Intelligence Committee, and he declassified it and released it to the press. All right, which is the appropriate way for it to.
So the whole thing she's talking about in this whole video,
Republican candidate,
even talks about. I think she even mentions the 16-year, like basically the plan to destroy America. I'll drop this one in the chat for the folks so you guys all have it. If you have not seen it, I highly recommend it just because of, again, it's somebody that's not looking at the same data set as us, but yet coming to a similar conclusion in that Trump is taking out the bad guys. Right?
Yeah, do me a favor, drop that in the my chat. That way I can post that out for myself and everybody else too.
Gotcha.
I don't watch all their videos they do. I mean, I watch all their ones they put out, those 15, 10-minute ones, but I don't watch all their other stuff. So I just told Amazon that I just found Susan Kokinda's other channel too. So I'm going to start watching that one as well. So
yeah, this is what, she has a different channel besides Promethean?
yeah, so this here's Barbara, and the other one's Susan. When I was on YouTube, it came across my feed, and it was another video. I was like, "Hey, what's this?" And I click on it, and it was her channel. She has her own channel that she does other videos on. They were 20, 30 minutes long as well. So they have a ton of info out there that I didn't even know of. I just found out about that like last week. So
oh, and somebody only one NRS in chat says it's crypto rich. That must. Oh, that's your chat. My bad. So yeah, I actually just put the link into Matrix's chat there, guys.
Yep. Thank you.
It is in there like swimwear. And don't forget to give us a thumbs up on the way out of here. I've already voted on this. Well, I can't vote again. So I think we already had like 6 thumbs down for some reason. And then I went, all right, so 553 up to 6 down. We got some fan club members. Like who really comes over to a video to dislike it? You know who does that? People that are jelly and come over and give a thumbs down because they're feeling jealous or for whatever reason, and I wouldn't understand why that would be.
Well, we have one that came into my chat just a minute ago. BHops1 comes in and goes, thumbs down all Q-tards. These Q-tards are the ones that are making everything known to the world, dipshit. So you can go keep on playing in your mama's basement.
Yeah, and sorry to quote my buddy Hulkinator, and let me just quote it exactly correctly. It's not my fault the conspiracy theories came true. Like, all of them. Like, all of them. You know, sorry that they all came true, but all the things that we've been harping on for years are finally starting to come out into the fore. So yeah, make sure you block that jerk off so next time they can't even do anything for you or against you. You know what? Maybe I'll put on. Can I get closed captions? No, I can't. Okay, I was gonna close caption that as I say some thank yous over here. Gonna head over to the pilled, pill.net, aka foxhole.app, where No Thanks Joe gifted a cookie. Says thanks Spaceshot. All the community's hard work and investigations are coming to the point of a volcanic eruption that's gonna get hot. Quote MAGA all over everyone, and it's gonna be awesome. God bless. Appreciate that. No thanks, Joe. Punk Q Rocker 4Q with 217 gold pills. Appreciate that. Ending in 17. And then Sean Joe says, you know what? I'm gonna ruin Space Shot's feel good system diet and give you a cookie. And then Sean Joe says another cookie, and then another cookie by Sean Joe. So appreciate those 3 in a row, brother. And then Jukani with the shade says, God bless, and thank you, and God bless you right back. And then Sean Joe says, nope, another cookie, eat it, another cookie. No message on there, but thank you. And then No Thanks Joe with the cookie again says, I obviously don't think it's right around the next corner, and nobody knows anything, but it's going to be both biblical and epic. Bless all, be safe. Yeah, and yeah, they're setting the foundation, but if you guys noticed, like the repeats are necessary is a real thing because they've been doing this and John Solomon's been coming out with it. I think they need some more normies to wake up is my feeling. But thank you for that there. And then Sean Joe with another cookie, no message over there, but thank you, brother, again. And then Q shook me all night long with another cookie. Thank you for that one. Q shook me all night long. And then Sean Joe followed up with yet another cookie. Space Squad member, appreciate you, brother. And then Good Dog with the shades, no message on there, but thank you. And then Lizzie B.
Lizzie B.
Lizzie Borden? Lizzie Borden? Is that?
I don't know. I don't know what her last name is. Actually, just goes by Lizzie B. So I don't know. Lizzie Borden? Is she an axe murderer?
Yeah, actually.
I know who Lizzie Borden is. I know who that is. I know those stories. I want to go to Lizzie Borden house and do a paranormal investigation because that's another thing I used to do is paranormal investigations, bro. Like, I've done some crazy stuff. I want to go to Lizzie Borden house because I know that place is haunted.
Let me see. You might like this one here, and I got a couple more to think just really quick. This is the place. I might be able to even show you guys. This is creepy. This is from Rhode Island. Here we go. The Vampires of Rhode Island. I am waiting and watching for you. Nellie Vaughn, 19. West Greenwich, 1889. Okay. Exhumed the bodies, da-da-da-da. But her gravestone, that's what it literally says on it. And I would be surprised if that's her gravestone, because there's no way it is, because there's no grass that grows around her gravestone. That is not.
Really?
Yeah, there's not her. That's not her gravestone. But there's one in here, in Plain Meeting House Road. This is where I think I told you guys the story where I was walking with my girlfriend at the time, and then my buddy and his girlfriend thought I touched her on the shoulder, and I was close enough that I could have, but I was like, no, it wasn't me. And then she moved over to the point where it would be obvious if I reached over and touched her shoulder. I'm like, no, I'm telling you, I didn't. And then we kept walking along, and then literally she just screamed. She like screamed, looked over towards me, screamed, and then ran to the car because she realized like, no, he couldn't have touched me without me noticing. And she felt a push on her shoulder. And there's always one grave that's dug out in the back corner, super creepy. My aunt was going back here in the 70s with her friends, and she used to breed dogs, Gordon setters, and they just run around, and as soon as they went past this grave, tail out, hair up,
wow,
that type of stuff.
Crazy.
And I'll
That's
tell you
awesome.
what, I was creeped out in that place, super creeped out in that place. But yeah,
Hey, I've been to some creepy ass places. I'll tell you what, it's they can get you. They can get you. There's some wild. What's the word I'm looking for? Get your insides just flowing. Let's just say that. The heebie-jeebies gets crazy.
Yeah, I used to run out of my basement when I was little, like because we had a
same shit.
Yeah, because we had a switch that was like, there was no switch by the stairs or up top of the stairs. It was like in front of the washer and dryer, and then the washer and dryer to the bottom of the stairs was like 12, 15 feet. So I'd have to flick that switch, and then I'd literally bolt to the stairs, and then I feel like something was chasing me and run up the stairs. But that was a little kid thing. Maybe.
No, yeah, but no, there's more to it than that. 'Cause when I was a kid, I did the same thing. It was specifically my mother's house, and there was an area of the house I always felt like something was chasing me from as well. And as I grew up and I learned what was going on in that house had a portal in the basement, and there really was stuff in the house, and there really was things chasing me up the steps. So, I mean, there probably really was. You just didn't know it. You just thought it, and it was actually true. You just couldn't see it.
Could feel it, but it never got me. So yeah, thankfully it never did. But the last two I got over here are first to last, but certainly not least. Sean Joe with another cookie. That's probably about 7, 8, 9 cookies today. So I appreciate you. My waistline is furious, to quote the other guys. But thank you for that, Sean Joe, and all the rest of those. And then the last one, but not least, Magadai with the can. Thank you very much for them. All of you guys and gals, Magadai, Sean Joe, Lizzie B, Good Dog, Q shook me all night long. No thanks, Joe Jucani, Punk Q Rocker 4Q. All you guys, appreciate you. And then, of course, thank you to all the folks over there on Rumble, Pink Bunny Tracks for the 10 gifted subs, the $10 Rumble rant. And then Delta, Warrior Mima, and didn't get that one yet. Snooty Fox, I'm going to read right now, but thank you guys. Snooty Fox 71, which is also a new name for me that I will not forget, says, drop the $5 Rumble rant, says, greetings from the UK, love your show with Matrix, think your shows are awesome. I do appreciate you hanging out with us. And Matrix, we almost hit 50,000 views last week on the last week's show. Yeah, I almost hit 50,000 views, where the average show is like, between 20 and 30-ish. Our show the week before that got like 25,000, I want to say. 46,400 views last week's show. The week before that one had 21,773, and we're already at 20,000 right now. So I think we're going to, if we can't hit that 50,000 this week and get on the top 5 would be great.
Now notice this, everybody. Space Shot's got 40,000 followers. I have 6,000 followers. So I'm just going to add to it what you said. Last week we had, on my end, 11,000. So put it well over 50. And today so far, 5,800 though. So I'm going to be way lower than you, of course. But still, though, as a total, that's amazing. That's amazing to get that high. Holy crap. Thank you, guys.
And we're doing good too. Like, So people told me a long time ago, that know about the numbers and stuff or whatever. They said basically if you can get half of your follower count in views, you're doing exceptionally well, right? So they say the average person is about a quarter to like 30% is your view count to your follower count. So if I got 40,000 followers on Rumble alone and we got 46,000 views, then that is extremely well. So I do appreciate everybody clicking on here and giving us a view and leaving some comments, because I think it's the combination between views, thumbs up, percentage, and then how many. And then if that stuff's equal, it comes down to how many people leave a comment after the video's ended. Is my guess, because the guys at Rumble didn't even know when they told me they were going to start revamping the system. And then I started noticing I was getting on there more often. Not to say that, I think it more is due to me going full time more than, doing 3 shows a week, versus 6 or 7.
Yeah. Oh shit. What was I going to bring up there? I looked at chat and lost my train of thought. I never should look at chat. Damn it.
Talking about view counts.
Oh, that's right. Thank you. No, you got it. Thank you. That was it. So that looking at it that way makes me feel even better, because I literally hit 6,300 followers today, and my videos are averaging like 10 to 15,000 every single show on minimal. So I'm actually more than doubling that. So that makes me feel even better. Yeah, I didn't think of it that way before. So that's awesome.
Doing very good. And here's the funny thing, I often talk about, I'll even show on my side, because I think I'm sharing with you, like I make fun of, my neighbor knows this guy, and he's not just a guy that says like I know him, like he literally, I'm like, yeah, okay, and then he opens his text message, and my neighbor's name is August. He's a wrestler, and this guy's obviously into wrestling. My neighbor August, his son is like a nationally ranked wrestler, and he's a coach, and he actually was a coach for the Olympic team, so that's how he knows Chael. So there's actually a video in his thing where he opens it up and you can see they're texting back and forth, and he's like, oh hey August, whatever, we got this tournament coming up on there, we'll see if you're going to be there. And I'm like, holy shit, you do know this guy. And so dude, he's got 1.34 million followers, and then unless he brings up Conor McGregor or Ronda Rousey, his views,
telling me that.
Yeah, look at 13,000 views, 28,000 views, 20,000, 14,000 5 days ago, 20,000, 23,000, 17,000. Oh, John Jones was mentioned, 33,000. Josh Hokett, that was a big story, 60,000. So I'm getting more views on Rumble with 40,000 followers than a guy on YouTube with 1.34 million subscribers. And I say that not to float anything, because I don't really, I've never been about that stuff and don't care about stroking my ego. It's about YouTube being dead.
Yeah, you're comparing a website is what you're doing. You're comparing 40,000 people, which he has 1.34 million, right?
Yep.
That 0.34 is 340,000 people. That's right alone. That's 1.3 million people more than you. And you're getting more views than him. And he is a guy that most people know who he is because he's a popular dude. That says something. That truly says something.
Yeah,
big.
That's what I'm telling you. Like, YouTube is dead. And when we used to be going live on YouTube, even when I had 60 to 80,000 subscribers, we would get between 2,000 and 4,000 people live. It says I got 149,000 followers on YouTube right now, and we got 268 people watching. So exactly. YouTube is dead, and not only for say conspiracy, air quotes, conspiracy people like us, but even regular sports guys like this, like 1.34 million. This guy should have no less than 100,000 views on every single video he puts out, but yet I don't see any that do.
You know what I think it is too? I think when YouTube went downhill with the woke DEI stuff, I don't think they've ever fixed their algorithms. So anybody that's anything like us is just going to get pushed down, and then anybody that's talking narrative shit, they're the ones getting boosted up still on YouTube. Is kind of how I see it, because I still use YouTube for my show all the time, because that's just the simple thing to do. But I've learned over time when I basically doom scroll at night because there's nothing on that I'm trying, like when I'm done with my shows, I try to get away from the information so my brain can rest a little bit. And because I use YouTube so much, I will literally doom scroll for an hour and not pick a damn video because I can't find something. It's so stupid. And they give me the same shit over and over and over and over in my feed. And if I accidentally click one video wrong, like I tried to never even touch a basketball video. If I leave my mouse over that basketball video, the next time I refresh, I got 45 basketball videos sitting there. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? My least favorite thing to even talk about is basketball anymore. I used to love basketball. Now it's got so bad, I hate it. I love to play it. I can't stand it.
Yeah. Who's the greatest basketball player of all time? LeBron or Jordan?
No. Fuck LeBron.
Thank you.
I would go Jordan all day, but at the same time, put him in different eras as well. I don't know how well certain people would do in certain eras, but I would give Jordan number 1. LeBron would be like 5 or 7 to me. Like, I do not like LeBron James.
And then you got people like Bill Russell, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Wilt Chamberlain.
Larry Bird, bro. Larry
was a beast. Dude, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar was a scoring leader for like 20 years or something. Bananas.
Yeah, well, that's because he was like the first giant, like true giant to dominate. Well, I guess Wilt Chamberlain was really, but still, Kareem, when you got those first guys that were giants, they just dominated. Now all of them are that big.
He just sits in front of the net, 100 points dunk, 100 points dunk.
Exactly. Stupid.
Let me thank my last person over here, and last but not least, but they don't give me good notifications over there, but I don't even know. What did we used to call a donation on YouTube? I forgot what they used to even call them. Not a rant.
No, what do they call
donation? A YouTube. What the hell do they call it?
Here, I'm going to your page. I'll try and do it real quick. Hang on.
A YouTube gift. If I push on the mic, support, creative stick, super chat. Super chat.
Super chat. Yep, I just got to it. Super chat.
Thank you for the $2 super chat at DGNA5-0 who put a coded message. It says WWG1 WGA. Let me have to think on that one. Put that through my decoding program. Where we go one, we go all. Thank you for that there, DGNA5-0. Yo, MGB 2008. Yo, that's you.
Yeah, that's my old what's it, Google login right there. One of my old ones. I've got like 10 different Googles that I couldn't remember passwords for and whatnot, so I got like a bunch of different names.
No kidding.
All of them are MQB of some kind. MQB or Matrix Codebreaker, so.
He says, DGNA says, YouTube defines dead internet theory. And they killed it to themselves. They killed themselves for sure.
Yes, they did.
Luann, yeah, I mean, I was trying to put a pinned comment in most videos, but I kind of, get busy and keep forgetting to do it. But yeah, I would absolutely prefer you guys watch on Rumble than YouTube. But, obviously do what you like, but I'm only keeping on here just to get any folks that still maybe forgot that I was even streaming or whatever, just get notifications to get people over to Pilled or Rumble because, right. they push, and they push sex on everyone as well too. Susie Q, yeah, you're absolutely right over here on YouTube, and they even push this stuff for the kids, and so. And what they did to me and so many other people, like my buddy Red Pill and so many other people, they got kicked off of YouTube without so much of, I had a warning. They had their own, I don't know if you know this, Matrix, but YouTube used to have a policy where they could just kick you off at any time for any reason. They could say, I just didn't like the way you looked at me. But a couple years prior to me getting kicked off, they changed their own rules to the 3-strike policy. 1 warning. Then you get a strike, 1 week, 2 strikes, 2 weeks, 3 strikes, you're out, like baseball. Well, I had a warning, and then I woke up the next day and my channel was gone. And so they weren't even smart enough to say, you know what, we'll flag them on this one, flag them on this one, flag them on this one, gone. So they broke their own policy by kicking me off and at least another 70 other people that I know that were pushing out. Put it this way, they deleted in that morning on October 15th, and this is not a made-up number, this is factual in the lawsuit. That morning of October 15th, 2020, YouTube deleted 798 million views worth of channels in about an hour period. 798 million views, of which I was responsible for 32 million in about 16 months. So that gives you an idea of how good I was doing over there. Because now I'm on Rumble. And I think I just hit like 18 million views, but it's been 5 years. So You know, we're kind of in on the ground floor over here on Rumble and trying to, you know, build it up. So it's good positioning.
That's good, though. Because you know what actually happened to me last weekend or 2 weekends ago? I can't remember which one. I took a screenshot of it. So I started on Rumble. Well, let's put this on videos on Rumble. I didn't go anywhere until I was on Rambo's show, which on March 31st of last year, I had like 200 followers when I went on Rambo's show, and now I'm only at 6,300. But I'll say this: last weekend, I crossed the 1 million views for my show. That blew my mind. Yeah, I've never thought that would happen. So and that's just views on my show specific, but that blows my mind. Thinking that 1 million people's watched my work, that's crazy to me.
Right.
So, and of course, I followed you from the beginning too. So like, I watched you grow. I saw your numbers. I'm like, holy shit, bro. And then of course, now I'm sitting here working with you. I'm hearing about what the hell you were doing and how it's compared to now. It's crazy how things changed. Cause I used to watch you and Scott from Woke Societies all the time, your Table of Titans and whatnot. Like I was in all those. You guys were teaching me how to think of things. That was the whole thing. It's like I have my way of doing things, but I had to hear people like you and Scott and other people putting stuff together for my brain to go, oh, that's what I needed. And all of a sudden everything just clicked for me. So yeah, a freaking blast. Love it. Oh, I got all my thank yous to say still. You all done?
Yeah, you go ahead for it. Go for it, brother.
All right, starting us off, Ms. Information. Thank you for that cookie. Of course, good to see you. Then we got No Thanks Joe. Thank you for that cookie as well. It says, thank you guys for a chance to listen to a chilled and informative Sunday show. You're the best. God bless and be safe. Thank you, No Thanks Joe. Always good to see you out there. Punk Q Rocker 4Q, thank you for the 217 gold pills. Trump Red Pill 1, thank you for the cookie. It says, yeah, Matrix. Then we have that Mr. Sean Joe again, throwing out a couple cookies back to back. Thank you, Sean Joe. No messages on those. Trump Red Pill 1, no message, but thank you for another cookie, good sir. Filter Dog 1 threw a cookie out there as well. And also, I mentioned this to you in the chat. You threw a link in there that you hopped into the chat just after we showed the video of the link you threw in. So we actually did cover that, but thank you for that cookie. He said he came in just after we did that, apparently. LKW Cross, welcome and thank you for that cookie as well. Sean Joe with another cookie. Thank you, sir. Judy the Lady Pug, good seeing you. Thank you for that cookie. Filter Dog 1, again with another cookie and has another link, which I do have pulled up, and I'll quickly just bring that on over. Let me find the right tab I have for it. This one here. Yes. Modern Sword of Here, I'll just bring it over. I have no idea how to read this, but share a link with it. I'm going to go ahead and bring it up for you here. Wow. All right. It's Ben Graphics. The Modern Sword of, let me make sure I actually have my screen open. There we go. The Modern Sword of, how do you say that? Is it Damocles? I'm not really sure. New Ben Garrison cartoon, hot off the press and right on time. Iran just broke the ceasefire again, attacking ships in the Strait of Hormuz while still screaming death to America and refusing to give up uranium enrichment. Now they're staring up at a giant American blade hanging right over their heads. The ceasefire ends this Wednesday, April 22nd. The Mahdi and versus the mighty U.S. military. My money's on America and Iran's hopes turning to ashes. Repost if you're ready for the sword to drop. Ready with your take. Let's hear. Stay tuned and stay spicy. Post in first reply. So we have this modern sword of, I don't know how to say it, Damocles, sure.
Damascus?
Death to America. Damocles? Damocles?
Damocles? I don't know. And did you say that was out April 22nd or April 23rd? The ceasefire?
He said 22nd.
Okay.
Wednesday.
Trying to see if I see anything on here. Okay.
Yep. All right. Okay. And then thank you again very much. Was it Filter Dog 1 for that? Q shook me all night long. Welcome and good to see you. Thank you for that cookie. See you in Arizona. Welcome and good to see you. Thank you for that can. And also thank you for always modding for me on both sides. Dog Nuts 10, welcome and good to see you. Thank you for that cookie, good sir. Maggot Die, good seeing you. Thank you for that can. P Quest with the cookie. Thank you. Great seeing you as well. And Misinformation, who started us off on the pilled side, also ends it with a cookie as well. It says, great show and thanks. Thank you very much. And over on the Rumble side, just coming in, Clawpaw, thank you for that $5 Rumble rant. Says, I love you guys. We love you back. And Snooty Fox 71, $5 Rumble rant as well. Thank you very much for that. And says, felt rude not sending you a rant, Matrix. Okay, well, I have an announcement then. If anybody has never heard me say this before, I don't say this quite enough. But when it comes to me specifically, all donations or any kind of support you send me is greatly appreciated, but with me, it is never expected. I just do my work for you guys. So anything that you guys throw at me directly is just greatly appreciated, but it's not expected with me. But thank you guys very much for that. And I think that does it for all my thank yous. I think so, yes.
We expect it over here. You should be donating. No, you should be donating. We're going to send Tony to the house. He's going to, go fix your kneecaps for you a little bit. Don't take care of that stuff.
Right. That's one thing I've never been able to do. And I'm not a person that's ever been able to, I don't like asking for help. And I don't mean money, just asking for help. I like to do everything myself unless I truly need it. When it comes to money, it's like my least favorite thing. Even if it's like my mother growing up, I couldn't even ask her for $5. Like I hated that. So it's like when it comes to this, I can't. I don't even have the ability to be like, yeah, I need help, guys. Can you guys help me? Like when I truly need help, I'd have other people say, hey, he does need help, because I can't do that. That's how I'm weird like that. I'm the opposite of a patriot, like a patriot. I am a patriot. It's not about the money. It is about the work I'm doing that I'm trying to do for you guys. That's purely what it is.
Yeah, and it's funny too, because I see some of the people that are getting blackpilled out there, and we're all cult members and stuff, and the indication is that the pay, as we saw in the Q post, the patriots with a Y, they addressed it in that they said essentially, if you're sitting here, and if I'm sitting here and I'm like, I really like Biden, and I truly didn't believe that Trump has a plan and is going on here, but I'm still pushing this out to people. Like, those are the people that they're talking about, that are just jumping in on something because, oh, hey, it's going to get a lot of clicks and views, and hey, maybe I can make some money off this. But I understand, and I know Matrix understands very well, that if our country shits the bed, literally, and financially, well, what is a $1 million or $2 million or $2 million or $5 million or $10 million going to do anybody when the money is worth nothing, right? So it's not going to help anybody if the country is in shambles going forward. So we need to fix the country and the world, because, as we do know, so goes the country, so goes the USA, so goes the world. And Matrix, I thought I was done, but I'm not. I got another, I think 2 names, definitely 1 new name for sure. Frog Dog gifted 5 subscriptions to the channel, which we greatly appreciate. So thank you for that, Frog Dog. And then Bone Tip is not a new name. I recognize that often. And thank you for the other gifted subscription to the channel today, Bone Tip. And the other one, I'm pretty sure it's a new name for me. I'm going to go with yes, it's a new name. Drop the $1 Rumble Rant says, I saw a video one time about the moon thing. The guy explained it like the moon was a capacitor and the sun was charging it up. Then the stored charge would unwind. Yeah, and I thank you for that Rumble Rant. And, I've heard other things that, the moon is Swiss cheese. No, not that the moon is cheese, but I've literally heard people put presentations out that the moon is like a satellite that was brought over. Because, dude, it doesn't act like anything else in our plane, our solar plane, in our solar system. Yeah, I mean, because
our realm.
There are no other objects that I'm aware of in space, that get locked. So wait, why do we always see the same? We always see the same face of the thing, and it's always the dark side of the moon on the other side, and that's always where they go when they're. Oh, you know what? We're gonna get some helium, Matrix. Guess where we gotta go? You guessed it, the dark side of the moon. Wink, wink.
Well, I mean, how do I say it? So. I've also heard the moon being like the satellite thing. Here's what NASA claims. They say that there are other moons tidally locked over on like Saturn or Jupiter, because they send satellites there to check them out. So with the information of those satellites that fly out there and actually take close-up pictures of Pluto from Disney, I would say they don't know jack fucking shit about what's out there. They don't know if there's a moon tidally locked to anything. There's no way, because when you truly zoom into a star with a real telescope, it is a blurry light. There is no detail to it. So how are you going to say you sent a satellite up into outer space that you can't do, and then zoom in and take photos and find out there's a moon tidally locked just like Earth? Because that's their way to prove, oh, see, it happened somewhere else. It's normal. It just happened that way. The solstice system just came together perfectly, and the moon just happens to be 1/4 the size of the sun, and it's exactly 400 times the distance, or whatever the hell the exact math is on that stupid thing. It's all perfect, just like that, and it just fell that way. And by the way, yeah, you're just meaningless. You're just a little dot inside the solar system that means nothing. While we're moving at all this speeds in different directions, going all this, but nothing moves. Nothing. It's all a lie. That's my whole point, is everything they tell us is a lie. Every time I look up, I'm happy to see the blue sky, the stars, and the moon, but I also know we can't go up there. I have a little logic.
We sure can't, dude.
No.
This is crazy. 31 minutes ago, it's being reported that the Pentagon released footage of the Navy firing on an Iranian-flagged cargo ship who ignored the warnings. Tuska, nearly 900 feet long, weighing almost as much as an aircraft carrier, tried to get past our naval blockade. Did not go well for them. The U.S. Navy guided missile destroyer USS Spruance intercepted Tuska in the Gulf of Oman and gave them fair warning to stop. Iranian crew refused to listen, so our Navy ship stopped them right in their tracks by blowing a hole in the engineer room. Right now, U.S. Marines have custody of the vessel. It's under the U.S. Treasury sanctions because of their prior history of illegal activity. We have full custody of the ship and are seeing what's on board.
Thank you to disabling fire.
Let's see. Got anything here?
Motor vessel Toska, vacate your engine room. Vacate your engine room. We're prepared to subject you to disabling fire.
Oof. Gonna repeat that, or are they gonna show some damage?
No damage.
But, dude, interesting though how, like, you never thought people in war, would be so cordial with each other, right? Like, oh, hey, we're about to hit the engineer room. You guys might want to get out of there.
I don't understand the rules of war at all. All I know is kind of what you said. I'm confused as hell by the way they do it. Like, I've never understood this either. Like, I'll give you a simple example. I don't know the exact spots, but like when we were attacked, this I think for Trump's first term, we were attacking, I'm just going to give a random, like we were attacking Syria, but we knew there was a Russian base there or something like that. And we're like, hey, Russia, we're going to go bomb this base at this time on this day. Can you guys move your guys out their way so we can go bomb this? Oh, thank you. Boom. Hey, guys, we just bombed this place. Like, what? What the hell just happen? Like, how does that make sense? I don't get that. Why do you do that? Oh, well, we didn't want to hurt the Russians, but you're telling them what? I thought you don't telegraph your moves. That's the whole point. That doesn't make sense to me. That's why I try to use logic with all that. And it's like, they're not telling you the truth on all this stuff. There's just no freaking way. And that or the rules of war are just freaking weird. I don't get it.
Yeah.
I do not get it.
And dude, even the one when, I think, was it? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was the first administration. Remember when we hit someplace in Iran and then they messaged us and they were like, they messaged Trump and told him like, hey, we're going to strike back, but we're not going to hit the base. And then they didn't. Yeah, they fell all the missiles short. I'm like, show me how that makes sense in any way, shape, and form anywhere.
Dude, Israel, Iran did the same thing months ago where they were like, oh, Israel's about to be attacked. But then they were like, oh, we're not going to attack the city. We're going to attack over here where there's nobody. Like the exact same thing. And what you just said is what I was trying to refer to when they're like, oh, yeah, we're going to bomb you guys. We're not just going to hit you. We're going to do it over here. Is that cool? And nothing hits. And then the news goes, oh, no, they got attacked, but nothing hit. Well, duh, they told them nothing was going to freaking hit.
And that's what Trump told them, that they said they had to. You had to make it look, like they were fighting back at least. But we're not going to hit you. Don't worry about that.
Yeah, crazy.
That's bananas to me, dude. And again, just chalk that up and throw that into the very, very big, I won't even call it a bag. I'll have to call it like a satchel. A huge satchel of weird things that we've never seen before. That, if we kept this going, we could probably talk for the next half an hour about all the weirdest, odd things we've seen in the last 8 years that don't really make much sense unless there's something more going on than we're aware of, in my humblest of opinions. I don't know. All right, brother. But hey, great show as usual. Do us a favor, guys, on the way out of here. Please click that thumbs up if you guys enjoyed the show, and come back and leave a comment even when the video's over. Just say hello. And and one thing too, Matrix, you should keep your eye out for it. Doesn't matter, huge channels, small channels alike, any size channel on Rumble. Please beware, ladies and gentlemen. I am never gonna tell you, oh, it was really good connecting with you on this video. Why don't you come over and check out my Telegram? And then it not be my Telegram. So just beware of people trying to get you to go off of a certain platform, especially onto Telegram, especially if it looks like a name that'll say like Spaceshot 76 and then have a period next to it, and you won't really be able to see it that good. And maybe your eyes aren't that good and you don't really notice. So it looks like my name. And that's what they're doing. They're using names that look almost identical to mine and then saying, oh, it's really great connecting with you. Why don't you come over on my Telegram where I can give you some financial advice? And then the link is going to a fake Bob Cudla Telegram where they're doing, pumping people for money. It's like, ugh.
Now, with your name specific, I get why they would use yours. I recently had my first experience with people impersonating me. So I just let everybody know on YouTube side, I don't put videos out on YouTube except for right here with Spaceshot. And I am not on Facebook at all because I was banned from it back in 2020. And I don't get a hold of people. I'm an invert. So if you get a hold of me and I talk back to you, that's one thing. But I 99% of the time won't get a hold of you. And if I will tell you with my voice on my show. So I don't sell anything other than the Feel Great protocol and what you see on my show. I will, same thing. You guys won't hear from me like that. I don't do that. So don't get fooled. There's only one me. That's it. And also just came in Kathy D or Kath D. Thank you for that $10 Rumble rant right there at the end. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. So great show, brother. Thank you to the mods out there. You guys rock. I will be back with Lisa and Mac tomorrow evening at 7 p.m. for Hold the Line episode, geez, I don't even know, 205 we might be going on to. Hey, what a lucky guess, dude. 205 tomorrow night at 7 p.m. Eastern. Hope you guys can catch us out there. Again, thank you to the mods and Matrix again, brother. Great show as usual. And we do appreciate each and every one of you wonderful world patriots for tuning in out there. And until that next one, thumbs up, like, and subscribe. Peace.
Peace.
Something special is happening in here. That's right, it's brackets and jackets, bringing it back, but brackets and jackets, special Epstein Island edition. That's right, folks, Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein, the man with the island, which is suspiciously close to Haiti. That's right. You see this man, Jeffrey Epstein, is funding lots of people. He's funding lots of people on the street to make sure his shit doesn't get out. That's right. They want the record sealed. And they're paying a lot of people. Epstein's paying a lot of people. Oh, boy. For one, he's got a whole Mossad media matrix in America. And I would bet you anything that Alex Jones is one of them. Prove me wrong. That's right. Cappy's in the portal. Cappy's in the portal. Cappy's in the building with songs about Epstein. It's Breakfast Jacket's Epstein edition. Guys, I had some epiphanies today. I had some real big epiphanies about some guys. A big network of guys and spies and lies and liars. All right, think about this for a minute, okay? The guy in Portland, the scientist that just got busted for producing CP, that guy is 1 degree of separation away from Epstein. Epstein, the investor that lives in West Palm Beach, Florida. I know a guy who lives in West Palm Beach, Florida as well. Investor as well. Also involved as well. And all is not well with these guys. The Florida boys, the Glow boys, the Scott Israels of the world. You see, Epstein is Hillary Clinton, and Epstein is Haiti, and Epstein is a big network of media assets. By the way, did you know that Steve Bannon was going to that guy for money? Also, Epstein is Epstein Oprah. Epstein is Chris Tucker. You remember him. Epstein is also Kevin Spacey. Epstein is also Prince Andrew. Epstein is also... Who else is Epstein? Who else is Epstein? Tell me. You guys know? Who else is Epstein? Is Epstein Big Pharma? Is Epstein Bryan Singer? Is Epstein Naomi Campbell? Yep, all of the above. All of the above. Who is Epstein? Epstein is the keystone of a whole motherfucking matrix. And once you pull it out, it all falls down. Dersh was there too. That's right, we're dropping red pills every day. Dropping red pills in the best kind of way. This is brackets and jackets for the denizens of islands.